Look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, Mayor. So
Okay,
just
Ren.
real quickly, he was not able to come. He had a family emergency, so instead it's
How have you been?
good. And you? Busy. Yes. Oh my God, so much going on.
Never a dull moment.
No.
Never. Okay. Between us and the county and the port.
No kidding.
Okay, so I'll do the first one, Jen, and you do the second one. Yeah, we're gonna flip flop. Okay. Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the RTA, but to the City Council meeting that's being hosted here. As always, we thank the RTA for allowing us to take over chambers for a short while. So this morning, Councilman Dan Suckley, he is District 4 representative, is joining me in reading proclamations and commendations. Our first proclamation is a very special proclamation. She needs no introduction. We are honoring Senator Morgan Lamantia for her service and leadership in the 88th Texas legislature. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read this so you can hear about the wonderful things that we're so appreciative for in your service. Whereas Senator Lamantia was elected in 2022 and became the first female senator for Senate District 27. And whereas Senator Lamantia spent her first session in the Texas state dutifully representing her constituents on 4 committees, including Education, Health and Human Services, Nominations, and State Affairs. And whereas Senator Lamantia and her staff worked in coordination with the City of Corpus Christi and its leadership to accomplish the policy priorities of our community. And whereas Senator Lamantia quickly proved in her freshman session to be a very strong voice for the Coastal Bend and its citizens on issues impacting quality of life in coastal communities. And whereas Senator Lamantia prioritized adequate and necessary state appropriations for our region's needs. And whereas the City of Corpus Christi is so grateful for the continued demonstrated partnership with Senator Lamantia and her staff as we seek to better the lives of our constituents. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the City of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim sincere appreciation and gratitude from the City of Corpus Christi to Senator Lamantia for her service and leadership during the 88th legislature.
I just want to say thank you so much to everyone here today. This means so much to me. And thank you to Mayor Guajardo and all the city commissioners for your leadership. Throughout session, they were in constant communication with our office, letting us know what's most important to the city of Corpus and the surrounding area. And whenever we had a question about how a certain bill would affect them, they were always quick to respond and let us know exactly where they stood and how best we could support them. It was amazing working together with you guys, working for flood and infrastructure, drainage, working on our health clinics. It was just such a pleasure. And working with Senator Chirino Hosa and Chairman Todd Hunter, we truly make up a fantastic team that I think will be a big powerhouse this coming session, fighting for what Corpus Christi and the Coastal Bend needs. So thank you very much.
Let me introduce it. Hi, Martin. How are you? One step forward. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our next proclamation acknowledges Red Ribbon Week and the commitment to a healthy, drug-free lifestyle. And I'll hand it over to Councilman.
Thank you. Whereas substance misuse affects individuals, families, and communities across the nation, it is imperative that visible, unified efforts by community members be launched to prevent drug misuse. And whereas since 1985, the Red Ribbon has touched the lives of millions of people around the world. In response to the murder of DEA agent Enrique Camarena, parents and youth in communities across the country began wearing red ribbons as a symbol of their commitment to raise awareness of the killing and destruction caused by drugs in America. And whereas in 1988, National Family Partnership sponsored the first National Red Ribbon celebration and continues to do so today. And whereas the Red Ribbon serves as a catalyst to mobilize communities, educate youth, and encourage participation in drug prevention activities. And whereas businesses, government, law enforcement, media, healthcare providers, religious institutions, schools, and other community-based organizations will demonstrate their commitment to a healthy, drug-free lifestyle by wearing red ribbons and participating in drug prevention activities. And whereas the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation and its Youth Programs Department has committed to the vision of Red Ribbon Week for over 30 years.
And now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 23rd through the 31st of 2023 Red Ribbon Week in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage citizens to participate in drug prevention education activities, not only during Red Ribbon Week, but also throughout the year, making the visible statement that we, as a community, are strongly committed to a drug-free lifestyle.
I'm Barton Bailey. I'm the Director of Youth Programs at the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. And Red Ribbon Week is one of the hallmarks of what we do. We go out into communities and schools and give education regarding misuse and education for tobacco, alcohol, tobacco, and other drug prevention. And so we're glad that the city recognized this week.
Thank you. Okay, let me jump in here.
Big smiles, 1, 2, 3. One more time, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for being here. It's a pleasure to see you again, Barney. Thank you. Yes, sir. You too. Bye. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Hi, Erin. This is how are you? We're so proud of you. Eric, how are you? All right. So next, my favorite, it's time to honor one of our amazing teachers here in Corpus Christi, Ms. Dora Martinez. She's been a dedicated educator at Lorenzo de Zavala Elementary for over 15 years. So Miss Dora, raise your hand. Dora. Oh, well, you're standing ahead. Okay, there she is. Miss Dora, and of course your team, and we'll get to y'all here in a minute. First, it's all about Dora. Ms. Dora Martinez has been in the education field for 32 years and has taught math, reading, science, and social studies at Lorenzo de Zavala Elementary School for over 15 years. Ms. Martinez is a graduate of Mary Carroll High School and Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. She is a proud product of CCISD. Ms. Martinez has served as a chairperson for CCISD, leads 2 grade levels, and is also a cooperating teacher to a TAMU CCISD teacher resident. Dora is a lifelong learner and is always seeking new strategies to help her students be successful. She believes in building strong relationships with her students and applies the Capturing Kids' Hearts strategies to better engage with her students. Ms. Martinez is a mentor to campus and district leaders, and her classroom is a safe and positive place for students to learn and thrive. Dora Martinez is an incredible educator, a mentor, and colleague. Zavala Elementary and CCISD are incredibly blessed to have her on their team. And on behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, we honor you as Teacher of the Month. Thank you for everything that you do. And then she gets a $100 gift card to Amazon, compliments of Clark Pipeline.
Wow, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. I just want to thank my family and friends for being here. My principal, I'm gonna cry. My principal, Miss Hinojosa, and all these CCISD people. They've been awesome, and I just want to thank all these teachers. I love what I do, and I'm just here because I love it. Thank you.
Great teacher. You're a great teacher. We're so proud of you. Here you go. Thank you for being here. Always. And I'll let thank you. I think we just need to step back here. I'm so proud of you. I know.
Well done, well done.
Perfect. Yes. And we'll hold this.
Come on, Judy.
I feel like I might.
Everybody, big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, wait. Let's wait for them to come in. The fire department. Yes, Mr. Gossett, it's a pleasure to meet you. Paulette, how are you?
Randy Curtis.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Arr. I'm good.
I'm trying to hide.
Okay, how are you? Okay, our final proclamation recognizes the very first EMS call in Corpus Christi, the very first one, and the dedicated EMS professionals who serve our community selflessly. I would also like to welcome retired firefighters and the very first EMTs dispatched to an emergency medical call here in our city. Mr. Armando Cáceres, raise your hand. And Mr. Randy Curtis. Thank you for being with us today. That's amazing. Thank you for all that you've done and for your service. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Councilman Suckley to read the proclamation.
Whereas the Corpus Christi Fire Department has played a vital and indispensable role in providing emergency medical services to our community for 50 years. And whereas in 1973, City Council recognized the need for a dedicated EMS service and approved agreements between the city and the Nueces County Hospital District, enabling the Corpus Christi Fire Department to provide essential ambulance services to the community. And whereas to equip themselves for this new service, the Corpus Christi Fire Department procured 6 state-of-the-art ambulances complete with high-frequency radios allowing for the direct transmission of vital patient data from the accident scene to the hospital. And whereas 60 dedicated Corpus Christi firefighters underwent a rigorous 200 hours of training at Memorial Medical Center, successfully passing a state examination, thereby signifying their commitment to saving lives and serving the community. And whereas on October 1st, 1973, at 8 a.m., the Corpus Christi Fire Department responded to its first EMS call at a local muffler shop on Everhart Road, marking a momentous milestone for the community and setting the standard for emergency response. And whereas the efforts of those involved in the first EMS call paved the way for the development of a robust, comprehensive EMS system that has since its inception saved countless lives and provided critical life-sustaining care to our community.
So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 1st of 2023 the first EMS call in Corpus Christi Day in Corpus Christi, Texas, and urge all residents to join me in expressing our deepest gratitude to the dedicated EMS professionals of the Corpus Christi Fire Department who serve our community selflessly. Let us remember that the importance of their work and the impact that they have on the lives of our citizens.
It was my distinct pleasure and honor to serve the citizens of Corpus Christi for 35 years. And I am proud and honored to have with me my brother that made the first call that involved an elderly lady that fell down the muffler shop stairs and had a muffler brace embedded in her head. That was the first call that we made. And my good friend, Randy Curtis.
As it turns out, the woman we picked up, I later heard one of the firefighters talking about it being his grandmother. And he worked at the station with me. And I said, well, where was she picked up? And she said, muffler shop. I said, yes, sir. And she also had a broken humerus upper arm, and the only thing she complained about, the muffler clamp, she wasn't even aware of it, but it was something off the bottom of the floor, rusty, nasty, flush in the head, you know. So, but like he said, it was an absolute honor to be the first call, and being an older person now and having used the ambulance service myself, it's a good feeling to see the guys pull up and know the training and stuff that they have. They've come so far from where we started. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. It's an honor to have you both here. Yeah, it's an honor. It's a true honor to have you here. I think it's amazing that you went out on the call and you're here today. You look great, by the way, so congratulations. Yes, sir. Okay, let's get our picture here. Let me get between you.
And this is my son, Art. He was a paramedic.
What? Okay, so this is his son, just so everybody knows. Art Gossetis, I didn't put it together. I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Randy.
Can I have the group step back so I can see the council members behind? Everyone's very tall. There we go, okay. Everyone look up here. Big smiles, 1, 2, 3. One more time, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right, hold.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Randy. Well, here, let me, I need to give, I don't know who gets that, but there it is. We'll get that to the board. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at the RTA for the City Council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and invite Pastor Rick Barrera from Believe Church to lead us in the invocation.
You guys, it's my honor to be here with you guys. I just wanted to start by saying that this is my 20th year in bringing the invocation to the various councils that have convened. And each and every time, it's just such an honor for me, and I'm just so grateful that I get to be here with you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. Lord, you who are wonderful and loving and gracious and righteous in all of your ways. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity for us to get together to convene and talk and plan and strategize for these, your people. Father, we know the problems that are before us. Some of them are small, some of them are big, Lord, but we ask, Lord, that everything be done in your timing, in your will, and in love, Father God. May the speech and the conduct in this chamber today reflect the love of your Son. May we approach everything in unity and in brotherhood, Father, knowing that at the end, Lord, you get all of the honor and the glory. We thank you, Lord, for these moments that you give us. Guide us and lead us in all that we say and all that we put our hands to do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be read by Erin Vela. She is a senior at Moody High School. She just recently attended Region 14 Mariachi auditions in Laredo, ranking 3rd, earning her a spot in the ensemble.
Go Trojans.
Go Trojans.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to Pledge of Allegiance, everybody. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one
and indivisible. Thank you, Erin, and good luck in your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members, Roland Barrera, he's going to be late, but he will be here. Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And next, we'll have the security briefing being read by Assistant City Secretary Stephanie Box.
All right, greetings. In the event of an emergency, we will exit the boardroom to my right, the council's left, proceed towards the west stairwell down to the first floor, where you will exit through the west side doors. Once outside, you will continue toward the clock tower adjacent to the transfer station. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta will account for all the council members, and I'll be the last one out to ensure everyone gets out safely. During an emergency, please do not use the elevator. Please only return once the all clear has been given, and if we need to shelter in place, we will do so in the west side stairwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Box. Next, we'll go to Section F, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. And we do have a couple things on our city manager report this morning. Since there won't be a council meeting next week, we did add a few items that are timely in nature, and we're going to cover them today. So Mayor will progress through them and break for the citizens' comment portion and then get back to it if we need to.
Okay.
But I did want to begin with a very important announcement. On Monday, September 25th, Battalion Chief Billy Bayou was appointed as Assistant Fire Chief in our Corpus Christi Fire Department. And as we customarily do any big appointment like this, we like to have that individual come and see and say hi to the council and the community in this forum. So the fire chief, Chief Wade, has the authority within the collective bargaining agreement to appoint assistant chiefs to fill vacant positions when they arise. In this case, the vacancy was because of Chief Mathagis's recent promotion to deputy fire chief. So the chief conducted several interviews and had a process to assist in the appointment process. And today in front of us is Chief Bayou. He is a 17-year Corpus Christi Fire Department member, has been a battalion chief since 2017. And throughout his career with the fire department, he's risen through each rank and has served multiple roles. And most recently, Chief Bayou served as an operations battalion chief assigned to Battalion Number 3, or Battalion 3. Before becoming an operations battalion chief, Chief Bayou was assistant director of emergency medical services. So an important role he had. And during Chief Bayou's service as assistant director for EMS, he helped to integrate the Pulsar telehealth communication platform into the department operations. He also updated EMS fees and established a charitable care policy. That's where we get the TASP money from the state. So Chief Bayou also played an active role in cadet hiring, EMS system operations, and improvement. Chief Bayou holds a Bachelor of Business Administration and a Master's of Business Administration from the University of Houston. So get some good credentials there as well. He is currently pursuing a Doctor of Public Administration from Liberty University, and Chief Bayou holds numerous certifications through the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. So you can see why the chief promoted him in this role. So Chief Bayou's appointment is historic. This is an historic moment. Chief Bayou becomes the first African-American assistant chief in our long history in the Corpus Christi Fire Department, which is over 100 years. So Chief Bayou, we know your credentials speak for themselves, and we're proud also that you are the first African-American to be appointed in this role. So with that, we want to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Peter. Council, Mayor, City Manager, team, I stand before you humbled and honored in my appointment to Assistant Chief in the Corpus Christi Fire Department. It's with profound gratitude and unwavering commitment to our community that I take on to this responsibility. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to Chief Wade, Chief Mathagich, as well as the rest of the executive staff of the Corpus Christi Fire Department for placing their trust in me in my new position. As a firefighter, I have witnessed remarkable strength and resilience, as you've seen earlier today, of our community, and have been inspired by the bravery and dedication of our firefighters. We have some of them here as well. We're here not just to fight fires and respond to some of the medical emergencies, but also as a source of support and safety to our citizens during some of the most challenging moments that they may face. Together, we have built a strong tradition of service and commitment to upholding and strengthening that tradition. With that being said, getting to the good stuff, in my new role as Assistant Chief of Special Services, I have a vision for our department and our city. My team will work tirelessly to find and hire and train the best talent in the country. We will also provide safe stations and managing and maintaining the safe stations for our people to work out of as well. And finally, my team will work to reduce the job-related injuries and illnesses that our men and women sustain on the job every day. With that being said, my door is always open. I look forward to working with you guys. Thank you, and can't wait to get to work.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Chief Bayou.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, tremendous asset for our,
It is.
our
Absolutely.
very high-performing fire department. And Chief Bayou has at least one young son, so hopefully he'll still have some family time teaching them how to play ball and stuff, right? Okay, great. Mayor, we're going to move to the second item, which is to bring everybody up to speed on a very exciting Jazz Fest that happens here every year. This will be our 62nd annual Jazz Festival happening this week, beginning this weekend. And with me today is Nick Martinez, who's going to speak as well. So the 62nd annual Texas Jazz Festival begins this Friday, October 20th, at Heritage Park, and it runs through Sunday, October 22nd. There will be music on 3 stages, vendors, food. The Texas Jazz Festival, one of the best things is it's free. It's free to the public, and it's open to all ages. We started as an informal jazz concert for Del Mar College students back in 1959. And Dr. Klein said he wasn't there then, but has heard about it, right? And it is one of the most successful jazz festivals in the nation, and in part because of Nick Martinez, who we had a chance to debrief with and make sure we were all in good shape for the festival. He's here today to provide an overview of the Jazz Festival. The Texas Jazz Festival showcases many of our young, talented school musicians. There's university jazz bands from all over the state.
Cool music has
I'm just
filled
going
the
to roll
air
this
with
here.
Texas.
Oh, okay, let me just finish here. And groups from New York, New Mexico, Louisiana, and Florida. The festival will include 50 craft vendors and 15 food trucks. So if you're not so up for jazz, you can partake in some of that. Total festival attendance is expected to be about 25,000 over that 3-day period. We want to thank our police department, fire department, public works, and parks and recreation. They play a big hand in making sure this goes smoothly. And Parks will oversee event operations, including trash collections, area cleanliness, and oversight. And the city has partnered with the Regional Transportation Authority, obviously a strong partner of ours. We're here using their facility today as the Chambers gets remodeled. They will provide free shuttle service to the public for the event, and there will be a free shuttle from City Hall parking lot to the event. So if you don't want to mess around with any of the congestion, just park right at City Hall, and free transportation from RTA. So with that, let me turn it over to Nick so he can firsthand talk about his work and about the event. And Nick, you told me before, but how many years have you been leading this?
Leading this for at least 4 years as president. I've been with the Jazz Festival for 20 years.
Yes, sir. Great.
So we've been in the board of directors for a while. And but I do want to bring up some people, and they're sitting over here, and I wish whether you'd stand up, please. Gail Sanchez, Kathy Reyes, and Lori Galan Garcia. These are the other women in my life. And, I've always said that I don't run the festival, they do. Okay, these people right here.
Yeah.
If they need more of the recognition than I do, and they do run the festival, as I say, and they're very active in the process. And I want to thank
Very good.
and first of all, I want to thank the mayor, the council, Mr. Sononi. I can see Sony back there in the back, personally. Sergio, stand up, please. Thank you. Chief Marco, thank you, sir, for what you do. These people have been very instrumental in the things that we do. The Jazz Festival does not run by itself. It's got 16 board of directors that run, and they're active board of directors. These people do not get paid. They don't take a dime. They don't look for that. They're just in gratitude of seeing the people and the crowd of Corpus Christi come out and have a good time. So with that said, I guess we can go to that commercial if we don't mind.
We can watch the video.
Since 1961, cool music has filled the air of the Texas Jazz Festival. 3 solid days of live music on 3 different stages, fantastic food, charming market vendors, and more. The largest, longest-running free jazz festival in the world. It's one of the best ways to leave your troubles behind and soak in the sounds of jazz as fall begins in the Coastal Bend. Free, fun, live entertainment at Heritage Park, October 20th through the 22nd. A unique music experience like not other. The Texas Jazz Festival.
So there it is.
Yeah.
And with that said, of course, the commercial says it all, right?
Yes, sir.
At one point, we are gratitude, and we have thanks to the city of Corpus Christi. There's a lot of things that happens behind the lines people don't see, but there's one thing that I want to say, and Ms. Paulette Guajardo, before she was mayor, she was very instrumental in doing things that we do here in Corpus Christi, together with Mr. Dodd. And they kind of coincided, and we do run into a few issues, but
We
seem
work
to get
them out.
straightened out very quickly.
Right.
So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the council. Thank
Yes,
you for
sir.
what you do, and may God bless, and hope we have a good festival this year.
Say, Nick, just real quick, so the time is Friday, what time does it start?
On
6?
Friday, we start at 6 o'clock, but I'm trying to get some gospel groups at 5:30.
Okay,
So
5:30-ish.
if we can get them, we'll do that. We're a little bit behind on that, but
Till about midnight?
so, yeah, till midnight, and then, of course, Saturday, we'll start at noon, and we'll go to 1 o'clock in the morning, and then Friday, we'll go from noon to 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sunday, right? Sunday is noon to 6. Noon to 6. And there's no other major event. There is a concert Sunday at the Selene Auditorium, a gospel concert, but it'll be after 6 o'clock. So, but for that, there's no other event, so parking shouldn't be a problem. And the American Bank Center, OVG 360, has partnered with the Jazz Fest to make sure there's ample parking and an ample facility at no charge to have the jazz band set up. So that's a good example of continued partnership with local businesses and entities. So we want to thank OVG 360 as much as Nick and the Jazz Festival group. So Mayor, we'll turn it over to you to see if there's any questions or comments.
You can tell I just want to say something.
Yes.
No, I'm just very excited and just so proud. So proud. This is the jazz festival of the country because it is free. You cannot get what you receive here, and it is, historic. The ladies that help you, we know how that works. It's a team effort, but every year you guys pull through. And there are small hurdles, but we always pull through, and so I'm just very proud that the city of Corpus Christi is the birthplace of this jazz festival. So thank you for everything you do. Ladies, thank you as well, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Peter, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Nick. We'll see you out there.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Great. Okay, Mayor, we're going to turn to some a little more serious business here, and I did want to give the council and the community facts on the election coming up, not necessarily on what's on the ballot, but just some of these facts about the election. So that's what I'll do now. So we know there's a November election coming up. The city does have a proposition on it, as does the state. It's considered the constitutional amendment ballot. We call it a special election. It will be Tuesday, November 7, so fast approaching. Early voting begins this coming Monday, October 23rd, and it will end November 3rd. So October 23rd to November 3rd is early election. The last day to have registered for this election passed, that was Tuesday, October 10. So if someone hasn't registered, they should still register, but it'll be for the next election. The ballot in November and during early voting has 14 state propositions addressing issues such as property tax relief, water infrastructure, and broadband telecommunications. So we know that once the legislature meets, some of these constitutional amendment legislation needs to be approved by the voters in order to become effective. So also on the ballot will be the city's proposition. The city of Robstown has an item on the ballot as well, so if you live in Robstown, you'll see something there. And then the only school district participating in this election is Toloso Midway. They'll have something, so if somebody's in that school district and in the city limits, they will have those two items on the ballot plus the state amendments. So early voting locations, a sample ballot, and explanatory statements of the proposed state propositions are available. They can be found on the Nueces County website at nuecesco.com/county services. That's probably not hard to find, just Nueces County website. There is, as we know, mail-in ballot opportunities for folks like military, college students, or persons that are living overseas. I'm not going to try to get through all the details because it's a little bit complex, but if you did want to vote by mail, there's a deadline that has to be met in terms of getting the ballot and then sending it in as well. And so we encourage you to work with Nueces County Elections Office to get that information. So just in terms of the early voting locations, we have several that are selected and ultimately approved by the parties, the Republican Democratic parties, and the election supervisor, Honorable Kara Sands. And the voting day sites are different than the early voting. In other words, there's more voting sites on election day than the early voting. But there are a number of city facilities where early voting will take place. And during the weekdays, those hours are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then October 30th and November 1st, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. November 2nd and 3rd, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Those early voting days. So some of the locations include the Nueces County Courthouse, right across the street. We have the Bishop Multipurpose Building in Bishop, Texas. Let me get to some of the city ones there. Carroll High School is the location. the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Center in McCardle, the Ethel Irely Senior Center, and City Council District 2 is the location, the Greenwood Senior Center, the Hilltop Community Center is one up in the Cal Allen, Annabelle, Toloso area. We have the Island Presbyterian Church. We have also in the city limits, Toloso Midway Administration Building, and then finally the Veterans Memorial High School. So those are all the early locations. All of these are online at the Nueces County Elections Supervisor location, but we did want to point them out today. Yeah, and you can also get copies of the sample ballot if you want to read some of the items that are on there. So Mayor, that concludes that item. We'll see if there's any questions on the election.
May I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Please. I've run a couple of elections before I finally made it. And I had issue with the signs. An ordinance that was passed right before this year, or last year. And I still have an issue with it because we have low turnout for a lot of our elections. And one of my issues that I have with the city that just was decided is that we cannot place like political signs in our city-owned properties. I still have an issue with that. And I think we need to revisit that decision because I think the public needs, I mean, I don't know about you, but I usually, I have so many things on my mind, but when I see signs, political signs, at the polling locations, I'm like, oh, it's time to vote, whether you're for something or against something. I just think that it would be nice to revisit that again. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilwoman and Mayor, if I can. So we're going to revisit that for the city's election in May, actually November for next year coming up. This election, this November, there's no candidate elections, but we heard it loud and clear from the last council. So we'll revisit that policy. The city, I'm not sure if it's the city secretary or the county, but there are signs at a place that say vote here, but they may not be as obvious to some, so we'll.
Yeah, it's not very obvious.
Right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a comment?
Yeah, very quickly. This coming Saturday, the local chapter, Corpus Christi chapter of the League of Women Voters is having an information session about the ballot measures, the 14 proposed amendments to the state constitution for educational purposes only. They're not advocating for or against. The League is very famously a nonpartisan organization that's been around since 1920, formed here in Corpus Christi in the 1940s. And so that meeting on Saturday morning will be from 10:30 until 10:30 until noon in the La Retama Library at Comanche and Tonko Streets.
And also to add, you will be speaking, right? Did you mention?
They invited me to come to it, yes.
Yes. So, thank you. So if you want to get the full and unfettered information on all our propositions, please come and attend. And also to add that Brett Oding from Visit Corpus Christi will also be doing a presentation. So it should be hopefully well attended.
Yeah, what time was that, Dr.?
10:30 until noon on Saturday at La Retama Library.
Yeah, who's?
The League of Women Voters.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
We are nonpartisan, as
Nonpartisan.
much as some people think otherwise.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, does that
Okay,
conclude?
our next item, we have, I think we can get this item done. Our next item, we're going to cover the Packery Channel and beach nourishment down on Padre Island. So we just want to make sure, we've been working with stakeholder groups to include Cliff, Schleibacher, and others on the island, but we thought this is a community-wide issue, so we want to bring it up here. So next is this update on the Packery Channel dredging and beach nourishment. The project is intended to ensure the longevity of our beaches on Padre, and our contractor, Callan Marine, who is finalizing work at the Packery Channel, will next transfer a dredge material from the Packery Channel to Whitecap Beach in front of the seawall. That beach has a thinner section that we're going to improve with this dredge material. It's known as beach renourishment. The transfer will be done via a specialized pipeline to ensure efficient and movement of the sand. And while efficiency is important to us, safety is as well. So there will be sections where pedestrians won't be allowed to access along the piping and such. The beaches will remain open. We don't close our beaches, we know that in our community. But there will be areas where some of the construction delivery system for the sand will be. So Jeff Edmonds, our Director of Engineering Services, is here. He's been monitoring and managing the Packery Channel Restoration Project, and he's also on point on this beach renourishment. He's going to share some additional material with us this morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. Since there are some beach impacts, we wanted to come back and just brief you before the contractor started working. This is a contract that you awarded back in August, and it's going to dredge the Packery Channel, which is in need of dredging. There's a lot of shoaling there. It's providing impediments to navigation, and of course, that is source material that we use for renourishing the beach. So the contractors are going to start mobilizing out there in the next few weeks, and we're expecting that before end of next month, they're actually going to start dredging. When they're done, we're going to have 200 feet of beach all the way from the South Jetty to Whitecap, and the bollards are going to go away. We've had bollards up restricting vehicular access since 2016, so this will be the first time since then that you'd be able to drive all the way from the jetty down to Whitecap. The contractor plans to work 24/7 around the clock. We're going to do everything we can to try and minimize noise and disruption to the residents there, but we think it's more important to get this work complete in advance of spring break season next year. He's projecting 2 months of construction, so he should be demobilizing in January. I stand ready for any questions.
Yeah, Jeff, the Surfriders Foundation told me that in the past, when dredge material is used on the beaches, it became kind of a gloppy mess. I assume that there's corrections have been made to make sure that doesn't happen again.
We will try and mitigate that to the extent possible. Unfortunately, it does come out wet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're hydraulically dredging, hydraulically placing, and then there does tend to be temporarily some odor associated with it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of an unavoidable consequence of this. But I would say to them that by the time we're done with this, by spring break, you're going to have greater than 200 feet beach width out there. You're going to have beach width we haven't really had since in the past decade or more.
Right. And I assume as well that the slope of the beach is going to remain the same. That's not going to be tinkered with.
Correct. It'll continue the slope out to kind of the water, and then it goes a little bit steeper, and it's going to proceed out into the water to support the beach.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Can I just, Jeff, so the current width of some of the narrow section is what?
Down at the south end, you're probably down, it's less than 50 feet.
Less than 50, so this will add 150 feet then to that most narrowest portion of the beach.
Correct.
Right. And that by dredging, we're being mindful of taxpayer monies because we're reusing the dredge material from the Packery Channel to make it deeper and more navigable and extending the beach at the same time rather than just disposing of the dredge material somewhere else, and right?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
It's
Okay.
we're killing two birds with one stone.
Right. Being mindful of taxpayer money, using natural native sands as well. And I did want to point out Councilman Suckley has been a strong advocate for not only addressing the beach, but also the seawall.
Right.
So in this TERS budget that the council approved recently in the island TERS, we have significant seed money, I think 15 million or more, to begin to address and improve that very important asset to this section of the beach. A lot of the renourishment is taking place in front of the seawall.
Actually, all of it.
All of it is taking place.
From the public parking lot down to Whitecap.
Right, and then the additional millions will be meant to enhance the seawall, make sure it's stabilized. This is the seawall, not here in the bay, but at Padre Island, and also to amenitize it, to make it more of a destination as well. So.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you, Jeff. Mayor, that's it for now. We'll come back with one other item with Ryan Skrabacek, our Intergovernmental Relations Director, after the citizen comment.
Thank you. And that will put us at 12 noon. Mr. Risley, would you please recite the decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I would just like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking, if you would. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment. One is at this time, and the other is at the time that we actually hear the item on the agenda, so please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there will be a timer up here with our city secretary that will let you know how much time you have left. When you hear the buzzer, if you'll please graciously wrap up your comments so we can move on, we would appreciate that. If you have a petition or any information that you would like the council to have prior to speaking, if you'll just hand it to our city secretary and she'll disperse it to us before you speak. So with that, we'll start with Adalberto Carrillo.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Adalberto Carrillo, 4055 Calumet Drive, 78413. Dear mayors and council members, as expressed in previous city council meetings, and while a bulk of Proposition A is what many of our residents believe to be in line with the needs of our city, the use of funding for participation in a private sector built and managed convention center hotel is not. Among other concerns, the current council, for whatever reason, has seemingly lost either direction, and as I have said in previous meetings, lost control of the size of city staffing, or both. As we have recently learned that a current council member is now seeking another office, and with the concerns of our city before us, I wish to announce today a resident of this city for over 64 years who has, I've always had a deep-rooted love for our community, our city, and most especially for her residents, that I will publicly announce today that I will be running for the office of City Council Member District 3. If elected, I will do the utmost of my ability to do my very best towards minimizing unnecessary spending, and instead work towards effectively utilizing your tax dollars in the manner which you have entrusted this body, which includes public safety, public health, continued improvement of our infrastructure, of our streets, roads, bridges, and the unsightly grassy sides of our freeways that need much attention. Next, continued seawall protection, and very important to note, a very, very hot topic item, effective cost measures and utilization of our water resources. Also included is newer or what should be looked at as innovative measures for minimizing use of landfill space, improved sewage and drainage services, and effective management of our city parks and recreation areas. And ending, residents of District 3, I humbly request your support and, more importantly, your prayers as you carefully consider my request to be your next representative. Mayor, councils, members, thank you for this time. And now I ask God's blessings for you and your family. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. Sean Flanagan.
Mayor, city manager, councilman, My name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. What I'm about to say is my opinion and only my opinion, not representing anybody. In the last couple of weeks in Corpus Christi, I've seen a miracle and I've seen some tragedies. The miracle is, in this age of partisanship, the Republican and Democratic parties have come together almost in unanimity. The Republicans are 35-0, the Democrats were 15-2, the 2 abstained against Prop A. And that's a tragedy, because the concepts behind Prop A aren't bad. Some of them need to be enacted. But by making this a binary choice, and the way it's been presented, and the way the proposal is going out to the voters, it won't make it. It's inexcusable. Just the rhetorical question of tragedy is, when you go to vote, if you look at the wording of the proposal, if you, the voter, don't know what Resolution 30331 is, you don't know really what you're voting for. But that's in the proposal. And that falls all along the line. It's the most precious commodity y'all got is the public trust in you. And here's what I'm suggesting to maintain that trust in you, is you go back and you look at this again and you bring us something better. Because I don't know what's going to happen, but I got a strong suspicion this is going down in flames. I do know how elections work. Not a single ballot's been printed. All it does is, to redo this thing, to pull this off the ballot, you just have to tell the county clerk to pull it off. Now, it'd be a little embarrassing to do that at this stage, but it'd be a lot better for the trust between the citizens and the council. And going forward, some of the important things that are in Prop A might actually go through. I just think, based upon my interaction with folks, this is going down bad. And we don't want that. We want to be able to trust you in your vision. So please, I'm imploring you, pull it, go back, come on up with something better that's more clear, that people understand what they're voting for when they vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come before you with 2 issues. One is the first issue that I want to talk to you about, is you hear a lot of audience section, and we're rough on you. Well, I'll be the first one to admit it, but when I see things going up there that are not right, that people come up here and tell you that are not right, it kind of makes me angry. District 1 council member took a lot of flack because of some things that were put up there and messages that were done on desalination. And I was a little bit of pallbearer for it, because I looked into it and that MOU was neither signed nor dated. So I don't blame the councilman for what he did. The second issue I come to you before you is Proposition A. You know, I've told you I'm in the middle of the road on this thing, and I would like to see some things happening, but I'm not happy with the way things are developing. I had phone calls in my office telling me that some people were calling them because they were city contractors and they wanted people to put up money for the proposition. If that is true, shame on you. If it's not true, and I hope it isn't, then I certainly would apologize to anyone that thought any different. But if it's true, shame on you. This issue is to be decided by the people. You want to pull it off, fine. You don't want to pull it off, it will be decided by the people, whether for or against it. And you are making it very difficult if you're doing these things to even try to be for it. So think about what you're doing, think of what's been done, because I don't want to see this council as a whole go down in flames. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Blanca Parkinson.
Blanca Parkinson, Silverton Drive. I'm here today to substantiate some of the comments I made last week about seawater desalination not working in the bay. This is a report. This is a report, not a study, not an opinion. It is an engineering report of what's going on at one of the 2 large-scale seawater desalination plants in the United States. There are only 2, not to be confused with the same technology that is used effectively to desalinate groundwater and to desalinate surface water. The technology is effective, and this is per a licensed PE who is tired of coming here and being given only 1 minute to speak. This report highlights the problems with desalinating seawater and the difference between desalinating seawater and groundwater, like what's being proposed in Alice and like what is successful all over the country. If you'll follow with me, I did not print the entire report. I will email it to you. Under abstract, the Tampa Bay Seawater Reverse Osmosis Facility is the first large-capacity seawater desalination plant in the United States. The feed water source for the facility is an estuarine system that is biologically very productive, like our bay, and this is a bigger, deeper bay. The high organic composition of the feed water places stress on the conventional sand pre-treatment utilized at the facility. And then if you'll skip down, based on the data collected, the pre-treatment is ineffective at removing organic components that impact the rate of membrane biofouling, particularly bacteria and PTEP. At the bottom, consideration could be given to using a groundwater source of feed water as a permanent remedy to the operational issues. If you'll flip the page under the conclusion of this report, the Tampa Bay Water SWRO plant has experienced operation difficulties due to low feed water quality. The pretreatment design was changed to help provide better quality water to the primary membrane process. However, despite the change in the pretreatment design, the quality of seawater continues to pose a challenge by requiring membrane cleanings every 8 weeks of runtime. And they concluded with perhaps a groundwater source should be considered as an alternative feed water source. My point is that when we come here to oppose desalination and oppose these dirty MOUs, we are not doing so in support of what you all are trying to do in Hillcrest and what you're trying to do over there where the doctors like to kite surf in Portland, okay? We do not want desalination in our bays. And it was interesting to watch the port meeting today and see our elected officials fighting over water that you all have not produced, that you're not going to produce, like cartels, fighting over water that when this fails, and it will, we will be restricted, we will be curtailed, we will be fined, we will have surcharges, not the industries. We know who gets sued when you don't deliver water, and we know who pays. So, again, no desal in Corpus Christi Bay.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Marilyn Brodeur.
Marilyn Brodeur, 15729 Escapade Street. 10 years ago, my husband and I and my 4-month-old moved to Corpus Christi, having never lived in Texas. My husband said yes to 3 years in the emergency medicine residency program at Spawn, and we never left. He was hired on to teach, and we had 3 more babies, all born here in Corpus Christi. Behind me, there are many who come in support of the emergency medicine residency program at Christi Spawn. Could all the physicians here in support of the emergency medicine program please stand? Are there any other supporters who are here? There are currently 36 resident physicians who said yes to Corpus, and Spawn has failed them. I am horrified at the unilateral decision to close this program. I personally listened to the 1-hour audio of Spawn administration delivering the news. No details as to why. no opportunity to fix issues, a blanket no. I had to speak up, and the community is speaking up. 36 emergency medicine resident households are threatened by this closure. These residents are so vulnerable. They are not yet fully trained to get physician jobs, and many have huge medical school loans. They work up to 80-hour weeks tending to the others in their most vulnerable moments. And this group of residents stepped up for the city in a big way during COVID to care for patients that flooded the ICUs on ventilators, many risking their own health. Now, SPAWN has threatened suspension to anyone who speaks out. As I recruited people to come here today, this first council meeting after the shutdown that was announced last Thursday, many feared for their livelihoods. Simply if they speak the truth of what this means for healthcare in our city. SPAWN cited limited resources as the reason for this closure. Yet there is no proof SPAWN is suffering from such drastically limited resources. In fact, yesterday, October 16th, SPAWN announced system-wide bonuses to all staff. SPAWN receives millions of dollars in local property tax funding every year. Unlike other hospitals in this city, as a nonprofit, SPAWN pays zero in property taxes. What is actually going on? Why was this program announced to be closed that does so much good for our community? Please help us.
Thank you, Ms. Brodeur. Thank you. Thank you. John Cameron, I'm sorry. And I would ask that we hold decorum. There's no applause or outbursts. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is John Cameron, 7609 Pettit Point, 78414. I'm an attending physician and teaching physician within the emergency medicine residency program here at SPAWN Shoreline. I'm originally from the Midwest, growing up in Iowa and completing my medical school education in Kansas City. I always have had a passion for emergency medicine, and due to this program's national reputation, I took an interview without ever visiting Corpus Christi previously. It was quickly obvious that this was a great place to learn and would impact the community in a way that would not be available at other prominent training programs. I'm grateful for the opportunity to build my knowledge base and love for our profession within this special environment. So much so that by my third year as a resident, I was voted chief resident and awarded the Michael P. Wainscott Award winner for the top emergency medicine resident in the state of Texas. This is from a pool of over 400 residents. This would not have been possible without the support and the quality of program that we have here. All of this led me to believe that I had more to give in regard to teaching the science and the art of emergency medicine. And having spent some time with my family and wonderful physicians in my home state of Iowa, I was offered the opportunity to return to Corpus Christi as a teaching physician and knew that I had to come back. I believe that my passion is palpable for this profession, this residency, and the patients of Corpus Christi. The city truly holds a special place in my heart because it is where I married my wife, bought my first home, witnessed the birth of my two beautiful daughters, and with the closure of our program, the enormous impact that myself and my fellow faculty members could have had on this community will have been completely lost. I had planned on working in this emergency department for the next 20 years. And with 12 residents graduating per year after 20 years of working here, 240 residents would have been directly impacted with my teaching and guidance. Those 240 future board-certified emergency physicians would have worked all over the country providing emergency medicine at the highest quality of care. If you think about the fact that the average board-certified emergency physician will see around 100,000 patients in their career, the 240 residents our program would have produced would have affected 24 million patient lives, a large majority of those 24 million patients likely being from the coastal bend and state of Texas. Thank you for listening to my story. I sincerely wish you all good health and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Brodeur. I think I skipped over you earlier, I'm sorry.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Dr. Michael Brodeur, and I live at 15729 Escapade Street out on the island. I'm before you today about the decision of Christi to close down the only ER training program in the region. I myself am a board-certified emergency physician and have lived in Corpus since 2013. I am currently a practicing emergency medicine doctor at Christi Emergency Medicine Residency Training Program at Spawn Shoreline. This program also happens to be where I did my post-medical school emergency medicine residency training from 2013 to 2016, where I was one of our chief residents, where I was selected by my peers to receive the Outstanding Senior Resident Award the year I graduated, and where I have received teaching awards as an ER doctor that trains other doctors in emergency medicine. Our program received the unexpected news last Thursday, October 12th, that we will be closing down. Unfortunately, nobody within our program or our ER was involved in this decision, which we were informed has been in the works for the last 3 to 4 months. This is a big deal. We have over 15 board-certified ER physicians who work full-time at Spawn Shoreline. We are there only because the ER residency program is there and because of our calling to train ER doctors in the Coastal Bend. Every year we have 36 ER residents that we train. This is over 50 ER physicians right here in the city right now. Eliminating this training program removes all 50 of those ER doctors in the very near future. The void that this will create will be huge. I am worried about how this void will negatively impact our region, as it surely will. I'm worried about our patients. We have the only ER training program in the Coastal Bend. Our graduates work in ERs across the city and in rural ERs and other surrounding areas. Remove our ER training program, and with it, the pipeline of highly trained ER specialists is removed. We were told that this decision was a financial decision. This is confusing, and here's why. Other hospital systems across the country are starting ER programs because of their financial profitability. What went wrong here? We have not been told. Not once did the ER doctors and ER doctor trainees get invited to participate in any conversation to potentially save our program. Now, our hospital receives public funding, and this is one of the reasons that I'm speaking to you all today. Shutting down an ER residency program and dislodging over 50 physicians will negatively impact the citizens of this town who have been benefiting since 2007, when our training program first opened. The Coastal Bend is a region that has historically struggled to attract and retain competent, committed ER physicians. I think the City Council should look closely into the events leading to this decision. As many as will speak here today, many more would have wished to speak. They wanted to share their concerns about the incredible loss to our patients. However, they have received an email from Spawn that speaking out publicly could result in their termination if it could be seen to impair the community's confidence in the hospital. Let their silence speak to you today. However, we need more voices. We need more advocates. Our patients need your help in helping reverse this terrible decision.
Thank you, Dr. Brodeur. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Community that is here, please don't be impressed by some of the supporters that are here. They're either paid or have been bullied by this council to support Prop A. Quote, narrow-minded, self-serving, special interest groups. This is what the people were called this morning on a radio show that are not agreeable to Prop A by the city manager, who is obviously not the community city manager, whenever he's willing to speak so illy towards the community who doesn't agree with an idea and a concept, because we would like more information. The Taxpayers Association, Nueces County Republican Party, the Democratic, Nueces County Democratic Party, the Libertarian Party of Nueces County, Voters for Good Government, and locally owned hoteliers and many community members are against Prop A. So I ask to this council, who now you have a slew of doctors, a slew of people against desalination, a slew of community members against Prop A, when you guys are going to start listening and working for us. This is taken from Water Code Section 11.0241. The appropriation of water for domestic and municipal uses shall be and remain superior to the rights of the state to appropriate the same for all other purposes. This clearly states that the needs of the people trump those of industry. I'm here to remind you all of your moral obligation to this community. We do not want desalination plants in our bay. I'm not sure what language needs to be used here, but it is very apparent that you all are not hearing this community on many fronts. This is why there is so much opposition here in Corpus Christi, in Port Aransas, in Portland, in Ingleside, in Rockport, and in Aransas Pass, to name a few. The real issue here is time. Time is the commodity that you are all running out of because your days are numbered. This council will look differently next November. The county commissioner court will look differently in November. And we are going to elect community representatives. Your water is not your water. It is the community's water. It is not yours to sell to industry. The community is the minority user at 16%. We do not need water. Industry needs water for expansion. Quit selling us out.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Avery Tomanek.
Hi, my name is Avery Tomanek, 3610 Lake Champagne. I am in 7th grade and I go to River Hills Christian Academy in Calallen. My mom is Dr. Tomanek. She is the program director of the ER residency program. I am here today because I know that this residency program is important to a lot of people. People move from all over the country to this residency program. A lot of the graduated residency program students stay in Corpus Christi. The residency program is special to me because I have made such good friends with all of the residency program students and the doctors. I remember when I was little, my mom used to take me to all of her classes. I could see them in action training. It was so special, and I know that they save a lot of lives. So this is why I come to you today, because the residency program needs to be saved. Thank you.
Thank you, Avery. Nestor Prodario. Dr. Prodario.
I am Nestor Praderio, 1315 Santa Fe, Corpus Christi, 78404. Mayor, City Mayor, Council. Last month I celebrated my 29th anniversary being in Corpus Christi. And at the same time, I celebrate my 29 years teaching residents at Christi Educational Center. Last week, blindside regarding my academic connection with them, I became aware that there was a decision to terminate the resident training program for emergency medicine. Concerned, not being able to understand why we are going to be destroying the house of medicine because a resident training program is where medicine is born. A resident training program is a place that congregate efforts to produce quality physicians, specifically in an area with the characteristic in which one we live. Today, after almost 30 years of academic service in Corpus, I scratch my head and think, why 36 individuals? They're full of energy, reach South Texas to prepare themselves for futures, work in our profession. Suddenly have to be interrupted, concern, without a specific response. Not always finances run the necessities of our society. Not always the interest of what much or less can you make. A resident training program is a place when you boil the wishes of the future of medicine. Cannot be just depleted or closed without a specific participation of all of the members. I want to leave here today and share with you something. This is emotional, it's less academic. In September of 2018, I took an elevator in Cristo Spawn Memorial Hospital from the 7th floor after I finished with my round. I am a psychiatrist. And when I arrived to the lower floor, I fell on the floor with a heart attack. Stand up, walk a few yards, and I was able to enter the emergency room of Cristo Spawn Hospital. And Johnny, an emergency room resident, Dr. Italich, was the one who took me into the ER, placed me in a bed, and in 20 minutes have me in an OR ready to be operated.
Doctor, thank you for your comments. We have to move on to the next. We appreciate you being here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Craig Peterson.
Good afternoon. Dr. Craig Peterson, 15630 Gypsy Street. Thank you for allowing me to address you today. These views are my own, not the views of Christus or SCP. My name is Craig Peterson, and I'm an attending emergency physician and core faculty within the emergency medicine residency program at Christus Spawn Shoreline. I owe much of my clinical education, professional fulfillment, and many close friendships to my time within this organization, and I'm privileged to work alongside amazing people in the Shoreline ED while caring for the sickest patients in our community. I'm here to tell you that the abrupt and unwarranted closure of the emergency medicine residency program at Christus Spawn Shoreline is a spectacular tragedy for the future of emergency care in in Corpus Christi and the Coastal Bend. In 2011, my wife and I took a chance and moved to Corpus for the final 2 years of medical school. I fell in love with emergency medicine working with the residents in the ER. I loved how tightly knit the ER was. The program was easily my top choice. I received an amazing education here and was honored to serve as a chief resident. After residency, I went on active duty with the Air Force. My wife and I and our brand new baby moved to San Antonio, where I trained residents at Brooke Army Medical Center. I enjoyed success there. I received multiple faculty teaching awards. I would often describe the program to others, and I would hear them describe it as a hidden gem or a unicorn, and I never disagreed. After deploying and completing my active duty service, I returned to the residency as faculty. For me and my family, the choice was easy. This place was special. We moved back to Corpus in May of 2020, just before the height of COVID, and it was a very uncertain time across the country. Hospitals everywhere were in crisis and failing. The emergency medicine residents at this program placed themselves in harm's way to care for the most critically ill in our community. The emergency medicine residents were the ones in the ED and ICU intubating and providing oxygen to patients. They were holding iPhones so that you could talk to your loved ones when you couldn't visit. And sadly, they were the ones holding the hands of those that passed so they wouldn't be alone. There are 15 faculty and 36 residents in this program, and we were stretched to the brink. Without the emergency medicine residency, the situation would have been even more catastrophic. The emergency medicine residents meet trauma patients in the resuscitation bay, stroke patients in the CT scan, emergently deliver babies whose mothers have no access to prenatal care. They treat your children at Driscoll. They watch over the sickest and most critically injured patients in the medical and trauma ICUs, and they help staff our hospitals in the rural communities in the region, improving access to quality care for those in those communities. If I become critically ill, I want to look up and see our team of physicians watching over me. I was so sure that I wanted to spend my entire career here. I helped my parents move here at the height of COVID. My in-laws a short while later. We've invested in the community. I volunteer with CCPD and CCFD, and I help the SWAT medics train to save lives. Every year at Christmas, the residency raises money for Mission of Mercy. My family is active in our church, and my wife teaches at my son's school. I wasn't born here, but Corpus Christi is my home. You are all my neighbors. This residency is my family. Please help me save it. Our lives depend on it.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. John Weber?
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. A few corrections regarding the city attorney's statements during the September 12th council meeting. The city did not notify me regarding releasing of the information per the AG. I had to contact the city. He stated I made approximately 35 requests in the last 6 months. According to receipts from submissions, I made 26 requests. The city attorney also stated the city is allowed to go up by 20% because of city ordinance. The AG's rates are $28.50 for programming, $15 for other services, and 20% for overhead where applicable. Displayed is a cost estimate. The city is marking up the AG's rates by approximately 25%. So why did the city attorney state the city is allowed to go up 20%? If this statement is true, that an ordinance allows the city to go up 20%, why is the city charging 25% over? We all know the city is overcharging me for public information requests. In one request, I was overcharged more than 440%. Every complaint the AG has ruled on, they have determined the city has overcharged me. It takes a tremendous amount of staff time to calculate cost estimates for requests. Much staff time is used to explain to the AG how they calculated those cost estimates when receiving a complaint. In case the AG finds the city is overcharging, the city must amend the cost estimate, which takes additional time. If the city didn't charge for information requests, that would free up much staff time, and it is possible a full-time position could be eliminated, saving the city tens of thousands of dollars in salary and benefits. If the city didn't charge for a request, it would also ensure the city wouldn't be in violation of state law for not treating requesters equally and or overcharging them. Another bonus is the city council wouldn't have to listen to people complaining about being overcharged. Next slide. I offer a solution. I have a check here in my hand made out to the city of Corpus Christi for $3,000. Which will cover 100% of the 23-24 budgeted revenues for public information requests. I will give you this check if the city agrees not to charge any requesters of public information from October 1st, 23 until September 30th, 24. Mr. Zanoni, please put this offer on the agenda at the next meeting in the name of efficiency, transparency, and cost savings. Thank you, and always have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Carl Cavella?
Good morning. My name is Carl Kivela, 1 Camden Place. I'm the captain aboard the Southern Responder. It's a 210-foot oil spill response vessel based here in Corpus Christi Bay. And I vote here in Corpus Christi. A month ago, on Wednesday, September 13th, while underway aboard my vessel, I collapsed and died. My crew provided CPR for 18 minutes, and I was shocked by an AED that restarted my heart. I was transported ashore by Port Police boat, regained consciousness, and insisted I be brought to Christus Spawn shoreline. I did this because my wife, an emergency room nurse for 16 years, who worked at Memorial and then at Christus Shoreline for a total of 10 years, knows that the best doctors in the city are the ones trained here at Spawn Emergency Medicine Residency Program, and the faculty physicians training them. And sure enough, I was treated at Shoreline's emergency room by faculty attending Kim Leeson and emergency resident doctor Megan Cook and Belleen Knutson. They identified the widowmaker heart attack I was having and sent me into the cath lab within minutes. 4 hours later, I was recovering in ICU and able to joke with my family. Because I'd received the very best emergency care available here in Corpus Christi. Because of them, my wife is not a widow. My children have a father. And I continue to be able to raise my children and respond to oil spills and other emergencies in Corpus Christi Bay and beyond. But now, Spawn has decided to prioritize money over providing excellent emergency services. Above providing a steady stream of excellent emergency room doctors who choose to remain in Corpus Christi and serve our community, Spawn prioritized money above continuing to attract and retain the best faculty possible to not only train these new ER docs, but also provide world-class medical care around the clock. That means they want to get rid of Dr. Kim Leeson, Dr. Megan Cook, and Dr. Belleen Knutson in hope that they can what? Make more money? In other ways, save a buck? And so I ask you to apply pressure on the Spawn executives to reconsider what will undoubtedly be a disastrous decision for the city. I beg you to take a strong stand for the health, safety, and well-being of every Corpus Christi resident and against the closure of Spawn's Emergency Medicine Residency Program. I thank you for your time and attention, and thank you to all the doctors, nurses, techs, and others who had a hand in me being alive here today to address my council.
Thank you, Mr. Kibble. Ajit, David?
Ajit David, 5821 Ocean Drive. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City staff, and friends. I think I covered everybody in this room. Good afternoon. From public safety to infrastructure improvements, I would like to commend City Council and the City Manager's team for the level of excellence that you have set over the last 4 years or so. Great job. Today, however, I'm speaking on behalf of many residents of this community, deeply concerned about Proposition 8 and a very expensive 329-page report prepared by a Chicago-based consultant that has been cited numerous times by the few proponents of this hasty proposal. In November of 2022, Chicago-based Hunden Strategy Partners released a 329-page study covering the American Bank Convention Center, renovation, a headquarters hotel, etc. This is the third such study that I have seen, and the results are no different from similar economic impact studies which are often used to justify massive convention center spending and subsidies with vague unreliable, and upbeat projections that almost never pan out. I'm among a few who actually read the report and understand exactly why it got City Council excited. $13.9 billion in net new spending and $6.4 billion in net new earnings. Even a city such as Houston would be lucky to realize such numbers. To achieve these projections, the recommended development investment is estimated at $725 million, of which over 67% would be through the city's investment. To appease the supporters of this massive subsidized project, the study cited that we are losing business to Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, etc., and that the American Bank Convention Center was a top tourist attraction in 2019, well ahead of our beaches. That was on page 57 of the report. Last week, I was emailed a copy of a letter serving as a voice of many of the hoteliers in Corpus Christi against Proposition A. Among others, the letter addressed concerns such as lack of input from hoteliers, addition of 600 plus city subsidized rooms in the market affecting the daily rate, a repeat of Schlitterbahn style grants and mistakes, and city bailouts if the project were to hit economic challenges. This letter, dated October 10th, 2023, was written by the current chair of the Board of Visit Corpus Christi. I'm happy to share a copy or make it public for you all. Convention business goes against fundamental business principles that I know of. You have to pay, incentivize, and heavily subsidize groups to come and visit you. There is no convention center hotel that I know of that can stand on its own. If any city wants to capitalize on tourism, it is not the best idea to throw money on a large, fancy, barn-like structure. A city's true asset is its public spaces, art, small businesses, restaurants, nightlife, etc., and the beach in our case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajit. Joshua Tijerina? I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask again, if there is no applauding or outbursts, so if we can please hold the council decorum, it's much appreciated.
Afternoon, Council. Joshua Tijerina, 5506 Woolridge Road. My comments at this moment have absolutely nothing to do with any items on today's agenda. I am only speaking to visit Corpus Christi and nothing else, as I and we are once again calling for Visit Corpus Christi to be audited in order to make their financials and expenses public. They need to be reviewed since they are using multiple sources of public tax dollars. In the past week, I have talked to a few of you. Some of you have reached out to me. 2 of you has said that we need to do this. So I'm hoping some of you also speak up among each other to review the financials of Visit Corpus Christi, because we're not going to let this go. I want you to know that. This will not go anywhere. This request will keep coming. And for anybody who questions my merit, because I have been told that I am speaking for myself, please understand that I would not have a job today if I was misrepresenting anybody or anything. So again, we are calling for an audit into the Visit Corpus Christi organization to make their financials and expenses public. And please remember that at this time, they are using 2 sources of public funding of tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tijerina. Dr. Eds Garcia?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Ed Garcia. I live at 1009 Delta Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. As a physician, I've been in practice for over 40 years now. 26 years of it has been here in Corpus Christi. I used to work at the, I hate to say it, but it's old Christa Spahn Memorial Emergency Room. A lot's happened since then, and we have state-of-the-art, fantastic, academic-based emergency medicine in this town since I was last at Memorial Hospital. I've got a little bit of a different perspective to share with you about the potential closing of the emergency room residency training program, and I beg of you that this not happen. I head up a small, what I like to think of as a boutique elite group of occupational medicine doctors. My group is on call 24 hours a day, 365 days a week for emergencies, small and large, that occur up and down Refinery Row. These emergencies can involve something minor, a sprain, a strain. They can also involve a loss of limb. They can involve near death. They can involve all sorts of critical medical problems. I take this program for granted. And the reason I take it for granted is I worked here. The residency program was a huge boon for it, and it brought the emergency medical services, our emergency room, up from a medium-sized southern Texas town into a big-time, passionate, evidence-based, precise, and academic organization. My medical group takes call 24/365, and we've come to rely on the emergency room to take our patients. We help them with administrative issues. We help them with medical issues. We enable a swift return to work if that is possible. But really, who I'm wanting to represent here are the places I work. Chemical refineries, petroleum refineries, chemical plants, scaffold workers, heavy machinery, contract workers. Kiewit Offshore Services Ingleside, Chemours, which is the old DuPont. My group takes 24-hour call for OxyChem, Valero, Citgo, and we are closely associated with the Flint Hills refinery. So I'd like to speak for my old and treasured colleagues, but I'm also representing the workers of Corpus Christi, the industrial workers who are the backbone of our community. They deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Michael Halpert.
Mayor Guajardo, members of the council, Mr. Zanoni, and fellow Corpus Christians, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Michael Halpert, 245 Rosebud Avenue.
Raise your mic up. There you go.
Too tall.
78404.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Council District 2 and a recently retired physician and surgeon. In the 40 years since I graduated from medical school in San Antonio, I've spent 9 years as a military physician, 2 decades in private practice, several years as medical school faculty at Texas Tech, and most recently I was a trauma surgeon at Shoreline Hospital until I retired in March of this year. And I know how difficult it is to run a successful physician training program. I simply cannot believe that Corpus is losing this residency. This residency is a gem, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen a lot of places, and this is the best training program I have ever seen. It attracts physicians from around the country, the top young physicians, and has a reputation that other programs envy. I worked with these presidents every single day during my 5 years at the Shoreline Trauma Program, and I could not have produced the quality of work that I did without them. Corpus and South Texas are short of physicians, and the best determinant of where a young physician will go into practice is the location where he or she trained. Most cities would be delighted and proud to have a program like the one that Shoreline is closing. We're just letting it close it down. That's incredible. Trauma service at Shoreline was surveyed by the American College of Surgeons in January of this year. The surveyors, who are hard to impress, commented on the unusually high degree of teamwork and cooperation between the emergency medical staff and the trauma surgeons. This is entirely due to the enthusiastic participation of these residents in the trauma program. Without these residents, the quality of trauma care will suffer, and the care that Dr. Garcia and so many other of my colleagues mentioned will be degraded. I urge the mayor and council to use their influence and assistance to help reverse this short-sighted decision that was made by Shoreline administrators without any input from stakeholders. Please preserve this vital resource for the people of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and South Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Dr. Halbert. Dr. Carl Serrano.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Mrs. Zanoni. My name is Dr. Carl Serrao. I'm a pediatric intensive care physician at Driscoll Children's Hospital, and I've been part of the Corpus Christi community for the past 30 years, and I'm a clinical professor with the University of Texas Medical Branch. I'm here to speak in support of the city and our hospital district maintaining the emergency room medicine residency program. Let me tell you, I have been here long enough to know what it was like before and what it is like today. And it is a night and day experience that our citizens of our city and our community experience the high quality of care since that residency program came into being. Prior to that, it was not uncommon for me to get phone calls for transfers of kids coming from our emergency rooms in our community, and those kids did not get the appropriate care. There were delays in care, or improper care was delivered. We don't see that today, because those physicians, and I will tell you, I've trained every single one of them since the residency program, and a lot of them are attendings in our community, got that education experience at Driscoll, and they take care not just of our indigents that are part of our hospital district and our other community members, but also of our children. So the downstream impacts are going to be huge. The minute the residency program closes, you will see an exodus of talented physicians. And let me tell you, today, our community is facing a workforce shortage of physicians. We cannot attract physicians to our city. And what has been said before, and you heard it with folks speaking, is that those of us that train in this community stay in the community. I am an example of that. And you heard many examples of that today. If we lose the residency program, we are probably going to have our level 2 trauma center, which is Spawn Christus, probably in jeopardy. We do not need a residency program to support it, but very often that pipeline of physicians that you're going to need comes out of that residency program. It attracts talent. So not maintaining that residency program may put our whole availability of trauma service in our community at risk. And let me end this by giving you a story. Just a few weeks ago, I got a phone call from an emergency room for a young lady who was in diabetic coma. And I would tell you, the person that was at the other end of that call was a Spawn ED trained physician, and he did a fantastic job in helping save that child's life. So let's not make the mistake of letting a great opportunity go by. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Southerly.
My name is Rachel Southerly. I live at 312 Pierman Place. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Rachel Southerly. I am the wife of the medical director for the emergency department at Christus Spawn Shoreline. I'm here today on behalf of the Christus Health Texas A&M Emergency Residency Program. I have watched this drama unfold from the sidelines, and it is clear to me that this decision to close down the emergency residency program was made behind closed doors between only a handful of people. I will not speculate on their motives. I will share that my husband, the medical director for the emergency department at Shoreline, which is the largest hospital in Corpus Christi and the primary site for the residency program, was not involved in a single conversation prior to this decision being handed down. This is seemingly in direct conflict with the published vision statements and values on the Christus Health website, where it states, Christus Health, a Catholic health ministry, will be a leader, a partner, and an advocate in the creation of innovative health and wellness solutions that improve the lives of individuals and communities so that all may experience God's healing presence and love. If these individuals were truly working with this vision in mind, they would have brought the leaders of emergency department and the residency program to the table to discuss any long-term financial concerns they might have imagined. Additionally, Christus Health claims 5 core values: dignity, integrity, excellence, stewardship, and compassion. The administrators involved in attempting to close down the program have seemingly ignored these values. I'm going to briefly highlight the stewardship value, which is defined as wise and just use of talents and resources in a collaborative manner. I would like to repeat that. Christus Health values a wise and just use of talents and resources in a collaborative manner. This emergency department and emergency residency program is exactly that, a group of very talented doctors extending the healing ministry of Jesus Christ. The residency program is an incredibly important resource to Shoreline Hospital and, an extension, the residents of Corpus Christi. Why then was there no collaboration with the department or any other key stakeholders when this idea of shuttering the program was first being discussed? In my humble opinion, this decision was made outside of the framework of the Christus Health vision and values. And if those involved had operated within that framework, they would have behaved differently, and we would not have to be petitioning you here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Southerly. Lonnie Schwerlitz? Did I say that wrong?
Mayor and Council, Dr. Lonnie Schwertlich. I'm born and raised in Corpus Christi. Our family's been here since like the late 1800s, so I'm a local resident for many, many years. I am probably one of the oldest ER physicians, board-certified ER physicians in the state of Texas in the United States, been practicing for 43 years. I've watched the evolution of emergency care develop over the years, and I've watched Corpus Christi struggle for many, many years trying to get the best care possible here. I actually was the medical director of Christi Spawn Shoreline in the days before the residency was there, and then as the residency started coming on, and saw the drastic effect. One of the things that everybody here needs to understand, and I'm talking for all my family and friends, my local community, the most important thing in an emergency is how fast you get that care and how appropriate and focused that care is. And the way you get that is by specialized training in emergency medicine. That you don't get in a small town, in most small towns. In this small town, we have been blessed with an emergency program started up by Christus Spawn, and so I commend them for all the work they've done in the past. We will get over this bump. There's something that's happened that we need to take care of, and we need to fix it. So one of the other things that everybody needs to understand is the faster you get that care, the better your end result is, the more likely you're going to survive that, and that depends on the expertise of those people in there. It also has to do with access, how fast you get that care, so that fast care is dependent on how many people are there. They staff, back in the days when I was the medical director for the site, we would have one physician at night and 2 nurse practitioners. In the day, we'd have 2 emergency room physicians, and these were just plain ER physicians like me, board certified or not. At the present time, they have 2 attendings who are specialized experts in emergency medicine teaching those residents, and you have 3 residents in there at the same time, or sometimes 4, so as many as 6 in there, as well as those nurse practitioners. That determines how fast you get that care and whether you survive. The other thing that we saw in the old days is we never could attract good specialists to this area. And the reason for that is most people found out if they came to our ER that they would get, it would take sometimes 12 to 24 hours to get seen. So the smart people, knowing that they needed care quicker than that, would drive to San Antonio, Victoria, Houston to get that care. So we'd lose that patient volume that would help keep the other specialists in this area. So like neurosurgeons, cardiologists, trauma surgeons, the people that you also need in the second tier after that emergency is treated. Those people would come here, find out that in 2 years' time, after their subsidized practice was ending with the hospitals, they couldn't make it because all the paying patients were going to bigger cities away from us. By starting this program here, by getting that faster care, what you've done is you've retained those patients been able to support a much better staff outside of the emergency room. So the global effect of this is tremendous. We have to figure out a way of handling this, and it can be done. Let's just do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Jennifer Bray.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Bray, 618 Delmar. I'm here as a spokesperson on behalf of 7 local grassroots nonprofit organizations who are committed to protecting our environment and our bay. I'm also a Houston native who moved here to Corpus Christi to escape industrialization, air pollution, and to live close to the water. I've called Corpus Christi home for 20 years now. I was present for the desalination presentation today at the Port of Corpus Christi. One word comes to mind: boondoggle. I implore this council to stop pouring dollars into a fool's proposition. If the city had spent even a fraction of the money spent on desalination, including the associated legal battles, and instead invested that same dollars into fixing our aging infrastructure, we would have already enhanced our available water supply. I don't even believe it's even known how much water we lose to leaking pipes and water main breaks. It's substantive. I think Mr. Molly will confirm that. There are so many other sustainable water solutions the city should be pursuing. I encourage you to reach out to Dr. Robert Mace with Texas State University. He is a very knowledgeable expert about truly sustainable water solutions. Make no mistake, desalination in a closed bay, in an estuary the EPA has deemed one of national significance, is simply not feasible. Any such desalination will kill our bay, full stop. Pay attention to the science. And finally, focus on the residents you have been elected to serve, not industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bray. Adam Rios.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm actually, I don't know, after hearing all that, I'm going to cut my time short here really quickly. Years ago, my mother lost her physician, as well as our dear friend of ours who was an anesthesiologist, to lawsuits that were happening against doctors. I don't know if anybody remembers that a long time ago. Doctors were fleeing this area because of frivolous lawsuits that were being brought to them. Watching that, and I saw what ended up happening as a result of losing some specialists and doctors, gave me a deeper fond respect for the medical community. So I'm not going to talk about skateboarding. I'm not going to talk about anything of that today. Clearly, there's a large voice that's being spoken here, and I hope I don't get this wrong, but the emergency room medical residency program seems to be a pretty vital part of this community. I don't know why Spawn Hospital did what they did. I'm not a politician. I'm not on their board. I don't know what caused that, but if they're getting public funds, maybe it's time to figure out how we withdraw that without doing damage, or maybe using some of this money that's out there right now that we're trying to find programs to invest in and direct that money into these doctors who are here before you. I'm going to cut my time short in case there's other doctors. I'd rather them get a chance to talk than me today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. John Hendricks.
.622 Texas Avenue, John Hendricks. I was born in Spawn Shoreline, and my advice to our guests would be, please emphasize what you're doing with the VA, because I understand your program is very important to them. I'm retired NCO, United States Army, Bronze Star winner, member of the Sons of Confederates Camp, Sons of Confederate Veterans Camp 713, VFW Post 2397, Cathedral Tower Bell Ringer 2007 to the present. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, 29th of August, City Council meeting. Witnessed the following exchange between the mayor and city manager Zanoni. The topic was the disgraceful surroundings of the Corpus Christi Memorial to the 1919 hurricane victims. Mayor, quote, this is the mayor speaking, "Peter, I think there's a little bit of communication needed between the city and the cemetery itself to say we want to improve the situation because it's the right thing to do," unquote. City manager, quote, "Okay," unquote. On that day, both Councilman Pusley and the mayor sincerely asked the city manager to communicate with the Rose Hill Cemetery and to ask for their cooperation to improve the monument's disheveled surroundings. Well, I visited the monument yesterday. Sad to say, nothing has been done. It's been 2 months now. I think it is fair to ask why. Why has nothing been done? In modern day slang, there is this term, blow off. It means ignore, to show contempt. And with due respect, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, I hope I'm wrong, but I suspect that when it comes to showing simple decency to the hundreds of victims, red, yellow, black, and white, as the song says, buried around and underneath of that monument, I suspect someone is blowing you off. And it's my appeal to you that you find out who that someone is. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. That will conclude our in-person public comment. Ms. Huerta, do we have a WebEx?
Yes, ma'am. The first person is Margaret Duran. Ms. Duran, you ready?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Not very well. Let me see if we can adjust the volume.
Okay. Turn mine up here. Good morning. My name is Margaret Duran, 4022 Congressional Drive. And I'll keep mine short too because you've all been listening to an awful lot today. I wanted just to speak again against the desalination plan because our shallow Corpus Christi, they really would be poisoned by it. And it's too important to let this happen. We have the wealthiest corporations in the world here with Exxon and Cheniere. Why not let them work on this problem? I don't think the taxpayers should have to do this at the risk of increasing our dependence on fossil fuels, at the risk of poisoning the bay. We know that it takes 6 years for that water to move from the bay out to the Gulf. And finally, just listening to the doctors, I'm from a medical family. I remember when Spawn did this to the anesthesiologists, facing some financial problems at the top that or executives who just didn't have the heart to talk to the doctors themselves and just made a unilateral decision. I think listening, this is off point, but listening last night to Lawrence Wright talk about the state of Texas and the lack of leadership, we're putting an awful lot on you as our city council members to try to make up locally for what's lacking at the state level. But we need to get back to compassion and moral clarity and just try to make things better here locally. And let's start by keeping things as good as possible for the future. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Duran. Next, we have Maggie Jackson. I understand her connection, that her call dropped. So I'm going to go ahead and skip to the next person, who is Kathy Fulton. Just for your information, Ms. Fulton is not a Corpus Christi resident, so she'll get 1 minute. Ms. Fulton, are you online?
Yes.
You ready? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kathy Fulton, and I am a member of the Port Aransas Conservancy. I could not attend the port meeting this morning due to a vehicular issue. Anyway, I want to state that on the Pate Dawson stuff and everything, the port intake application that they've submitted is for a facility that would produce 100 million gallons a day, which that 100 million gallon a day facility will not be supported by the still challenged discharge permit, because that discharge permit was for a 50 million gallon a day facility. So port officials have already admitted that the port will have to take the discharge offshore for a 100 million gallon a day facility. Yet there's no mention of the 100 million gallon a day in the Pate Dawson study. And I guess where I'm going with this is, why would the city put all your eggs in one basket? Why would you foolishly split the cost of a $1.3 billion plus facility that doesn't include all the pipelines?
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. Appreciate your time. All right, so Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Peter, we're going to take it back. I think you have one more item.
Mayor, before we move forward, Peter, I just, with respect to public comment today, I would like to request that you personally meet with the CEO of Christi Spawn to find out what exactly is going on. I think we would all agree that for a vibrant, growing, healthy city to move forward, the fact that we have good health care is going to play a vital role in that. And we need to be assured that that will happen.
Yeah. If you'll hold your applause, please. And just for informational purposes, I have reached out to not only the CEO, but the board chair regarding, we know very little, and we obviously know everything you all have commented, but we don't. We know as much as you do, I guess, right, or less. So just know that. So hopefully we're here today, but I know I'll hear back from both. Yeah, thank you for being here, and thank you for your comments.
Yeah, no, Mayor, thank you. But Peter, I think this is important enough. You need to have a face-to-face with the CEO and find out what the heck's going on.
Right, I'll do that, Councilman. I'm surprised they hadn't reached out to us, but no problem. I'll reach out to them.
I know these guys here are sick and tired of hearing me talk about my future past life as a county commissioner, but in that role, we dealt with Christi Spawn on a regular basis because of their association and contractual agreements with the county as it relates to the hospital district. So this is not the first time Christi Spawn has made decisions that we had to question, and I think this is a very important, we need to.
Right, I agree. We'll set something up quickly. Great, and then Mayor, I do have one more item, but I did want to address Mr. Hendricks's comment. So this deals with the Rose Hill Cemetery and the 1919 memorial. We all know that the Rose Hill Cemetery is a private cemetery. It's not the city's. And so Robert Dodd, our Parks Director, does have a meeting with them this Thursday. He'd had another meeting set up already, but they canceled on the city, they being the Rose Hill Cemetery people did. And then the next person they were to meet with was on vacation. And so they do have a meeting set up for this Thursday. But again, it's to address that 1919 memorial, and we'll do that this Thursday. Great, so we have one more item on the city manager report, and Ryan Skrobacek, our intergovernmental relations director, is going to provide the city council with a review of the two trips that council members and others took, and then the one upcoming for legislative, for military advocacy starting this Sunday. So Ryan, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ryan Skrobacek, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. Here in response to the request for information on the trips that we've taken and the advocacy efforts we've been involved in, as well as some of the training. So if we can go to the next slide. This will give you an overview of what was previously discussed at last week's council meeting. and the upcoming trip that was announced that obviously required the cancellation of the conflicting council meeting on that date for the military task force fly-in. We can go to the next slide.
Mayor, excuse me, there was one trip left off of there, and that was a trip to Oklahoma.
That's not, we didn't plan on addressing that one, but that was a few months ago.
Well, I mean, if it's talking about trips taken, it was one that was on there that's being left off.
We can go over that in the next meeting, no problem.
Right.
This, last week, we just talked about these trips, the TML that you were at, and then the advocacy trip to DC, and the second one for military advocacy. Yes, sir, no problem.
So as far as the trips today, we want to start with the CB, the Coastal Bend to DC trip that each year is sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce. Obviously want to thank them for their partnership and all the work that their staff put into that opportunity. It is a unique opportunity for our entire region to come together, and there is a similar event that is held in the CB to ATX, or Austin, Texas, during the legislative session. This trip is an opportunity for Corpus Christi and the city as the largest regional political subdivision to play our role in that capacity and have a seat at the table. It serves the dual purpose of the opportunity to engage with federal policymakers, but also collaborate with our regional partners that attend. You can go to the next slide. We'll review the groups and organizations that attended. So as you can see, it's a very broad representation of organizations across the region that all participated. Of course, all of City Council was invited, and our department and the IGR department resent out invitations to those trips to participate. This broad support, again, is in thanks in part to the Chamber and their efforts to reach out to these various entities. You can see there's higher education, obviously the business community is well represented, and some of our regional partners in the local cities and communities around Corpus Christi. Next slide, please. So these were the meetings, as was requested, that we review, that were held and conducted as a part of this delegation. I want to give a big thanks to Congressman Cloud's office, who's represented here today, for the work that they did. A big shout out to them, because this was a tremendously busy time in the time that we were in DC. The federal government was contemplating the possibility of a federal government shutdown, which obviously constrains the time of congressional officials, and particularly those on the Appropriations Committee, who need to be in those rooms negotiating what those funding packages will be. And so we were blessed to be able to meet, as the entire delegation pictured there, we were blessed to be able to meet with all of those principals themselves. And we do value the staff that we were also able to meet with, but all of these individuals made time to meet with our entire delegation, and I think it was a tremendous opportunity for us to learn about where the federal government shutdown was at that point. Here's some of the priorities of these individuals who came to speak to us, and then share the priorities that council had adopted on your federal agenda that had been previously adopted. So when those opportunities arose, we obviously took the chance to speak up on our priorities as the city of Corpus Christi. The next slide, please. So the Texas Municipal League, which is the association of cities, held their annual conference and exhibition in Dallas a couple weeks ago. It is the largest in-state gathering of municipal officials and municipal service providers in the state, and it really collectively serves as about 2.5 days of education that are important. In the days that you can see the individuals from across the city who attended, including the mayor and council members, managers, IGR, city secretary, and city's attorney's office, but all for a variety of educational opportunities. If you go to the next slide, there's some examples. These were just some of the ones that were pulled that I went to, that I know that other city council members attended. There were over 50 education sessions provided, many of them targeted towards maybe a specialized position. I know the clerks had some of their own education. The city manager actually spoke as a panelist to a pretty full room with several hundred people in it around public engagement and civic public engagement. And there were...
it was actually called the good, the bad, and the ugly.
It was called the good, the bad, and the ugly, yes. about the impacts of civil discord, as you can see on the description there, public engagement has on the morale of staff, elected officials, and the community at large. So Councilwoman actually got up and spoke during that opportunity. So it presents a unique opportunity for yourselves, for staff to engage with your counterparts across the state, share best practices, share initiatives that are ongoing, and learn from each other. This obviously doesn't include the minimum continuing legal education that is provided as well for the city attorneys that attend, and those are important for their licenses. If you go to the next slide, you can see that TML actually honored one of our own, Corpus Christi State Representative Todd Hunter. Chairman Hunter received the Legislator of the Year award, and it was so the Coastal Bend was well represented, as you can see in that picture, and it was an opportunity for him to highlight the work that he did with HB 5 during the legislative session and talk about what it's like to have family member on council and those type of things. And so we were blessed to have the opportunity to be there all together as a region and to have some of our state delegation there as well. So if you go to the next slide, that will bring us to the South Texas Military Task Force, which, as many of you are probably aware, is a committee of the Chamber of Commerce that the city takes a primary role in. The task force is charged with raising the profile of our local military installations and has a pretty remarkable track record of doing so. There are opportunities for us to engage in both quarterly and executive committee meetings. The mayor and the city manager serve on the executive committee. And as such, we work on a number of issues. DEAG funding obviously is something that I've had the opportunity to come in front of the council multiple times for, but just community involvement in the various needs of our installations. And then there are community members who participate on that executive committee level and really lead the charge for some of the ongoing issues that we're seeing at our military bases and making sure we have community support. So here next week, the executive committee, the mayor, myself, and Peter will be traveling to DC as a part of that to, in part, do some of the Capitol Hill visits that take place with military champions. There are a lot of veterans in Congress. There are veterans amongst the Texas federal delegation, some of who have actually taken, as a part of their service, been stationed in Corpus Christi for a period of time. And then also an opportunity to engage with the Pentagon. On the next slide. On the next slide, you should be able to see some of the, okay, there we go. Some of the priorities that we'll be working on. Obviously, Corpus Christi has been demonstrated time and again by the city council as a pro-military city. There are some initiatives specifically that we want to take time speaking with the Pentagon about and Capitol Hill. Those primarily are federal construction. There are certain priorities like the Child Development Center that we know need to be redone and brought up to standard. We do have DEAG projects that are working their way through the military approval process, and anytime that we have the opportunity to speak directly to the Pentagon and stress the importance and timeliness of those, we feel like is a good opportunity to make sure that partnership is working and working well. And then there are two initiatives, the 180-day rule and reform of that, and the transparency on the 50-50 rule, which both would enable the installations here to have greater access to workforce, and on the 50-50 rule specifically, make sure that Army depots like ours are getting the work they're required to by law. So that concludes my presentation.
I've got a question.
Any questions? Yes, Councilwoman.
I don't know which slide it was. It was at the very beginning about the groups that attended the conference at the, and I,
Yes.
okay, right here, the attendings. I don't see the healthcare industry, and it is a huge, like, as we're witnessing now. So I know that's not, the chamber, right, is, was responsible for this trip, but just to point this out, that we, even though the city does have a huge percentage of healthcare workers, I'm just kind of surprised that they are not included in this, what would you call these? Delegation. So just, I noticed it, and I think you can see that it's obviously missing because Christus is, I mean, we still have to hear what actually happened, but just based on the public comment that we're receiving, there's something that needs, and we need to attend to. It needs some attention. And just to the point of Councilman Pusley, that the city does, I mean, we have we contribute, citizens contribute to the medical, what do we call it in the taxes? The hospital district. So yes, we definitely need to be more involved. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I was just going to say, we'll check with the chamber to see if, in fact, they were invited. It could have been they declined to go, but we'll find out and let you know.
Yeah, the
I
chamber-
appreciate that.
The
Yeah.
chamber did publicly advertise it, and I think in several different capacities, so I'm not advised as to why they weren't included
Okay.
or on the trip.
All right.
Councilman Bonetta?
Here, and I might want to mention, Eric Evans with the Corpus Christi Medical Center is, they're a big part of the chamber. So perhaps the item wasn't on the agenda. They're big sponsors of the chamber as well. And then also with TML, and Ryan, you probably didn't know, what is it? I hope this doesn't come across as tooting my own horn, but I was elected as vice president of the Association of Hispanic Municipal Officials.
I did not. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. What is it? It was unanimous. Thankfully, Councilman Hernandez and Councilmember Campos, it didn't seem that they attended, so I feel they're undecided. But
Well, I thought it was just a given.
But nonetheless, but just to mention that, that you have, Rebecca is also on that board, and so you have two representatives from Corpus Christi, which to help to represent it. And a lot of it is for the education of other municipal officials, just specifically to learn about governing. So, but anyway, just wanted to throw that out there.
Sure. The slides didn't detail it, but there's a whole host of
there's a whole bunch of stuff.
sub-associations that all have their annual meeting at that time as well, so.
No worries, no worries. I just.
Okay, and Councilman, I just asked Councilman Hernandez if he actually is a member of the Texas Hispanic Municipal League, and the answer is no.
Anyone else?
So he's still undecided.
Councilman Hunter, that's right.
Thank you, Mayor. When did we learn that the Congress and national government was going into government shutdown?
When did we learn that the possibility was there? They did not, they passed a continuing resolution, and so there was not a shutdown. They avoided that. But that was all happening at the same time that the DC trip was already previously scheduled.
Sure,
So-
I understand that. There wasn't any word from our lobbyists. Our public relations guy did not hear a word about it, when it was going to happen or if it was going to happen anytime before y'all left to DC.
Council member, there was a memo that was distributed that detailed the possibility of what a federal government shutdown would do to the city. And that was something that our staff had worked with departments across the city fairly extensively to compile the estimated impact of what that would be.
Sure.
There hasn't been one of that magnitude for some time, so that was something that was distributed to.
So when was the date that you?
I'll go pull that for you. I
Okay,
don't have it
thank
off the top
you.
of my head. Yes, sir.
And sorry, you're just a person, I should be asking this to Peter, but you got the microphone. And I do want to say I appreciate our federal delegation. I think that they do a good job. And even if we weren't able to go up there and accomplish a lot because of the shutdown, I'm sure they will be thinking about us because they do keep us close. And they come down here and visit us, which is very, very important, and it says a lot about them. Could you go to the TML slide? Who made this presentation, by the way? Who designed it? Without any coaching?
Without any coaching.
There you
Yes,
go.
sir.
Because I was wondering if the mayor had gotten the Texas Municipal League Award. Go to the slide, please, whoever's in charge of it.
Oh.
Oh.
Before I read it, I thought the mayor had gotten it.
Why? 'Cause yeah, he's not in the middle, maybe.
I'm just messing with you. I'm messing with you. But I want to make this clear. I am a supporter, or I have been a supporter of TML in the past. I think that they're great. I've never taken a 1 penny of public dollars, including when we went to China, to go visit some stuff. And I'm not saying that anybody up here is doing anything wrong either, but I just want that to be known because I did not go visit Dad when he got his award. So I apologize, but when you're on council for as long as I have been, you run out of spending money. So,
Understood.
but I just do want to say you're doing a good job, and so is Wendy. Keep listening to her coaching, and try to keep Dad as busy as you possibly can this session.
Will do. I'll let him know who sent me. Thank you, sir.
I still have,
Okay, anyone else? Ms.
well, unless somebody else, but I just wanted to say one other thing about the trip from CC to DC. That was, and I have to make this correction to the public. I was invited. It was early on. I think it was the January, the early emails, and I don't know, just thought, for me, it was like a no, just, I don't know why, but it was a no. So, but just for clarification, this is an annual trip that is usually planned, right? Is that what I'm hearing, right? That
correct.
it's,
Yes, you're correct, Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am.
okay, so it's up to and as far as the public, is aware or should know or need to remind that we only have $3,600 for use of so this type of trip, if we choose to. I mean, there's other things that we could possibly do, but I'm just saying, I'm a working girl or a retired girl, and I knew I was looking as to, no, I don't have that kind of money to attend, but that was just, me. So anyway, just to let the public know that this is something that does happen on a regular basis at the beginning of each year. Is it usually done at the beginning of
I believe they rotated when the next one, I think, I'll have to verify this is coming up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been various times, not necessarily at the beginning of the year, but yeah.
Okay, but the basic premise for this is to just,
It's advocacy to say,
To-
hey, we're Corpus Christi and we want the federal government to know we're here. We need funding, we need military support, we need support on port, logistics, all the businesses that were represented in the other cities. It's to say we're here. If we don't, then the federal government's going to go to the city that does say we're here.
okay, because in the news, that's not what was said.
I missed the story. I don't know
Yeah.
what you said, but yeah.
Yeah, it did say that.
It's an important trip. It's an advocacy trip.
Okay,
to
but the
say-
news reported that it was to gain support for desalination.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, but,
Good point.
yeah, I'm just saying that's what the news reported, but that was not the case.
Yeah, what the
Right?
city took was a copy of the federal agenda that council had adopted.
Right.
And were we just for now, or did we go out there and were we trying to get support from the federal government for desalination, just for clarification?
Not
Did we-
solely, but we did talk to them about all things when it comes to federal government review.
Uh-huh.
So we do many things that need federal government review, Clean Waters Act, the, air, land management use. And so we said that things take too long with the federal government.
Well-
Just simply stated, that's kind of what we said.
Well, one of the things I think that would help the public and me if we sort of had an agenda as to what is the main purpose. I mean, we have so many, just like we have 29 departments, right? In the city. It would have helped like me too if I knew that, maybe one of the issues that the reason that we were going to DC was, let's say, to promote, green jobs or something like protecting the bay or something that would have resonated with me. You know what I'm saying? If we would have had like the top, like what were the top issues that we would have been going for? That would have helped me.
Sure, I think some of the top issues that were discussed, and granted, it varied on who the speaker was. You
Okay.
typically curtail those, but overall permitting reform was necessary, and that was something that was brought up by a lot of stakeholders. So there were only a couple of times where I think the city individuals had an opportunity to speak up. The other was military. There was an opportunity in talking with Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz, about a couple of House amendments that had been added. And then the third is obviously just a general point of federal preemption.
Okay.
And so,
Councilman Bonetta.
Yeah, and Councilmember, if I may add, maybe you and I can chat you can use those dollars those dollars that are in your budget to join the chamber. And that way you can utilize, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Those funds can be used to join the chamber, Rebecca? And so I know, because I'm obviously actively involved, that, you know, a lot of that agenda, you know, the information gets sent out. And, you know, I know also because of being involved in public transportation, that I know the RTA went over there. They had meetings on the Hill as well with regard to their initiative for hydrogen vehicles, electric vehicles. I think you maybe met with Aaron with some of that information. So it's not, I think that's a thing, you know, we go based on certain information that we have, and there's different agendas based on different organizations. But I think that would probably, that might provide some assistance to be able to, if you were to join the chamber. I think on an individual basis, it's a nominal amount that you could use from their budget. And it's a good way to get engaged, to find out what everybody's doing.
And thank you again for mentioning, you know, that that suggestion. But I also, you know, just like right now, John Weber is still here. I know that he leads also the electric car movement here, and if had that been in the agenda, I think that's something that I would have been, you know, interested. But you're right.
Yeah,
I probably
agree,
need
but
to
you gotta
participate.
be-
Yeah, in the
For the chamber to know what it is that they're doing.
I will consider that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
anyone else?
Mayor, if I can also, just so, to address Councilwoman Campos and make sure the record here is straight. So the Chamber of Commerce invites all of their board members, and as Councilman Barrero just mentioned, talks about this at their board meetings. And so the board does include members from both big hospital districts here. So Krista Spahn is on the board, and Doctors Regional has members on the board. So being that they're on the board, we would suggest that they were aware of the advocacy trip. So probably they chose not to go. So
Right.
it's not a case of they weren't informed. Most likely it was a case that they just decided not to go.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Councilman?
Yeah, I knew all about it, and I chose not to go. So that's my prerogative, it's just as it is anybody else's.
Well, I just want to.
But I think it's important that we go up there, especially
Right.
on the federal level, and if we're not up there asking for the help, somebody else will be.
Exactly.
And it's
Right.
interesting to note that the Biden administration now is handing out money to different municipalities for water resources, including desalination,
Right.
and we need to be there to get in line. So I think y'all did a good job. Thank you.
It's about advocacy, so, and the items on an agenda that we're advocating for, so, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Brian. Okay. So that takes us to section H, which is board and committee appointments. Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am. So the board for your consideration today, it's the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. There are 8 vacancies, and they represent the following categories: 1, lodging industry; 2, hotel industry; 2, attraction; 2, at-large; 1, short-term rental industry. Of course, by contract, the Visit Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau, they shall always nominate 1 more individual as an alternate per category than the total of number of positions available. That's for new positions. So appointments are made by the City Council from the list of nominees, and these are nominees provided by the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau Nominations Committee and the Executive Committee as well. So if we can take the reappointments first. The CC, this is a lot of initials, CCCVB is making the following recommendations for reappointment: Devin Botka in the hotel industry, Amy Granberry representing lodging at large, and Jennifer Lita representing at large. And their attendance rates are in your packet.
I move for approval.
Second.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Sure.
About this? I have been wondering about this. I mean, the Visitor Bureau operates as an independent organization. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir, it's a 501c3.
I mean, they receive funding from the city of Corpus Christi.
Right.
So why are we involved in picking their board members?
Because they receive the majority of their funding from the city.
Okay, and I can understand that, but they recommend who they want on the board, and we basically, in most cases, thumbprint it.
We confirm it, right?
And why do they need 14 is it 14 total members on the board?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anybody here that can speak to it. I
They've
know
got
Brett
17 voting members.
17?
17 voting members, 14 are selected directly by the city council.
You know, I mean, why
And
do
then
they
they have
need
9 non-voting
They've-
members.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
Mayor, can I mean, looking at the representation, Mike, it's intentionally diverse, so there's representatives from several different industries. That's part of it, but you're right, it is a large board.
Yeah, and I realize it's diverse, but if you look down through that list, it's not that diverse. I mean, a lot of these people are involved in the same particular thing. I just am curious as to why, number one, they have such a large board, and number two, why it is the city council gets involved in appointing their board members if this organization has a charter separate from us.
It's like the DMD is similar. They recommend and the council has to confirm. So it's similar to that.
Well, I realize there's such thing as an old paradigm too, and just because we've been doing it that way for 30 years doesn't mean that it's, the right way.
Yeah,
But
right. So
I have some real concerns about how this process works.
Yes, sir. Brett Otting.
And I just wanted, it doesn't have anything to do with voting on it, Peter, it just has to do with.
Oh, that's good. I was just going to add that Brett Otting did revamp this a little bit, and I think Councilman Suckley was on the board at the time to actually reduce the number and give it that focus. The diversity is diversity in background, so things like lodging industry and the attraction industry as an example.
I see how hard it is for us to make a decision with 9 of us. I can't imagine with 14 of them, how they ever get anything.
Yeah.
So.
This is a good opportunity, though, to note, because some of the information that's come out about Prop A is about that there's been no hoteliers involved in this. So this is a good opportunity to note that there's several that are from the hotel and lodging industry that are part of it.
Correct. Okay. Yes, Councilman.
Just out of quick curiosity, maybe Rebecca can answer this. Is there a limitation on the number of people that are from outside the city limits? Because there's several.
This one's set up contractually, so the contract does allow,
Is there a limitation on it?
This is set by
Could all the board members be from outside the city limits?
No, I think it's only allowed, I'd have to look at the contract to know for sure, but there are some, that position or one position, the short-term rental one, I think that's allowed to be
Well,
out
no,
of
I
town.
mean, there's several, there's other people that are outside the city limits that are on here, and I just want to understand what's the restriction, or if there is none.
Like I said, it's by contract. I can check on that for you and let you know. But what we have before you now does adhere to the contract. I don't have it in front of me, but I can let you know.
Okay, so just understanding if there's not a limitation, what should that be? I mean, if we're going to have a majority of people on this board that are going to be outside the city limit, then maybe we should call it the Coastal Bend.
Right. No, I think it's
Visit the Coastal Bend, not visit Corpus Christi.
Like I say, I think there is a limitation. I'll get that for you. I don't have it in front of me.
Thank you.
Yeah, and with respect to the size of the board, I would say I think the chamber board's even bigger than this, so just mentioning.
Okay.
So we had a motion and a second on the floor to reappoint Devin Bodka, Amy Granberry, and Jennifer Lita.
Yes, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so next we have, there's that leaves us with 5 vacancies. And the CCVB is recommending the following individuals for new appointments. So I'm going to take them a category at a time. The first one is the hotel industry. So we have one remaining vacancy there, and the nominees are Christoph Kukowitz, forgive me for mispronouncing that. He's the preferred nominee. And then there's Kush Batka, who's the alternate. So did the council have any other nominations for those besides the CCVB?
I'll make a motion to approve the 5 nominations, the 5 preferred nominated candidates from Visit Corpus Christi's board and nominating committee.
Okay, so those would be, in short-term rental, it would be Alex Harris. In the attraction industry, there are 2 nominees, Steve Banta and Zach Jurasek. And in the at-large category, it would be LaToya Rodriguez.
Yes.
So is the
Okay.
council good with that?
Yes, so we have a
I'll
motion.
second that. I'll
And we have a
second.
second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no.
No.
No,
The-
How many noes? Just two?
could do all of them except the at-large.
All but the at-large?
Was nominated
As
altogether,
a,
so, no.
Okay.
3 noes.
3 noes, okay. So we still have the 5 required.
Motion carries.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, and that concludes our board appointments.
Okay. So we're
Peter,
gonna-
I do have one other question, Mayor, related to this group. I've had more than one comment from public about this group having closed-door meetings. Is that true?
That's accurate, Councilman. So prior to Brett's arrival, the meetings were public, anybody could attend. Brett brought what is considered in his business best practice, which is most CVBs have closed meetings for the majority of the year, and then they have one annual meeting where anybody can attend. So he's using that model. It was part of a council amendment to the contract, so not this city council, but the prior city council approved that change after the recommendation and approval of the Visit Corpus Christi Board, and then it came to the city council. So while it is a best practice, we have heard a lot of concern about it. I have personally from some of the major hoteliers here, and Brett and I are in conversations about revisiting that. The reason they're closed is because of potential business dealings, competition where people can come in and get ideas or
Well,
information.
my point would be, look, if they're just talking about general things,
Right.
like we do many times in this council,
Right.
I think it's certainly appropriate to have open meetings. If
Right.
you're going, you can follow the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Right.
If it has something to do with contractual obligations or real estate purchases or
Right.
things of that nature, then it's certainly subject to having a closed-door meeting. But I think having a closed-door meeting at every one of these meetings is not a good idea.
Right, that's
It's
why
not-
Brett and I are revisiting it, Councilman. We have heard, we understand what you're saying and
Okay.
appreciate it, and that's why we're revisiting it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Roy?
Yeah, 2 things on this. In the same line with the open meeting, I think that it's kind of dangerous because as far as somebody going, okay, well, this particular group, we think somebody's there that may want to infringe on our marketing. I think that's really subjective. I really do. And I think that you're right, that they should limit the amount of closed-door meetings. And I don't know if it's the fact that somebody's might take their marketing ideas is a valid reason. I don't see that. The other thing is that I think we need to, as the area grows and we get input from other cities, from other cities like Portland and Ingleside and Aransas Pass and that we may want to, I think it would be a good practice to maybe look at expanding this group and trying to get something more on a coastal level, because I do believe, especially with the people that have come out and talked about Proposition A, that we need more input. And we need certainly more input than just, because their business is affected by us. And I think that it would be appropriate to try and get and expand that. We have to start thinking about us as a region and try to make decisions as a region as opposed to just being in a silo.
Okay, good point, Councilman. I'll bring that up with Brett as well. Brett Otting.
Councilman?
But aren't the EDCs closed meetings as well? I mean, there's multiple EDCs.
I think you're right, Councilman. I think the Regional Economic Development Corporation meetings are closed meetings. Yeah.
I mean, I mean, I used to serve on a ton of, I shouldn't say a ton, I served on probably 3 city-appointed boards. And, I mean, if anybody wants to get on them, I mean, they just have to be actively engaged. And, I mean, there are some of their recommendations. I think in the last appointments that we had, there was someone that was appointed that wasn't a Visit Corpus Christi recommendation.
I can't hear you.
Oh, my apologies. I'm just saying that, number one, the EDCs are closed meetings. Number two, the process about getting appointed is being actively engaged. And, that's what happened when, I mean, I was engaged in 3 different boards where I had a city appointment. And, I mean, we just need to communicate that out there. I mean, everybody has a shot, just like anybody else. And in the last time we made appointments, there was somebody that was not a recommendation of the, there was someone that was not a recommendation. Yeah, there's two of them that were not a recommendation of this body. I mean, we appointed them. So I don't think, I mean, I guess those are just my points. I said the system that we have and the fact that they're not public, I think, and then with I think they were audited 2020, 2019, 2020, or
Right,
no,
that's
maybe
right.
2018, 2019.
Right.
So, Visit Corpus Christi. So.
Financial audit, Councilman? or-
Yes, sir. Yeah, they were audited by the city auditor at the time.
Okay, yeah, right. That was a more, right,
Yeah,
comprehensive.
it was
audit.
very comprehensive, and we made a lot of changes as a result of that, and that's what we
Right.
put.
But there's actually a third-party audit that's done every year,
Financial.
Okay.
financial audit.
And don't we receive quarterly financials?
Yeah, Brett reminded me that the city council, and we're going to resubmit that to the council through Brett, receives a quarterly financial report. We heard comments that the finances are.
We all receive right.
Right, it's a public record.
Right.
So quarterly, Visit Corpus Christi gives this governing body their
Right.
financials every quarter.
And you and the mayor are both part of the executive committee, correct?
Me and the mayor are both part of the executive committee and the
that
full
was as
committee.
a result of the new contract. I think that's the contract that we voted on. And
Right.
I think, Gil, were you a big part of that? Because I know you wanted to make some changes.
Who, me?
No, Gil. Well, I know, I'm sorry. It's just you're always part of trying to make changes, so that's.
Can I make one more
Yes,
comment?
sir.
That was,
Councilman
that was
Sully.
done before. I mean,
Councilman,
that-
hold on just a
Yeah,
second.
before you were the audit committee. Yeah.
We've kind of gotten off in the weeds here a little bit, but just again on the communication part and the size of the board, I think we all should remember that the TPID was established last summer, and there's a whole separate TPID board that shares a lot of the same information, if not the same information, that's made up entirely of hoteliers. So, no, those are again Corpus Christi
Local.
hoteliers. So.
Thank you, Councilman Zeckley.
And I don't,
Yes, Councilman.
and I understand the reason why the EDC has closed meetings. I mean, they're typically dealing with real estate deals and competitive situations where we're competing with other places for industry or businesses. And so I can certainly understand that. But I don't know. I just think that with respect to Visit Corpus Christi, need to look at that. And Peter, I don't know what
We're going to look at
I
it,
don't know where the
Councilman.
line in the
Right.
sand ought to be, but
Yeah.
we've had, and I don't know anything about this group you're talking about, Dan, and I apologize for not knowing anything about them, but the group of hotelers.
TPID.
but- What's it called?
The TPID,
TPID.
the Public Improvement District for hotels.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was approved by city council about a year ago,
yeah.
last
So
summer.
Peter, why don't you have that conversation? I know you said you were already
Yeah.
planning on it, and then maybe come back to us and give us some little outlook on why Brett,
It's
not
worth
Brett,
it, right.
the best practice. It was based on best practice, so I think we need to kind of have a little briefing on that. Councilwoman?
Just one quick comment on the EDC. We also contribute, right? The city
Yes, we do.
contributes, so
Right.
it's, so
700,000.
either we, I think, well, we should definitely discuss that, because if we're contributing, why shouldn't the public then be involved in the process? I mean, I'm just saying, that
Okay.
if we're going to do it for one, let's do it for both.
Right, the board includes the mayor, myself, and the board, council member, or mayoral appointee on the economic development. But we do provide 700,000, Councilwoman, 700,000 annually to that entity.
Okay, moving on, we're going to go ahead and just approve the consent agenda. We'll pull items, we'll break for lunch. We have one executive session item in lunch, and then we'll come back. So, council members, would anyone like to pull anything for individual consideration, items 7 through 16?
Motion to approve the consent agenda item, please.
Great, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. So we are going to go into executive session on item number 23 and to lunch, per Texas Government Code Section 551.
Item 24, Mayor.
Wait. We just passed it.
No, item 24 is the e-session, just for
Oh,
clarification.
you're asking, oh, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I
Okay.
just wanted to clarify. It's
Oh, this
24.
is 20. Is this the right one?
Agendas
Okay.
say two different things.
All right, so the board will go into executive session on item number 24 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. We're going to hear public hearings, items 17 through 19, and then we'll jump over to our briefing, item 23. Then we'll go to our individual consideration items. So item number 17 is a public hearing on certain projects authorized under Chapters 501 and 504, Texas Local Government Code, that the Corpus Christi Business and Job Development Corporation, a Type A Economic Development Corporation, proposes to undertake in the city of Corpus Christi if the reauthorization of certain Type A sales taxes are approved at an election to be held on November the 7th of 2023, as ordained by and for the purposes stated in ordinance number 033130.
Good afternoon, Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. So today, this is a public hearing. There is no action to be taken by council, but by statute, it is required when we go to election to have the public hearing on the proposed projects. Next slide, please. So, there's been a lot of talk about Proposition A. So what Proposition A is that it is a reallocation, not a tax increase, of existing 1/4 cent sales tax that is currently being used for the arena and the seawall. And then we're recommending some different uses for it to expand that use. So what those uses would include would be repairing and maintaining the integrity of the seawall, improving original parks, fixing commercial and industrial streets, attracting new flight destinations to and from Corpus Christi, repairing, renovation, and improving the Salina Auditorium, Arena, and Convention Center, and possibly incentivizing private sector developers to build and operate a convention center hotel. Proposition A, like I said, does not involve any type of increase in current tax rates. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned today, the 1/8 cent we have is allocated to the arena only, and 1/8 cent is allocated to the seawall only. What the Proposition A does is it expands the uses from not only the arena and the seawall, but also the parks, streets, airport, arena, Salina Auditorium, Convention Center, and private convention hotel. There's been a lot of questions on, is this taking funding away from other items? The city has been very fortunate in the fact that as our economic development has, our growth has increased, so have the sales tax collections. So the sales tax collections for both the arena and the seawall purposes have far exceeded what was originally estimated for the debt service for these two projects. So in the arena, the debt service was budgeted or forecasted at about $3.5 million. For the seawall was about $2.8 million. As of our budget for 2024, the collections on sales tax is budgeted at $8.9 million for each of these. So not only is there continuing funding for these two purposes, but then we want to go ahead and be able to utilize these funds for other purposes that are in need. There's also been a lot of questions on why there's not specific percentages applied to these. We have minimal amounts. So as it stands right now in the election ordinance, a minimum of 5% per year will be allocated to parks. A minimum of 5% per year will be allocated to the convention center complex, which does include the seawall, and a minimum of 5% per year would be allocated to streets. A maximum of 5% will be allocated for uses at the airport. One of the things is we always learn from what we have done in the past, and so right now within our Type B, we do have a challenge with having funds that are specifically allocated that we're not able to use. We did see this with the seawall and for the arena, where we accumulated monies within those funds and have now put that money to use for different projects within the marina, within the water gardens, within the museums that are along the seawall, along with continuing to do upgrades and improvements at the arena. Next slide, please. So delving in a little bit more to seawall protection, City Council took action at the last meeting to create an endowment of a minimum of $14 million, which will exist at the expiration of the existing sales tax. This will be utilized for large projects or any type of emergencies that may exist. Just like we've done with with Packery Channel, we will work with our engineering department to determine annual funding for ongoing routine and capital maintenance. We will work with them to decide what is an appropriate budgeted amount for each year and make sure that our seawall continues being protected and maintained properly. Next slide, please. Within our regional parks, the reallocation of these spendings will allow to be able to apply within our regional parks. Our 10-year master plan has identified over $100 million in potential parks improvements in these 7 regional parks. By reallocating these funding to regional parks, this provides a dedicated funding source in addition to general fund and general obligation bonds to accomplish those items laid out within our 10-year master plan. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. And this is the map of the regional parks. They are spread across the city, all the way from Labonte Park up near Cal Allen area down to Commodore Park on North Padre Island. Next slide, please. And then looking at streets improvements. Streets have been a major focus of City Council over the last several years, and the needs will always exist. But this will provide dedicated funding for those planned and special projects that support economic development across the city. Next slide, please. The new direct flights, this also keeps coming forward as an issue or a challenge that we had within the city. The new Proposition A will allocate funding to help support attraction of new direct flights to and from the city, along with any capital improvements that are needed to support those new direct flights to and from the city. Next slide. And finally, the Salina Auditorium, the arena, the convention center, in addition to possibly a built, owned, and operated public sector hotel. This will allow funding to go to not only our arena, but also the Salina Auditorium and the convention center. We've talked a lot about the needs at the convention center. Right now, we have over $60 million worth of improvements that need to be done. This will create a dedicated funding source that can be used not only in the arena as it is now, but the convention center and the Salina Auditorium. If City Council chooses to move forward with a convention center hotel, this is something that can be utilized as a portion of the funding for that convention center hotel, but the hotel would not be built, owned, or managed by the city.
So just to repeat that, so the hotel, if incentivized, would not be built by, would not be owned by, would not be built by, would not be owned by, or run by the city. Is that right?
That is correct. We would partner with a private sector developer, management company to own, operate, and manage and build the hotel.
Okay, and the incentives would be for construction incentives?
Yes, it would be for construction for those amenities that would benefit our hotel, benefit the convention center. So those may be expanded ballrooms, it may be expanded meeting spaces. The intention behind the expansion to be able to include the convention center hotel along with the hotel convention center along with the hotel would be that the Type A funding would primarily be used for the expansion of the convention center, and we would utilize other funding sources like the TERS or the 10-year rebate program, where we can utilize the state rebate of the state sales tax, hotel occupancy tax, to be able to fund the city's investment in the hotel. Next slide, please.
I have some questions on that, but I'm gonna wait till you're done.
Sure.
I'd like to go after Mr. Pusley.
Okay.
Okay. The next couple of slides are just where more information can be found. The city does have a dedicated website with our materials for Proposition A. It does include frequently asked questions along with a brochure that has a lot of the things that I just included in my presentation. We do have several videos describing what Proposition A is, and there's a lot of information out there that can be readily available. So,
Does that conclude your?
that does conclude. I'm sorry. That does conclude
Yeah.
my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Pusley. Pusley. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Heather, so I want to be sure I'm clear about this on the spending minimums and maximums.
Yes.
So when we say there's going to be a minimum of 5%, is that per year?
Yes, annually.
Spent on the individual items? That means that if we bring in, and I'll just use a ballpark number, if we bring in $10 million, we're going to take and divide that up in 5% increments and spend it on the things that we talked about.
Those items would have a guaranteed amount. That's not the maximum amount that could be spent on those things, except for the airport, but a minimum amount. So each year, no matter what other projects are going on, a minimum of 5% of the annual revenue would go specifically to parks, specifically to streets, and then specifically to the convention center.
And what if we say, well, we don't really need to spend any money on that project this year?
Well, because that is included in the election ordinance, and that is what the voters will be voting on, we are obligated to spend 5%, or I guess allocate. That doesn't necessarily have to be spent. It could be saved and put into a larger project, but it has to be allocated to those specific
So would we
uses.
put that into a fund balance, or would we do like the old government joke is, if you don't spend it this year, you may not have it next year? So we would go invent something to spend it on.
I can't answer that question. We would most likely, as from an accounting perspective, we would most likely set up separate buckets for the money to go into, and it would maintain in those buckets until it is spent for those specific purposes.
Okay, because those are the kind of questions I'm receiving is,
Sure.
okay, what are we going to do if we decide we don't need to spend that particular amount of money? And I see the bond counsel guy just jumped up, and he can't wait to correct me on something here, I'm sure.
Clay Benford, representing the city as bond counsel. Councilman, your question is a good one, but this would actually be a contract with the voters. And as Heather said, you would have the allocated amount each year, and your hypothetical would be $500,000 would go into the parks proposition, for example. You as the council have the ability to determine whether or not you spend $500,000 that year. If you don't spend $500,000 that year, it accumulates in a balance in a dedicated fund to be spent in the future, or it will be added in the next year, assuming the same $10 million with another $500,000.
Right.
You could collect money over time for a larger project. You could collect and save a portion of it as you try to grow into something that you have in mind, but you're not obligated to spend it, but it will be allocated to that purpose with spending discretion reserved for the council.
So we would have fund balance accounts for each particular bucket, okay.
And that would be what we do with Type B right now. So with Type B, half of that is allocated, 50% of the revenue collected annually is allocated to economic development purposes. 500,000 is allocated to affordable housing, and then a half minus $500,000 is put into for streets. And so we maintain separate buckets for those,
Okay.
And utilize them for those specific purposes.
Okay, so now I want to move to the minimum of 5% that we have, or maximum 5% on the airport.
Yes.
So have we delineated what we want? If we come up with a specific set of goals that we want to try to utilize that money for?
Within the contract with the voters, we say for new destinations to and from.
Okay, I understand that it's for new destinations, but what are we talking about putting in place? And I don't know if our airport director is still here or not.
I'm not sure if they're still here.
There he is, back there.
It would most likely be within those minimum revenue guarantees for us to attract flights to get those new airlines here. We normally have to put up a minimum revenue guarantee.
So I'm thinking in terms of, Kevin, do you have any infrastructure issues you've identified that you need to put in place, or?
We have not. It would only be for new airline service. So let's just hypothetical, an airline says, look, we'll come serve your community, but we're going to need help with common use self-ticketing equipment. We're going to need help with new striping because we don't have it striped for their type of airplane.
Okay.
We would use those type of funds. We'd go to the Type A board and explain why we want to use it, and then they would determine whether we get the funds or not.
Okay. Okay. And so the fact that you have that set as a maximum, are we again going to set up a bucket that money would accumulate each year as well?
So actually, the wording in the measure, which is the contract with the voters, says a maximum or as needed. And so if there is not a need for it that specific year, then we would not allocate any money to those, to the airport.
Okay, would we then at that time move that money over to one of the other buckets if we needed to?
We could, because remember, these are just minimums. So out of 100%, you've got 3 purposes that have a minimum of 5%, so that leaves 85% that can be allocated to any of those purposes. So if the airport doesn't use we don't need to allocate for 5%, it's open for any of the other 3 uses.
Okay. Okay, I guess my final question is, do we see this having a negative impact with respect to our regional parks? Of saying, okay, we have this money that we're going to allocate to these parks, but because we're doing that, we're not going to put any money into, for example, in our last bond package that we passed, we had money in for improvements in different parks.
Sure.
Is that going to negate our position of doing that in the future?
Great question. That actually would be up to City Council. So City Council works on what is recommended for the bond packages. I would think, if anything, in my personal opinion, it would benefit the other parts, because what it would do is that now you have a designated funding source for the larger parks, for those larger amenities,
Right.
which then opens up capacity within either a GO bond or within just parks operating budgets to then focus on some of the smaller parks for those smaller amenities.
Yeah, can I add to that, Councilman? So I would say the answer is no. We're not going to underfund in other areas. Our park system needs a lot of financial help. We need more swimming pools, like the one we're doing at Bill Witt. We need a lot of amenities and a lot of our.
That's not going to help your case with me, when you talk about additional water features.
Yeah, right, well, I'm talking swimming pools, but we need a lot of amenities. So this will augment. And we should try to add in those other areas in our bond programs, in our general fund operating budget. So it would be in addition to the existing revenues.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Heather, could you bring your presentation up one more time? I had another question there, but I need to go back and refresh. I think it was just before your final slide, maybe.
On this one.
Okay, yeah, back up one. I don't know. I'm sorry. I had a really good question and I lost it, but I'll come back to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hunter, did you have?
Yeah, yes, ma'am,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. I don't know where to start on this. I think that there's a lot of good here, and I think that we're trying to achieve a lot of good. I do feel, like most, that we have rushed it, especially after talking to all the community groups. Now, I know it's too late to suggest this, and I know I'm going to hear the "I told you so's" from Gil Hernandez in the next week or two. But is there any if this fails, we will have to spend so much money educating the public and meeting with the public to redesign this for the following year just so that it doesn't fail by default. And that concerns me, and it should concern everybody. Is there any way that we could prevent, for example, I really don't want to discuss this, but if this is true, then that means our city manager took a position. This morning on the radio, were those words really mentioned? Because we've been getting messages from all over the community about
They were in context with talking with the radio show host, Bob Jones. So there's a bigger context to it. So
Okay.
I was confirming something he was alluding to on his comments.
Okay, good, because
Right.
I don't know if we need to make an apology, because you represent all 9 of
Right.
us.
Yes, sir.
And then by also stating that, though, we are taking a position.
Well, the city council has a 9-0 vote, yes. to
That's
put this on the
correct, but
ballot.
not for campaign purposes. In fact, that's against the rules.
Right, well, the council can campaign on this as long as they're not at the city council dais or using right.
So I guess what I'm trying to find is some sort of excuse that we can get this postponed to next November. But after talking to Miles, is this correct, Miles, that this is quite impossible? It's too late to do, especially since we don't have a council meeting next week?
You're probably too late to alter it. I'm happy to defer to Clay here, and we have generally referred all election questions to Clay because he has to defend any debt issuance.
Unfortunately, I have to answer your question that it is too late, and it's not just a legal issue. There are very limited opportunities that you have to cancel an election under state law. The practical issue is that ballots are being printed and machines are being programmed as we are about to enter into early voting. And you can't logistically, we have this question, well, who's going to challenge my cancellation of an election, which is sometimes a fair point. So you'll see some elections be canceled shortly after they've been called. But once you have ballots printed and machines programmed, particularly as we're at the precipice of beginning early voting, we can't unring that bell. So there's a practical element to this that my advice to you is no, you cannot.
So your advice is to us that no, we cannot.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean that we can't.
Well, you cannot coordinate with your elections administrator in a way that would take that off the ballots that have been printed and programmed.
Sorry, repeat that, please.
You cannot remove the ballots that have already been printed and programmed. So it will be on the ballots regardless from a practical perspective, no matter what the council does. You could take an action and say, we cancel the election. Well, there's no law authorizing you to do that, and the ballots are already printed.
That makes sense. All right, I cede my time. I got one more turn of 10 minutes, right, Rebecca?
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the other issues that have been coming up as we're talking to the community is that there is no expiration date. And
Another question.
okay.
Good job.
All right. So you did explain that to me, I think in a text. So could you go ahead and explain it to the public why the bond counsel, or maybe because you were getting the information from our council as to why there is no expiration date?
There is no expiration date because the law allows you to capture the tax in perpetuity or until it is changed at a subsequent election. My advice to the council is that at an initiation, you can also do it differently to where you have an expiration date as it currently has. Once a project is completed, then you can go ahead and let it expire, at which point in time it becomes available to every other local government jurisdiction to capture that for its own purposes, potentially in perpetuity. If I'm representing and advising the council and you have a project scope that could occupy that tax until you in the future decide what changes it, what changes in use and purpose for that tax, that is the best position for the city to be in. So it is not that you will forever have the tax for these projects. You will have the tax under your control until you decide to relinquish it, true. You can also use it for these projects until such time as the council decides to propose new projects. And that would be potentially at some point in time when the tax has grown because of the economic development in the area or the natural growth in the area produces much more tax revenue than you need for this purpose. So then you can use the tax for another lawful purpose. Who knows in the future what that might be? But it does put the city in the best absolute financial position that it can be when you go out to the voters for this. Had I been back in here representing the city in the early 2000s when you did these first projects, that would have been my recommendation at the time for those. Most of these taxes are in perpetuity. You have the state is going to collect taxes in perpetuity. The other entities that collect the tax don't have an expiration date on them. You were actually unique in that yours were specifically tied to particular projects.
Okay, so there's also been a lot of talk about The hotel. Okay, so can we, let's say, you know, these, the project that has been placed in us by the Rob London company, and let's say, you know what, we're looking at this deal and we're not seeing, you know, we've decided, you know what, we don't want to have a hotel. What happens to this money? We are able to use it on the existing projects.
That is correct. So in actuality, when we were proposing this, little if any of this money would be used on the hotel. We wanted it there as an eligible use, but the intention was to utilize the majority of the money on, like we said, the parks, the streets, and then really focusing on the convention center.
On the seawall, I mean.
And the seawall is included in that convention center complex definition, yes.
Okay. We've, and as far as I know, there is no PAC money to use to do a for Prop A. I mean, we basically, what we've been doing is just giving the information. I mean, we have the little trifold that we have. We have the information, the procs. But the other issue that I've been hearing is the language ballot. Can you, I mean, we have people in the audience that say, you know, it doesn't mention the hotel in the language, in the actual ballot. So
language.
Can you?
Sure, I'll defer to
talk,
Clay since
yeah.
he was instrumental in helping us with that.
Sure. So the ballot language, there's a Supreme Court case from 2015 out of Houston that we follow in guidance, and that has since been codified and become part of state law. And it says that the ballot language itself is supposed to be a summary of the longer proposition that is the contract with the voters. It is supposed to be concise. It is supposed to carry the chief features and elements, and it is supposed to be easily readable and not confusing to the voter in the ballot box. We have to balance that with a very long, relatively long list of projects that are going to provide this council and the city with the flexibility that it needs to actually implement in the way that it planned on doing. We have a number of parks. We have a number of convention center facilities that are all part of a complex. So we took a position at the time that we adopted the election to have a companion resolution that describes what is a convention center complex, what are city parks that are eligible for this. That is to inform the voter as well to know that this council is no less bound to those items as if they were in the ballot themselves, but they do not go to the ballot because we're already going to have a lengthy ballot in November with 14 constitutional amendments, and there is actually a word count limit that can be accommodated by the elections administrator. So we have to balance these two items, and that's why we summarize it in the way that we did. But it is no less binding on this council than if the entirety of that measure was replicated on the ballot. That just becomes an issue in confusion, the concise requirement. You can actually have ballots that get challenged for being overly wordy to where people are trying to read them in the ballot box and it becomes untenable. So that's the reason for the ballot language that was proposed.
But I think just adding the word hotel would have helped, because now we're having to, have to explain that we're not going to build, own, operate a hotel, because that's what right now the community has been focusing on, that one word that was missing in the ballot language.
Understood.
Okay.
Heather, of great concern has been the seawall, and I think we all know that. I'm wondering, and it was brought to our attention earlier, can this council take action, and maybe it's a Clay question, but take action in terms of, right now I believe the verbiage is that we will allocate towards the seawall. And of course, the seawall upon expiration will have a $14 million endowment.
Yes.
Are we able to allocate a specific percentage if this body chose to do so, by way of resolution or by way of action here, in the next week or so?
Yes, you can do that. So the contract with the voters is opened on a particular date, and it remains open and can be supplemented until the time that the election actually occurs, which is Election Day. So if this council wanted to supplement the contract that we established initially when we called the election and we had the companion resolution, we can do that by official action during this period of time. So if you wanted to communicate to the voters that some dollar amount or some percentage will be annually allocated to the seawall, for example, and you did that before the election and a voter relied upon that when casting its ballot, that contract would be firm and would be binding on not only this council but future councils.
Okay. So that's something, so is that something we would, I guess you would have to bring that forth to the council on another agenda to see if it's something we'd like to consider?
So would that not be changing the ballot language?
It's not changing the ballot language. The ballot language
It's the
already-
same thing, though.
Well, but the ballot language authorizes an amount to seawall. If you said that, for example, we're going to put a dollar amount, that you have the ability to do that because the expenditure of local money is one of local discretion. Even on a prospective basis, you have discretion over how much you allocate to the seawall within that confine. And whether you do that on an annual appropriation basis through the budget process, or you say, we're going to take away and exercise that discretion today and say, we've heard the voters, we've heard the constituents, we've gone through public hearings, we've gone through this process, and this is important to them, and we as a council believe that we can establish that threshold, it will be binding on a go-forward basis.
Well, then you haven't been to many community meetings. Because that is not what's going on. My second term.
Okay. Well, I think that's something that, is something we can consider doing. Are you going to say
We
something?
can look into it with the city council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody have, Councilman Hernandez?
Okay, the fact that we're having a lot of these questions from council should indicate that we weren't very well-informed or maybe didn't have quite the understanding we should have before putting it on the ballot. 5 weeks ago, during a council meeting, I suggested that we pulled this off because of the input I was hearing from the community of not being able to explain this and not having a real plan as to what it's going to be spent on. Obviously, we have kind of a general outline that we talked about, but we have nothing to really say what we're going to spend on. And then a lot of the information around the hotel is based on the Hunden recommendations, right? Which suggests a $330 million project and the city's investment being $200 million, which is roughly 60% of that project. Well, when we say we're not going to build a hotel and we're paying for 60% of it, are we really building a hotel, right? So I think words matter. You know, having a well-defined plan, at least an understanding where you can communicate to the voters. They're voting to tax themselves. Obviously, it's a repurposing of this tax, but they're still taxing them. You know, they're still voting to tax themselves and have a better understanding of what they're actually voting for. You know, I can't say for sure that this is not going to pass, or if it is or not. My political instincts tells me it's not going to pass because there's a lot of, you know, opposition that probably wasn't expected. You know, we may say not all the hoteliers are against it, but there's a significant number. I believe there's some here today. You know, we have two major political parties that are against this, which is probably the only bipartisan thing I've ever seen in my life. But, you know, with that, you know, if this does not pass, you know, which it very much may not, we need to have a better plan and understanding, have a little bit more full disclosure of what's happening. We'll have to have a limitation on what our investment can be in a hotel, convention center complex, or whatever you want to call it, whatever incentives that might be, might have a very clear understanding of what that looks like. That is not the case now. The discussion around the seawall, you know, we reduced the definition of what that seawall is, which in a lot of ways is good, but also we eliminated the salt flat levees from the seawall. So there's things that we need to be very we need to clear up on that we haven't, and I think we may have rushed into this, and I don't think there's enough time to change anything. There's not a city council meeting between now and when early voting starts. And maybe our bond counsel can say, do we need to hold a special council meeting in order to do that before early voting starts? Or once early voting is done, it's over? We can't change it?
Are you talking about the resolution about the minimum amount
Right.
of modification? As long as we haven't gotten to election day, you would still be supplementing your contract. So you,
Okay,
even though early
so it
voting
has to be
started-
done, before election day, not before early voting. So
Correct.
we can do that, make some minor changes, that Tuesday of early voting. I mean, I guess the second day of early voting. Okay, so that's something that maybe Councilman Hunter, we might look at. I'm curious to hear what the public has to say on this. I've reflected some of the information that I received and the input that I've gotten. And, it's not that anybody had intentions here to do anything bad. When I looked at this, I was looking at the condition of the convention center. 5 out of the, 3 out of the 5 chillers don't work. The ice rink machine hasn't been working for 5 years. There's leaks in the roof. The Salina Auditorium looks like you stepped back in the 60s. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. I think we did ourselves a disservice here by moving this a little too quickly.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to hear what the public has to say, but there's first something I want to, because I know sometimes we encounter some cynicism. There's a couple of groups also that I spoke to. Example, I had several people in my church question me, and the response was, wow, that sounds great. I talked to, there's several people that walk in my neighborhood, and that's the same thing. Wow, that sounds great. What is it? My mother and her network, who tend to be very critical of everything that I do. And that, one of the comments was made, well, because they said that they don't utilize it. And what is it? I said, well, have you ever been to a graduation? Well, yeah. Have you ever been to, Buck Days? Well, yeah. And so, and they said, okay, now I see the perspective, because they're looking at it from, obviously right now, the squeaky wheel syndrome. And then once again, my HOA, we had our annual meeting last week. Several people pulled me aside, and I guess it's not a fair, and I think that's a representation of the community. I probably wouldn't be sitting here today if not for the activity I'm involved in the parish that I attend. As well as the HOA and as well as that group of individuals. And I'm a little bit more optimistic because, once again, those people truly represent the community. They don't attend these meetings with, sometimes they're, I know, and we ask for it all. We all ask for it because we want that feedback. Now, they're a vocal group, but typically those individuals that vote on a regular basis, and so I just wanted to state that that's a group of individuals that want to be heard as well. It's just that they have their own little circle of friends which they attend. But I still want to hear from the public.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, do you have a comment, Councilman?
I'll just add, back when we unanimously approved putting this on the ballot, if we recall, I spoke up and said it was not ideal, the timing, that I felt like we were behind the 8 ball in terms of getting information out there. It's just it's a very involved proposition with a lot of moving parts, and there's a lot of education to be done, and I hear some of the same concerns, and there's a lot of good parts of it. So remain optimistic. Going forward, whether it's November 7th or when it is. But I would like to, today's not the day, but I think soon after the election, if it fails, we need to have a plan of how we're going to try and pay for the $60 to $80 million in improvements that are necessary to fix the roof and other things, because pretty bad off. I'll leave it at that.
Right. Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Councilman?
I think this would be my second time if I get, okay. Trying to follow the rules here. And I just want to make it also public that one of the main reasons, or some of the main reasons that I supported this was that exactly what Councilman Suckley said, is that we need money to fix the Salina and the Convention Center, but mostly, I mean, we need to make sure that the seawall is protected. And because, that includes, the bay, right? We want people to be able to fish in the bay, swim, maybe one day again, from Cole Park Pier. And I just also wanted to just acknowledge that most of the, Whataburger Field, that was, if you want to call it subsidized or, done by public dollars. We did the initial convention center through public dollars. This is public space. So I just wanted to just confirm or just reiterate that, I think we all, yes, I think we did rush. And I think hopefully, the public input, we will, we always, I think that's something that in all projects we should do. And I'm going to, throw in desalination because that's what has been lacking is public input. I know that Peter will disagree that, we've had all these public input through video, but it's not the same of having it in person as we do here, So just wanted to make sure that, the people are coming out and they're very concerned about how we spend our public dollars. The same should be said about desalination. So I ended at that.
Councilman Roy?
First of all, I had an opportunity to sit down with several hoteliers, a lot of different people, and talk to them about Proposition A. And so from that standpoint, there are a lot of things that I've learned that I didn't know when we began this process. If you take a look at this proposition or the convention center, I believe that it was actually started, the whole idea on the council prior to me joining this council. So I had a little bit of catching up to do. But one of the things that somebody said to me, and I never really thought about this, and I just thought that I'd share this with the public, is that we don't have a civic center here in the city. And they were kind of explaining to me the difference, because I never really thought about it, but they were kind of explaining to me the difference between a civic center and a convention center. And I can honestly tell you, I never thought about the difference. But then I started thinking about when I was up in Houston, I'm like, yeah, that's right. I've been to their convention center and I've been to their civic center. With all that being said, I do believe it's really hard at this point to put the toothpaste back in the tube. But I do want to understand, I want to ask this question of our bond counsel, because if I think I understand everything I've heard, I haven't heard anybody come up to me and say, Councilman Roy, I'm against parks and putting more money into parks. You know what? We don't need flights. We got enough flights. I'm against that. Industry, their roads, they're perfect. No one has come up there and really had opposition to those things. The seawall, everybody's concerned that we maintain the seawall and we make sure that it has maintenance to appropriately function forever. But everything that I am hearing has to do really with this hotel. So my question is this. I'm not saying that I want to know if we have the option, because I do believe that, number one, I was appalled when I walked through and looked at the American Bank Center, some of the things that we have an issue with as far as maintenance goes. I happened to go there the day that I think it was raining, so they had their buckets out everywhere and water was coming into the building. And, I learned that we rent, to make ice for the ice rays, that we actually rent, which cost us more. We could have probably paid to have a new machine a couple times over, but we're renting one right now. Just a lot of deficiencies. And I don't think anybody here has said we do not want the convention center fixed up or maintained or get it back up to par. But it just goes back to the issue on this whole thing is based around the hotel. So with that being said, because it's too late, you're saying, to pull this off of the ballot, but is it too late? And I have to ask this question, and it might not be a popular one for some people, but is it too late to take the hotel off?
Good question. You ask excellent questions, and you make an excellent point. I do want to say that whether to pursue a hotel or not will always remain the purview of the council. The funding mechanism that is at issue is to approve categorical expenditures for the 4A tax after expiration of the current calls on those revenue streams. Whether you decide to proceed with the hotel project is going to be a future discussion item for a plan that has not yet been formulated, but is conditioned upon having various tools that would allow the city to pursue something like that. But that's not what you're doing now.
Right. Our problem, and it's pretty simple, there's a lack of trust. Pretty simple there. Yes, nothing in this says that we have to build a hotel. No one says that we have to build a hotel to this specification. And no one, there's nothing preventing a private individual that owns land in the proximity of this convention center now building their own hotel, right?
You've asked me a legal question, and
Right.
so the legal question, just like you could adopt a resolution that says you're going to spend X amount of your money on a seawall, you could adopt a resolution that says that even though we're legally authorized, we're not going to pursue a hotel, not with this revenue stream. You can do that. That is within your purview.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay.
I think he just did, but maybe, could you clarify that?
We have a resolution that was adopted that says the convention center complex includes the things that we included, the convention center, the Saline Auditorium, the seawall, and a qualified hotel, and other projects that may be added at some point in the future by council. If you wanted to supplement and modify that, it becomes part of the contract with the voters. If you wanted to modify that contract before the election's cast, to remove that in a subsequent resolution, and remember, it was never in the ballot language because this is something that would be within purview of council, you could do that. You wouldn't take it off the ballot because it never was on the ballot.
But it can be changed on the resolution by
Correct.
council now before it even goes to,
That's correct.
okay.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and open public hearing. So at this time, let's see, Mr. Loeb, I think you had paused earlier for public hearing.
Could we add what I just said to the agenda, Peter, about removing the hotel on that resolution?
Let me talk,
that?
let me talk to the mayor about it, Councilwoman, with the, yeah.
Okay. well
We've
then-
got, that's not the only thing to discuss, though, Councilwoman. There's also the seawall portion of it, so let's gather everybody's comments right now. Mr. Loeb.
Thank you. David Loeb, 4771 Ocean. I'm not here representing the college or as a regent. I'm here as a voter for good government. I want to be clear why I'm voting against Proposition A. I'm against local taxpayer money to build or own a convention hotel. I'm against diverting money from storm protection to do so. I am for a public process to determine how to spend this money on a new ballot. I'm for maintaining streets, parks, and existing buildings. But the money in this isn't for that. It's for a hotel. I have read every public document the city has produced on the convention center expansion and hotel, and it's clear to me it will require a minimum of $40 million a year in taxpayer subsidy. That $1.4 billion over 28 years slide you had in the August 15th meeting wasn't a maybe. That's what it will cost. If I am mistaken, that is only because of the rushed and secretive process this has had. If there are unpublished documents proving me wrong, then publish them. This is no way to spend the public's money. This is the first public hearing on this issue, 6 days before we are to vote on it. It's being held to satisfy a state law requirement and wasn't noticed until after the ballot was set. It was not called out of any desire to hear from us about the project and shape it to be better or more reasonable. That's shameful. The ballot and city information pieces are deceptive. That proves the intent was to hide this from the voters and you as our elected leaders. They only do that when they know it's a bad idea. They are also holding back publishing the $10 billion Streets and Utility Master Plan because they know no one in their right mind would vote for this want with that kind of need identified. So I'm here to ask each of you to tell us where you stand as our elected leaders. If the ballot was honest, you could shelter behind, let the voters decide, but it's not. This is being done in your name. The proponents are out saying that you all support this, so when it fails by vote or incompetent execution, you take the blame. For many of your statements, I don't think it's true you support it. For those of you who still support this, you should stand up and be counted as well. If you think this is more important than all the other things we could spend the money on, then say it. If you don't believe this is right, join our coalition of thousands of regular voters, 3 political parties, and over 22 hotels who are committed to voting this down and then doing this the right way. Your opposition today is essential to rebuilding trust in this government. That will be necessary to recover from this titanic mistake and pass a reasonable proposition that improves our entire community. Stand up and say what is right so we know you understand and are willing to lead us toward a better deal. Our organization is not named Voters Against Proposition A because we intend to use it again. Our preference is that it's in support of a community-driven sales tax election after this one fails. Join and lead us in that effort now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb. Is there anyone else that would like to make?
Excuse me, but could we make a statement of fact as to why this public hearing is being made now? Rebecca?
So the public hearing, per state law, there are 4, it needs to be published 30 days prior to the hearing date. So to get those publications to occur, we had to push the date out. The realistic date was this date, October the 17th. I will say there was no deliberate effort to delay the public hearing. It really was, from our standpoint, just trying to make sure we had enough time to have those publications take place that are required to have the hearing.
I would also add that the information that was presented today was essentially the same before the city council actually called the election on 2 readings. And without having an actual election, there would be no reason to have a public hearing because it's only required by the state law.
Can I add to that, Councilwoman, that we have had, probably since June, July, numerous council meetings on this topic. Some votes were taken, but in all cases, the mayor asked for public comment. There's kind of a public hearing process. We have citizens to be heard every council meeting, and we've heard the community. We want to hear them. So every week for weeks on end, we have and we'll continue to listen to the community. So it's not as if we haven't let anybody speak on this. There's numerous points of time in any one council meeting when that's available.
And I would agree with that, but that's not what, I mean, the public, again, back to desalination, you had all these forums, but they were done, with video and not like public hearing, like,
Yeah, no, well, we did have some when, that were in person, but the time you're referencing is when the whole country was in a lockdown mode because of COVID. And despite that, we still had public engagement via WebEx. So we did that.
okay, but just again, this was a bit rushed, but we are being transparent.
Right.
To the public, and I just,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, part of it is part of it is the nature of the legislative session. So this city council in our legislative program, the mayor, Councilman Barrera, several other council members went to Austin to advocate for state legislation to get a project finance zone, which is focused around hotel tax revenues, sales tax, and liquor by the drink tax. So once we were awarded that, gifted that from the governor in the state of Texas, then we said, okay, the sooner we act on that, the better. So that's why things moved quickly, is really because of that $300 million economic incentive that only this city got first and 3 others got after we did. And there's only a few in the state of Texas that have that. So that's why we said, let's take advantage of that now, because every year that goes by, we have the potential to lose that up to $300 million over time. And just to point out the prior speaker, there's no guarantee that a hotel would even be built by the private sector. There's no percentage that the city council has set on how much would be incentivized to a hotel. We will not own a hotel. We won't be building one. The city, we haven't even got any proposals yet. It could be that nobody wants to do a hotel deal with the city of Corpus Christi. That could, or as we discuss this further, it could be we want a smaller hotel. We're in the business of incentivizing a lot of development. We've done 3 hotels downtown in the last couple of months, and over the last couple of years, the Residence Inn, the Homewood Suite, and then the Emerald Beach.
Yeah.
So Emerald Beach is $1 million incentivized incentive from the city. The Homewood Suites has 1.5 with another 2 million potentially. And then the Residence Inn has a subsidy or incentive of $1 million. On North Beach, City Council a few years ago approved a $7 million investment or incentive for a hotel there. That's approved. If they build it, we're liable, or we've agreed to incentivize $7 million. So it's not unusual.
Right,
With this
and
council.
I'd like to, I was gonna, if you'll allow me to interrupt, it's a statement of fact, because I believe Mr. Lowe made the comment about using taxpayer dollars in this initiative with the hotel. And I'm not gonna ask hoteliers to raise their hand here to see how many have received incentives, taxpayer dollars, for their hotels. Thank you, Ajit. But, right, no, I hear you. But my point is, and I'm not sure, but he may, no, I'm not talking, I'm saying what was stated before was using taxpayer dollars for this initiative of the hotel. Peter just delineated millions of dollars, and to be more precise, in the last 3 years alone, $12 million. $12 million we have incentivized hoteliers. Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Well, it wasn't, anyway, $12 million. Now, not all of it has been paid out. 7.8, that's the majority of it, was North Beach. That hasn't come to fruition. Homewood Suites, Residence Inn, and some others. My point is this. Incentives exist, right? And I'm preaching to the choir for many of you, whether you're hoteliers or not. These are port partners here as well, and they'll understand. You know, your financial stack works with partnership many times, and so, well, that's how it's presented to us. Or when someone comes to us and says, "I need 1.2 million, I need 3 million, I need," we're at 23 million now on Whitecap Preserve, because I can't develop this $1 billion development without the partnership with the city, which are incentives, which are tax dollars that are created with, you know, in a model that we use, the TERS, for example. But that said, my point here is, to the statement that was made, we have a program that many people have taken advantage of, and rightfully. It is an incentive that is utilized to help grow our economy, grow our city, and develop and move forward. So anyway, that's that. We're going to go ahead and go with the next speaker. Yes, sir.
Peter made a comment Clarification.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So Peter, what you said about maybe no one ever builds a hotel, and maybe Clay may be the better person to address this, but Clay just got through telling us a while ago, or telling, to answer my question.
Right.
We're going to create these buckets of money, fund balances, if you will, that is going to collect money for a hotel.
Yeah, no, there's no separate, to use your words, there's no separate bucket for a hotel.
Well, there's the convention center complex.
Right, so we already know the convention center has $60 million of deferred maintenance. To be able to expand it to a reasonable size is $200 to $300 million. So there's plenty of need.
So where does the money for a hotel come from?
It would be it would be balanced based on the council and staff's recommendation. It would come from it's $18 million a year is what today a quarter cent in sales tax levies.
So it's going to come from this money?
If there's a developer that wants to participate with us. If not, then we'll use the money for
No,
parks,
that's
for
not my
streets.
question. My
Okay.
question is, where is the money going to come from? Plain and simple. It's going to come from this quarter cent tax, right?
Right, it's eligible to come from here. It's eligible.
Okay.
Right.
So whatever incentive we provide is going to come from this tax?
Right, yeah,
No.
yes, sir.
Okay,
That's correct.
then that's my point.
Yeah.
Well, it is eligible,
So-
but we have several different programs. One is utilizing the downtown TERS. As we've talked about, if a hotel is built, it'd be from the incentives would come from the taxes that it produces. So it would be from property taxes, from the valuation of the hotel, since the city would not own it. It would be on the tax rolls. We're able to participate in the 10-year program that we receive a rebate of state hotel occupancy taxes along with state sales taxes, that it would be eligible to be used for that. The type A has been included, hotel has been included as an eligible use, but the intention is that if it does receive any type of tax benefit from the type A, it would be from the sales tax that hotel produces. So it would be limited to the additional revenue that the hotel is producing that is going into those different sources.
And do we have any projections on what that would be?
Yeah, that was all part of what, all part of what we presented.
That's probably not a fair question. Okay, I'll pass on this for now, because I have some further comments.
We're going to go back to public. This is public hearing, so sorry about that. Okay.
Good afternoon, Johnny Filippello, President and CEO of the Buccaneer Commission. And at our September governing board meeting, the Buccaneer Commission voted unanimously to support Proposition A. As we are one of the primary tenants of the facility, we see the issues with the facility that are its current existent. We see areas that are easily improved at the arena, but you walk across the hallway and there's roofs leaking, there's elevators not working, there's air conditioners not working. So we feel it's a dire need to get Proposition A passed to help move forward on those things, as well as we're very supportive of the pursuit of a hotel with the private sector at the site. Me serving as the chair of this task force that helped start this study 2 years ago understands that this is only one more step in the process. There is no guaranteed hotel at this point, but until you have the commitment of the city to say we're for real, the private sector is not going to engage. So we want to get to that point. We fully support you all getting to that point. The hard question will be, once there is a deal, if there is a deal to be made, are you guys willing to do that deal, or is it too good or not good enough, vice versa? But the part that everybody keeps missing and forgetting to talk about, you can hear about the expenses all this time, but if the private sector invests, the return on investment the city's going to receive from sales tax, hot tax, beverage tax that the state has given us to incentivize is huge, and nobody wants to talk about that. To me, you can't just talk about the expense side of a business when there's a revenue side too that goes into the equation, and that's an important piece of this that we can't ignore. Buck Day supports this, and we hope it passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Filippello. Anyone else? Come on, just come on to the front.
Mayor, that
Did you
gentleman spoke
speak?
already.
Oh, Mr. Etchie, you already spoke.
But it's quite important, and I think
I know.
everybody asked these questions. In fact, more questions are coming from council, and you expect the voters to vote on something that you all cannot explain to the voters. So the voters have to decide what are they voting for. And it's important. 3 minutes will not cover this, but if you don't let me speak, so be it.
I understand, but it's the rule. Thank you. Okay, who else was? Mr. Tijerina? Oh, you're, no?
You spoke about visiting.
I spoke something about something else. Yeah, I
Okay.
did that on purpose. I know what I'm doing, a little bit. All right, it's been quite a day, hasn't it? Well, real quick, he's right, nobody's spoken about revenue, real quickly. I mean, it's not part of my comment, but when conventions come into town, VCC asked us to do one thing, and that is drop our rate. And then they ask us to pay a commission, and then they ask us to pay a rebate. We lose money. So let me tell you all that right now before somebody else tells you different if they already have. Again, as I said a week ago, you want to know about this? Don't ask to visit Corpus Christi. They're a marketing agency. Ask one of us who knows what we're actually doing. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time, but yeah, I do appreciate Councilman Hunter, Hernandez, and Roy. Thank you for speaking publicly about your concerns, even though I know more of you have spoken about it privately. I would urge you all to speak up publicly. But don't do what Zanoni did this morning on the Bob Jones show and call us narrow-minded, self-serving interest groups and people. That was incredibly insulting. After you spent a week trying to convince us to support this thing, it was insulting to us. It was insulting to me, and I think they're right. You owe us all a well-earned apology. Now, moving on from that, I get it. You're not going to build a hotel. But incentivizing the ballrooms, the meeting space, and all the infrastructure involved in that is basically saying you're going to build a large home and build the kitchen, the garage, the driveway, the living room, everything but the bedrooms. You're paying for most of it. You're not building it, but you're writing the check for it to be built. Now, what else? What else? I have so much here, but I don't have a lot of time. But I do want to provide my own statement of fact that I have said that the majority of owners are against Prop A. I never said no hoteliers. I also do want to state that one owner on the CVB board does not at all represent our position. I would say, where is that person? Many of you continue to drop his name throughout the week, yet he is not here, he has not spoken publicly, and he apparently has not yet taken a position. I would ask yourselves why. Things have changed, this thing is turning, and I think you all realize that. There's a few of you that have spoken up. Thank you for taking us seriously. We do appreciate that. I hope the rest of you do.
Statement of fact. We take you seriously. So statement of fact, that's disrespectful. So we take everyone seriously here, and to say otherwise is disrespectful to this entire council and to this process. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's one of fact.
We good?
Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Michael Miller, 51 Camden Place. In business and in life, I've made it a practice to learn from my mistakes and the mistakes of others in an effort to not fall into traps. Proposition A on the November ballot is a trap. All one has to do is Google the following search queries: bankrupt convention center hotel, convention center hotel losses, or are convention centers worth it? What you will find is countless articles of much larger cities making the same mistakes we are about to make with Prop A. There is also a publication from our own comptroller, Glenn Hager, warning cities to look before you leap. I would like to highlight Baltimore, Maryland. Baltimore is a city of 526,000 compared to our 317,000, with Washington, D.C. 713,000 just down the road. In the late 90s, they tried to do exactly what we're trying to do today. They sought out to find a private developer to build a hotel on their city-owned convention center property. It took them 10 years to find a partner because hotel groups couldn't get it through the elected officials' heads that supply does not create its own demand. 10 years later, an exhausted city council voted to go ahead and build the $305 million hotel themselves. In that 10-year period, up until 2019, the hotel operated at a loss. In 2019, it managed to squeak out a $1.6 million profit after the city refinanced the note to take advantage of historically low interest rates. In that 10-year period, the hotel lost $81 million, and in 2019 was valued at only $107 million compared to the $305 million it took to build. Is this really what we want for our city? Think about it. Also, gloves appear to be coming off between the opponents and proponents. Peter made some remarks this morning on the radio describing the opponents as,
narrow-minded, self-serving interest groups. So we think this is all about the community.
and it has been brought to my attention that an opposing community leader has been kicked off their ad hoc committee for Visit CC with no explanation other than it was a strategic decision based on some other committee members being uncomfortable. I've also seen a ton of unethical advocacy from elected officials and city staff blatantly breaking ethics rules with regards to providing information on these types of measures. The presentation that you were just shown was edited earlier today because previously on the Legistar website, it showed print materials featuring the words, "Moving Corpus Christi Forward," which is an obvious advocacy and prohibited by the Texas Ethics Commission. Bottom line is, we all love this city, and I hate to see this getting so ugly. If you're for it, great. If you're against it, great. But let's try to keep the punches above the belt. And a couple of things. Roland, did you tell your neighbors that it was going to be $3,000 a person for every man, woman, and child for this? And also, Mr. Suckley, maybe we could renegotiate American Bank's deal for flying the flag on the side of the building and to help make some of those repairs. And Sylvia, the fishing venue that you so much love on the bayfront is going to be eliminated on the barge dock by this project. So.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there anyone else? Is there? Mhm.
Sam Canavati, Chairman of the Board for Visit Corpus Christi. This is my first time up here ever because I don't really do this stuff. And I have asked everybody involved in this process every question you can imagine. I wouldn't be standing here now if I didn't believe in this project, but I believe 100% in Proposition A. The reason I say that is because there were a lot of questions. There was a ton of confusion, and it was very confusing, and there were valid points that people still have today. When you look at the overall number and you see 100 positive points and 3 possibly negative points, then you have to make a decision. Do you follow it? Do you vote for it or against it? And when the percentage is that high, you vote for it. When you look at reality, which I have been in with FFA convention, I was a part of that when the 12,000 kids were here. And the chairman of their board said, we can't come back because my kids can't be in Rockport, Aransas Pass, Port Aransas, waking up at 5 in the morning, getting on the bus so they can come do their presentations on time here, because there was no hotel in the area that they could stay. Some were staying in Kingsville. I mean, it just made no sense, and we have lost a ton of business because of that. And for kids to do that, and there's several other organizations like that. I want to be very specific about a few things that have been said, then I need to make sure I validate. Visit Corpus Christi's budget is approved by the board, including 4 hotels, the city manager, and the mayor as a group. We're all in on this, and we all look and oversee our numbers. Second, we have a third-party CFO that runs all of our end-of-month, end-of-year financials and manages all of our budgets online. 3, we have dual, and in some case, 3 signers on all expenditures. 4, we have 2 approvers on the expense reimbursements, including the executive board approving. 5, we send our financials to the city quarterly, and TPIT is a part of that, which is the hoteliers. So there is full transparency on Visit Corpus Christi and our board, and I'm very proud of the team there. Brett Otting has come into Corpus Christi and done an amazing job at what he does, and he's built an amazing team of young individuals who are passionate about this city like I've never seen. They have so much passion for making us great, and that's very impressive to see, especially at a young age. Finally, I just want to speak from the heart and tell you, Corpus Christi is not like Philadelphia, New Mexico, Colorado, all these other places that you're hearing. Corpus Christi is a beautiful gem by the bay that we need to do something with and not sit by the side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canavati. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment? Okay, there being no one.
There's someone.
Oh.
just wanted to say, guys, thank you for having us today as a hotelier group. You know, you guys as a quorum, setting up a quorum, Mayor.
Sir, can you please identify yourself? I'm sorry.
Jatin Patel, 5224 IH 37 North, Corpus Christi, Texas. So I just want to say, guys, you know, you guys setting up a quorum, Peter, Miss Mayor, you know, this gentleman knows everything about this hotel industry in Corpus Christi. You guys not letting him speak in this counter on this forum. We had the city secretary speak multiple times on this topic. He should be given a chance to talk as well, as one united voice for the quorum itself. Two people in this quorum should not decide who should speak and who should not. That's on another note. Let's talk about the hotel. So I came last week, and I protested against Proposition A. We went to the VCC meeting that same day. We talked to the consultants who built the report. I spoke about that, and I said, what's the compression that it's going to have on economy brands, mid-scale, and high-end brands? They had no answers for this, guys. They have no idea how much business the local hoteliers are going to lose if this hotel goes up. They did not do this study, and he himself said, I don't believe none of you guys were there, but he himself said that that would be a different study, and that would be impressive to see how that would look. But paying them $300,000 and not seeing this is, you guys should consider, the hoteliers have their bread and butter. You know, Miss Mayor, this morning we saw a bunch of the doctors come in, right? You had a comment for them, guys. I'm already texting this person and this person. Let's do something about it. You guys were in this for the last 2 years. You know, how come you guys aren't standing up and saying, guys, we understand your feeling. Let's do something about it. Let's hold this off. And we had the bond gentleman say also that we could put in verbiage that let's hold this off till next year, till everybody is more secure and knows what's going on. I think that's the stand that we should take. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jatin.
I'd like to clarify, yeah.
Yeah, we need to clarify, but Mr. Jatin, I want to make sure you're clear on this, on the process. Go ahead.
Just so you know, the current policy that we have on public comment, individuals can speak during the public comment period at noon, or they can speak when the item comes up, but not both times. So there were a couple individuals where we did point out that they had spoken on that item during the noon public comment period. So, you know, I'm not here to prevent people from speaking, but we do have a policy that they decide when they're going to speak at noon or when the item comes up. So just wanted to clarify that.
Well, and staff. And staff.
At that time, no one told me, no, you cannot speak because my answer was in favor of the question.
I think we. Okay, you know what? Let Rebecca explain. Please explain it, because I stated at the beginning of every meeting.
Correct.
So go ahead, Rebecca.
No, it's stated during the public comment period, the mayor makes that statement before everything starts.
Thank you, Chief, because my answer was in favor.
Okay.
The way I was handling it when I mentioned that to you was that.
You cannot tell him anything because he had his 3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, well, she's stating the rules of decorum.
Right.
I mean, that's all.
That's a policy, and just it had nothing to do with what you were saying. It was just
Point of clarification.
that you had spoken before.
Mayor and
Yes.
Miles, maybe you can jump in here. So we typically make that statement as it relates to our public forum in front of a council meeting, but this is a public forum. Are the rules different because we're hosting a public forum now and not, this seems to me it's different. Maybe it's not.
Doesn't that fall under Rebecca? Your parliamentary?
The public hearing is,
Okay.
you're talking about a public hearing?
hearing.
So
Yeah.
we have zoning cases, different things where there's public hearings, and we allow people, because some people don't want to wait until the item comes up. They don't know when that's going to be. So often folks prefer to just speak during the public comment period. So that's what has been allowed in the past.
The rules are not different. They are stated on each agenda that's printed for the public.
And just for clarification, like, this is not a public forum for a specific item, right? Is that also to be noted, that that's, I guess, what I've been advocating for, is a forum for this?
The rules are stated very clearly. Each speaker is limited to a total of no more than 3 minutes per speaker. You will not be allowed to speak again on an item when the council is considering the item.
Okay. So we're going to move,
Okay, but
guys, we're
just
going
when
to move
it's a
on.
forum, anybody
gonna move on.
can speak at any time.
You got to go?
Right?
Yeah, okay, we're going to move on. We're going to, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, we're not done yet. Yes, sir, come on in.
My name
Just-
is Raju Bhagat, and I live at 3805 Castle Ridge. I have been, in a hotel business for the last 40 years here. I built many hotels. I have a problem, serious problem with the transparencies of the CVB that started a closed-door meeting. Did you guys allow to have a closed-door meeting, any of the city council have allowed this? I have told Peter, Peter, I have a lot of respect for Peter, but, we don't agree on these issues. But, I want that, CVB meeting to be open-door meetings, because all this stuff that happening, it was not even brought to the TPID, We had 2 TPID meetings. We don't have the report. The report came in when I asked the TPID chair, Rick Patel, to give us, see if you can find the report. So he did not even have the report, 100 reports. So Dan Shuckley has gotten the report, and he shared this report with few of us. So, these things is gone very under the radar, everything, and that is the problem we have. A lot of the hotel, who guys told you guys that, we have hoteliers on board, is it CVB people told, Devin? We are not, look at how many people, going to get a sign in front of their hotels that says we are opposing this Proposition A. If any of you guys had enough time to digest this report, 100 reports, some of these people that I have spoke city councils did not have the detailed knowledge of this stuff, and all of a sudden it went to the to the ballots, and it's also misleading, community again, one more time, by hiding the hotels development. That's where most of the money going to be spent. So that's why we should look and ask this, the city attorney to look into this stuff, because this could be challenged again, if this passes. We are looking into this stuff. We have no problem, supporting a lot of the other stuff, but the hotels, we have a problems, because, I heard mayors has gone and already talked to some developers, before this thing has even passed, which is, we just hearing all this stuff. I don't know if it's true or not, So, we have invested over here, and we have built, and we have, helped the community. I just want to have full transparency. That is my problem with, you guys, Is the CVB can do the closed-door meeting without city council's approval? Can they do that, Mayor?
No, and it was something that came to this or not this council, but prior.
Okay.
That came with changes to the CVB. But I believe that's, Peter, if you can, I guess, clarify, didn't we say earlier that we were talking about this?
I couldn't hear the question, sorry.
I have personally hold 2 projects on the hold that we always build with our money, and here you are all trying to vote unanimously to get somebody over here and fund the money, that is, we are very against this stuff. I was never involved in politics, but, all this stuff affecting us, we sure will invest, our times and resources to fight this. So, if you still have a time to change this, Peter should look into that with the city attorneys, and then see if you can still make some changes so we can pass. And, Peter has done a good job. I think we don't need to look him bad if this fails, So I think you guys need to,
Thank you, Raju.
go behind the closed door and discuss this stuff,
Thank you, Raju.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raju. Is there
Thank you,
anyone
Raju.
else? Well, I was talking about the comment you made earlier about talking with Brett regarding some of the points he made. Policy.
Policy, well,
Well, the
on the
meeting.
closed-door meetings you're talking about, as I mentioned to Councilman
Right.
Huxley, I'm working with Brett on revisiting that and potentially bringing something back to, one, the Visit Corpus Christi Board of Directors and then the City Council
Okay.
to change that. Right now, it's approved by both governing entities as part of the bylaws for the Visit Corpus Christi.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and
Yes, ma'am.
move forward. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment.
Hang on, I had something.
You have a comment?
Yeah. Okay, so I think one of the comments, or at least, first off, I've been very public in supporting this. Obviously testified before the legislature to support an initiative specifically for a project financing zone, specifically that was very specific about perhaps incenting a hotelier, as we've done in the past, as, we said, the Emerald Beach Hotel for about $2 million in incentive because it's drastically needed, and it's right there on McGee Beach, and it's, a jewel. That area has been a jewel. I remember going out there on a regular basis when I was a kid. The Homewood Suites, obviously, 1.5 million, and then Residence Inn, 940,000, I think it is. So it's not uncommon that we want to incent a developer, an investor who's willing to invest in Corpus Christi, employ individuals, provide them benefits. It's not uncommon for that to happen. The one out in North Beach hasn't happened, so it's not uncommon. So I think, and with regard to the comment of operating in closed doors, I guess, yeah, Peter, visit that. I know sometimes when they're bidding on conventions, they want that item, perhaps they have to go into closed session or whatever the case is.
Right.
Because I know there's some issues that they work on a competitive basis that warrants them meeting privately.
Right.
And particularly if they're negotiating with a hotel. I'm sure that any business owner wouldn't want their laundry or somebody else having an advantage being, having that advantage so that way they'd be competitive.
Right.
And I was curious. So in the Hunden study, I'm going back just so I need to be refreshed because it was like 2 years ago or maybe a year and a half ago when we first saw that addressed, it was the $795 million price ticket item. But the hotel, Heather, at that point, that was the entire expansion. How much was it?
So yeah, it was a little over $700 million for the whole project over the time period. The hotel specifically, and again, we've talked about this, these were estimates so that we could start putting together our financial stack.
Here, just tell me what the hotel component is.
330 million.
330 million, okay.
Yes.
So now that's, once again, hypothetically, now I'm confident that this council will be very conscientious if it comes before them that they have to consider an option as a hotel. They'll be very conscientious to inform the public and learn their lesson that every one of these individuals that there would be a very public process. I think my colleagues would agree with me that should the potential item, I'm sorry, I know I had you sit down, but now one of the reasons you had indicated, and I'm just saying this, I already know this answer, I'm not questioning it, I just want the general public to know. You had indicated probably the most favorable form of financing mechanism is through sales tax. And that's one of the reasons that we put that in here. Could you expand on that?
Exactly. So the Type A sales tax is a very stable credit. And so one of the reasons why the hotel was included as an eligible use was not necessarily that Type A was going to be the incentive mechanism, but if we were going to bond against it, Type A provides a very stable credit, which would then enable us to be able to issue debt at a lower interest rate as a result of that stable credit.
And could that also be utilized for other mid-size hotels along the project financing zone or the convention center complex?
So as the resolution is written, I believe it specifically says a headquarters hotel, so no, it could not be utilized for any of those other subsequent hotels.
But we could utilize a TERS for that, correct?
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if we finance 330 million, which I know we're not, okay, so I'm trying to figure out where the individual that brought me up by name came up with $3,000, but I don't want him to answer. I guess the thing is, and stay up here just in case, but Alma, can you come up here please as well? For the 500 police officers that we have right now, what is the expense for the police department? Roughly, because it's of our $700 million operating budget. Peter, can anybody answer that question? Fire and safety?
The budget?
Yeah, the budget.
What's the budget? It's
The fire?
The police department, just police department.
Budget?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I don't have that with me, but it's.
Okay, I asked the wrong person, so you can sit down.
It's I don't have my budget book with me, but.
Peter?
I think it's in the 90 million.
90 million,
It's
and then,
almost
I'm just trying to equate that
Yeah.
over the course of 20 years
Right.
per citizen, okay? And you know, here, this is obviously, how much revenue, what's our current budget for operating and with regard to parks?
Parks is in the 30 millions.
Well, yeah, it's about $30-something million.
Operating, and then how much revenue does that bring in?
Not anywhere near $30 million.
How much revenue does the police department bring in?
Very little, yes,
Okay, how much revenue does the fire department bring in?
very little.
So I guess that's the thing. Now, I know that, I guess that's the thing, you know, right now we move the goalpost to be able to sell our narrative. Now, a convention center does not make money. I'm saying that publicly. A convention center does not make money. Now, in the Hunden study, there is an economic impact report that's included with it. So I know that's one of the things I know that Johnny spoke of too, is the economic impact involved. Now, with regard to, I've never told my neighbors or the people in my church what it costs, what the police department, the fire department, and the parks department cost per resident. I've never told them that either. So I just want to make that clear that it doesn't come up that no one asked me that. Now, if they want me to find out, I'd be happy to. So I think now I may do that. So, okay, that's one item there. I'm sorry, sir. I'm speaking. You had your time. You had your 3 minutes.
yeah.
Sir, you had your 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You
Mr.
had
Miller,
your 3
we're
minutes,
out
sir.
of order, though.
You had your
We're
3
going to keep order.
minutes.
We're keeping order.
You had your 3 minutes.
Total
If
budget's
you'd like to take all the time you can, perhaps you were going to run for office and you could sit up here. There you go. I look for it.
Budget 105.
For
Police.
Police department is 105 million. Let's see, where are some of my questions? So with regard to, I mean, if anybody can answer this question within city staff, I guess how many public meetings that we had with regard to the Hunden study? Peter?
We probably had at least half a dozen, I would imagine, just on the Hunden study itself. There was a presentation, we gave some pre-information before Rob Hunden actually presented it.
Now, I would welcome anybody that's in here. I chair the municipal court committee meeting, the municipal court committee, and we meet publicly, we're open. We address, I mean, the budget there, probably the revenue is about $10 million a year, right?
Yes, sir.
So if anybody would like to attend that meeting, you're welcome to attend. Every public meeting that we have, I don't reach out to anyone that has ever paid a fine, has had overgrown grass, who has had a speeding ticket. We don't make it a point to go out and speak to everyone.
Right.
So, but I would invite everyone to attend the municipal court meeting. We typically meet probably in a meeting room about the size of this room over here because no one attends, and we have to prop open a door. So I would invite everybody else to come to those public meetings. I would invite everybody to come to every ISAC meeting. I would invite everybody to come to every PRAC meeting. So I think you know, there's a public process for anything. So I'm being obviously I'm embellishing here, not embellishing, I'm being a little bit over dramatic, but the reason being is because the drama of indicating that we're doing things behind closed doors, or that we are making decisions that we're trying to hide something. You know, earlier an individual made those implications that there's something to be hidden, that accused me of calling them a liar publicly, which I was at a meeting where Sylvia was there, Jim was there, Peter was there, the Nueces County Democratic Party chair was there, and they said I never brought up that person's name. I didn't bring up anybody's person's name. Now, so you know, once again, everything that we hold is a public process. Now, I met with a group today that their meetings are held in private. They were a private, a trade association. I met with another one last week. It was a trade association meeting. I went with before another group that was basically a public meeting where they invite everybody. So I encourage everybody to engage in the political process to understand. Now, I'm confident right now with a lot of the consternation that I've heard that once this passes, if it does pass, and the idea of a conference hotel comes up, I'm sure all your voices will be heard. And I know every time I have I send a notice, Lord willing, I'm still on this body, or it comes up before that, the first person I'm going to text is Josh Tijerina. Now I say that because he's a personal friend, all right? So I want to make sure that he knows specifically so he can tell his network of friends. If you like, I can text you too. I have your cell number. But I'm just saying that because of the sense to over-communicate, to imply that there is somehow something nefarious going and there's some intent for some other individual to have some advantage. I'm sorry, if there was, I don't know about it and I'm not participating in it. So right now, with regard to this, obviously, we have a need. We have a need that needs to be fulfilled. When we had currently, the way the structure is, and I've said it in public, and I've said it numerous times, and I'm going to say it again, I'm sorry to belabor it. What is it? Because I know I'm getting past my 10 minutes, Michael, or I've gone way over. So,
you got 20 minutes.
So,
25 seconds over.
Yeah, 25 seconds over by 10 minutes. But anyway, I guess gosh, I forgot what I was going to say. Good for you. Good for you. Anyway, that's the whole thing. This is if anybody feels that okay, that's what I was going to go back to. Once again, I think at this point that the council recognized the importance that if we're going to consider a hotel, and 4 years from now, 6 years from now, if you elect a body on this council and says that's not going to work, then that council can say we're going to go back and we're going to put all this money into some other economic development. You know, this might not be right, Mr. Binford, but you could say, you know what, we had all those spawn people come in, we're going to incent people to build hospitals because that's going to be able to create a better economy because now we're going to incent more doctors to come in or whatever the case is. That's the thing. You can take this council. That's the thing. You take this council to task because I had the same problem saying it goes on into perpetuity. But every 2 years, if you're engaged in the political process, you can ask your council and you can ask them to say, I want this removed from the ballot because it doesn't seem to serve a purpose. The situation that we're in right now, particularly with the seawall, when I first was elected to the city council, we had over $45 million in that fund, of which we had to get very creative, and it was very, very, it also caused consternation to get creative. We all know about the controversy with spending seawall funds to fix the water garden. So all the basically it states in the ballot language is we want the availability to include the convention center complex, which may include a hotel. All right? To say that we're going to remove it is very short-sighted because then we can use revenue bonds against our own hot tax, correct? We can use a TERS What are the other methods? You've said it before in public?
There's a 10-year rebate that we are eligible for to be able to get the rebate of the state hotel occupancy along with the state sales tax that's
And-
produced by the hotel.
In addition to the project financing zone?
Project financing zone cannot be used for the hotel. It has to be used for the convention center.
Okay. So I just wanted to make that for clarification. So that way everybody understands. So there's still a public process. If you're opposed to a hotel, it doesn't, that option may or may not still be available, what have you. If you are opposed to a hotel, then all you have to do, my phone number is 688-7111. Blow it up. Send me text, call me. All right? 688-7111, 361 area code. Blow it up and call me. Josh has my number, and he's had my number for 15 years. And I went and met with him specifically because of this. So all I'm saying is that it's going to be a public process. Anyway, I thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time, and my apologies if I went over.
Oh, you're fine. Okay. Thank you, Heather.
Had your 3 minutes.
So we are going to move on. Oh, do you have a question? Okay, go ahead. Or comment?
Okay. Yeah, I do have one quick question, and I want to make a comment. And Clay, maybe you can clarify this for me. With respect to the expiration date of this, if this council were to say that we wanted to put an expiration date on this particular issue of, say, 20 years or 25 years, to pick a number, and at that time, and we put in the language of that, at that time, we'll reevaluate whether we want to extend or change the use of this taxing increment. So, because what you indicated a while ago is that if we didn't extend it into perpetuity, then if we picked a number of 30 years, at the end of 30 years, then somebody could come in and grab it. So, but if we put a clarifier in there, does that change that?
I would probably want to visit with the city attorney's office and to see at that point, are you attempting to bind the discretionary authority of future councils? I don't know the answer to that.
Well, you're doing that anyway. When you extend it into perpetuity, you're tying the hands of any future council on doing anything else with that tax money unless they put it on an election.
That's correct. And that was one that we put into the election ordinance purposefully.
It seems to me like it ought to work both ways.
Well, I understood, and that's why I'm a little bit guarded in my answer, because it is a unique question, and I would like to not answer and give you something inaccurate from the dais. My belief is that if you put something in place, that there would be a hope and an expectation minimally that would be respected. If a future council wanted to challenge that for tying their hands, I couldn't guarantee you that they wouldn't be successful in that challenge, based on what I know right now with the question that's being posed. I would want to visit with the city attorney's office and see what the impact of that would be if that was something this council chose to do. Minimally, it would be advisory, and I would think carry weight to the voters that were casting the ballot if you passed that before they actually went to the ballot box.
Okay, well, if you could look into that, I think, because like Councilman Roy, I haven't heard anybody say they're against the things that we're trying to do. They have some questions about the city being in the hotel business and this tax being in perpetuity. Those are the questions that I have received. And so if you could look into that. And then further, Mayor, I just want to state for the record, and I heard Councilman Barrera and his passionate speech about all this, and I appreciate that. When I was first elected to this council almost 4 years ago now, the first week I was here, I had 2 meetings. The first meeting was with the water department to tell them that if we didn't find additional water, that we weren't going to grow and we were going to be in dire straits, and I still believe that today. That opinion has not changed one bit. I don't care what anybody else has come up here and said. If this city doesn't require additional water resources, the fact that we've got a convention center down here isn't going to make any difference. The second meeting I had was with the city manager to tell him how embarrassed I was of the ABC Center and how it had become an embarrassment to this community and that we needed to do something about that. And I didn't have the answers on what we were going to do or where the money was going to come from, But the Salina Auditorium was in bad shape, the convention was in bad shape, the arena needed work, and that we possibly needed to look into acquiring a hotel in close proximity to our convention center if we were ever going to be able to compete, because it was very disheartening to me when we lost the FFA convention that used to come here. I've been involved in FFA programs since my kids were very small. And so I've been a big supporter of doing that. So my point in all of this has been from the beginning is not what we're doing, but my concern is that this is going to fail because we've done it in such a short, squeezed period of time, and there are lots of questions out there. And I've said this before to you and both the mayor, and I know you've heard me say this, and I don't want to bore you again, but as simply as I can put it is this ain't my first rodeo. And I get a feel for what the community's feeling with respect to how this is going. And I think this is just such a shame that we've got these groups up here that are either angry or they're concerned about what we're going to do. And that at some point we should have been able to back up and say, okay, it's very unfortunate that our hotelers, because about 4 weeks ago, I sat right here and I asked the question, are our hotel guys on board with this? And I was told by you, Peter, and by the Visit Corpus Christi chair, Brett, that yes, they were on board and we were ready to go. And that following Sunday night, when I was getting ready to sit down and try to help the Dallas Cowboys win another football game and to see if Taylor Swift was going to show up, that I got a phone call from Raju and Mr. David here expressing their concerns. And I think that's just a shame. And so I have encouraged the mayor and yourself this morning that we need to try to head that off at the pass as soon as we possibly can. But I'm sorry.
The resolution.
Okay. If I am for what we're trying to do here, I really am. I support this 100%. And I think Sam's already gone, but his comments were on point. And we really, if we're going to be viable in the future, to have not only our own local events hosted here, but to hopefully have some people come in here from out of town and bring some fresh dollars that we don't get now, that's an important thing to this community. So I'm just concerned that if this fails, then we've got to come back and face the public again. And I don't know how many of you were on the city council when Destination Bayfront was done. Anybody?
No, thank God.
But I'm telling you, it sounds very similar to me, and from a perspective of that was a great ideal and just poorly handled, it basically killed the political careers of some very prominent people in this community, to the point where we elected a guy as mayor that nobody even knew. So anyway, that's my concern. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm just as passionate about that as Councilman Barrera is passionate about why he supports this. I support it as well, but we have not done a good job in getting the message out because we had such a compressed period of time to try to do it. And I think therein lies the problems. And the other problem is when people are confused about these kind of things, the easy answer for them is no. And you can just bet that there are a lot of people out there now that are going, well, are they in the hotel business? Are they not in the hotel business? Or what are they going to do about this? And well, I'm just voting no, and I'm done. I don't have to worry about it. So anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I'll shut up.
Councilman, thank you. Can I just respond real quick, Mayor?
Sure.
So everything you said, we agree with, Councilman. We spoke yesterday, and I personally have been speaking to Raju every night this week and over the weekend. At one point, we did have his okay with this initiative. I personally met with him myself and sat down with him and Ajit both, explained what it was, explained how competition is, how it's going to work, and that he, like anybody else, we'll be able to compete for a hotel. We don't even know what size it would be. And he was okay with it. He didn't say, hell yeah, let's go, but he agreed to it. He didn't say, no, I can't do this is bad. So I think as we get closer to the time frame, that's when people are kind of rethinking it, and that's okay, people can do that. But I did have his agreement, and I can't speak for Brett, but I personally did. I personally sat down with him and had that agreement that he was okay to move forward. Things changed somewhere, so just for the record, to let you know.
Point of information, Destination Bayfront was 2013. 13, and because of the and I understand what you're saying, and I agree with it. They continued to push it, and it hurt everyone in 2017. It was a very, very unfortunate drive.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. One last thing, and I won't have my picture under the term pontificate like my counterpart Roland over there. But I do want to say that, and I want to make sure we don't equate the incentives we pay for hotels and other places through the TERS and stuff like that, because there's limitations to that. I think it's a limitation of what, 10%? Or some outside exterior points to that. It's not the 60% that we're talking about here. And there'd be different funding sources for this one, so I want to make sure we're not having that equivocal, making them seem equal.
Right.
They're not.
Right, you're probably referring to the public financing, the finance plans that a TERS has that are approved and can be amended by a council.
Right.
But just for the record, there's no 60% agreement on any hotel.
No, but that's what I'm saying. There's not enough information, and I have to apologize to our hoteliers because I should have asked more questions. I should have been more closely looking at this. Maybe we could have caught this a little bit sooner, so I apologize to you personally for not looking at it closer, which I kind of try to pride myself on looking more into the details, so I apologize for that personally. But I want to make sure that because of the ambiguity around that hotel is the reason we're having a lot of these issues. There's no number. We don't know what that's going to look like. Just based on, and the only information out there is a Hunden recommendation on that 300-page report that is 60% of contribution from the city. We don't even know what that looks like. So just to say that, I want to make sure you understand that I do apologize for that. Thank you.
But also, I also want to just make sure that we, based on the suggestion that was made by Councilman Everett.
Can I clarify that?
Yeah.
My suggestion, my question was, is it possible? And I said very clearly that I wasn't suggesting that that's what we do. I wanted to know, is it possible? And the reason behind that, and I'll clarify that even further, is the fact that if we were to take that off, the only way we could put it back on is another election.
Okay.
That's the only way you could do that. So I wanted to make sure, though, that that's not the case.
So that is correct. If you modify the contract with the voters, it will require another election in order to put it back on. And there is a huge difference between the legal authorization to do something and actually exercising the authority that you have.
Thank you.
Okay.
One more, I'm sorry, I'll be quick, I promise.
Councilman.
Just also the first individual that made a statement indicated that, made the implication, at least to my perception, that we were being rather frivolous, but we put hundreds of million dollars into streets. We put on our capital improvement plan infrastructure for water, not including desalination. Okay,
Right.
so what is it?
Mr. Barretta, just a reminder, you've spoken a couple times already, so this
Yeah,
would be.
and the mayor said I could speak.
Okay, that's fine. I just
He's the
wanted to
presiding
point-
officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
With regard to the council.
Yes, sir.
So once again, what is it? So we've spent, obviously, we've since you've been here, we've added how many police officers?
We've added 46 with a grant, so 46 police officers.
So we've added 46 police officers. How many firefighters?
We've added probably in the 40s, probably.
So anyway, and
Yeah.
my whole point is that to make an implication that we haven't invested in the community on infrastructure and the public needs is just, it's just kind of off base.
Right. Yeah, we've made tremendous, This city council, and over the past 5 years, has made tremendous investment in quality of life, public safety, public infrastructure investments, if that's what you're saying, Councilman.
Yeah, absolutely.
This city council approved for the first time in 50 years an aquatic center. The city hasn't approved one, a swimming pool, in 50 years. This city council approved for the first time ever in the city's history a police training academy built to suit. This city council approved for the first time in 50 years a replacement fire station. We're going to have a groundbreaking this week. This council has record-setting investments in streets, over $100 million annually in the past 5 years. We've had bond programs that have invested in basic infrastructure, streets, parks, libraries. This is a council that is investing in basic and quality of life amenities. So, yeah, if that's your point, I hope those examples help. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to move on to item number 18, and that is a zoning case number 0723-06, Coast of Blue 914 Southport Series, located in District 1.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. I'm sorry, public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 18? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 19 is a zoning case number 0823-03, Corpus Christi Spawn Health System Corp., located in District 1.
No motion?
Yes, question.
Who?
Good afternoon, I'm sorry.
Yes, I did have a question about this particular. In your descriptive, Al, or whoever wrote the descriptive, and for whatever reason, my iPad just died. Let me bring it back up. Well, someone had made a statement that there were some concerns about where this helipad is being relocated to, but you didn't expand upon what those concerns were.
Well, this case had no opposition, but I guess what we're saying is that since 2002, the flight comes across Ocean into the landing that's into the current helipad that's at Ocean and Morgan. We're just moving it over, so you still have that. There still may be people who are concerned and hear noise and those things. No one submitted anything that said, "Hey, I'm against this." We're just mentioning it because.
No, I didn't say that. What I said is oh man, hold on. I'm sorry, Mayor.
That's okay. Let me go ahead and open public comment.
Go ahead and open public hearing.
Yeah.
I'll
So
find my
is
question.
there anyone in the audience or I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing, and is there anyone that would like to make a comment on item number 19? Yes, sir, come on down.
Mayor, Councilman, City Manager, my name's Jerry Kramer. I reside at 5710 King Trail here in Corpus Christi. I'm with CLK Architects and actually representing Christus Health on this rezoning case. The reason for relocating the helipad is that it moves us closer to the new ED department that's on the north side of the north tower. This decreases the amount of time that it takes us to get from a patient from the helipad to the ED. Where currently it's about 450, 500 feet. This is going to reduce it to about 300 feet or less to do that. And it's much more direct. It's not crossing any traffic as it does now, because if you went out there and looked right now, they're actually having to cross traffic where a truck dock is to get back over to the emergency department.
Okay.
Okay?
Wonderful.
The other reason is that all the other property around that area is zone CG2. This happened to be a special permit that was done back in 1968 for housing, but all we're trying to do is make it all the same
Right.
zoning.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on item number 19? Okay, I'll close public hearing. Mr. Presley?
Yes. So in your staff analysis and recommendations, Al, page 6 of 6, it says that staff's opinion, the last paragraph, staff's opinion is that while the rezoning may have some adverse impacts, and with the helipad being essential to the hospital, the design standards used, blah, 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 blah. So what are the adverse impacts?
Well, you have flight over, because there's still, he mentioned it was previously zoned RM, that's multifamily. You still have that around there, right? Even though right up against it, there's commercial, but there's residential living around there. So it's just you might have people complaining about the noise of flights coming and flights going. It's pretty loud. I go by there often when the flights are there, but like I said.
Oh, no, when my dad was in the hospital there for almost a year, his room was right next to where the helipad was, and it's very loud.
So we were just making.
So is that your only concern?
Yes, just pointing it out, right?
Okay.
That might be a concern of that, but it's still important for the hospital and for the community, so we recommend approval.
No problem. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. So we were going to go ahead and go to briefing item number 23. That is a summary of Harbor Island seawater desalination facility integration with the City of Corpus Christi water distribution system, presented by Kara Tackett of Pape Dawson Engineers.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me today. It's been an excellent meeting, and let's get going into this item. We gave this, Mayor, would you like to make any other introduction? You were kind of.
Oh, no, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I wasn't, no,
Okay,
I didn't
great.
mean that. I was smiling at you.
Today, my name is Kara Tackett with Pape Dawson Engineers. Today, we also gave this very same presentation at the Port of Corpus Christi Commission this morning. It is a briefing and really just a status update on where we are on the contract and really conversations ongoing between the port and Corpus Christi. This is really just one piece of the puzzle related to, there is a PowerPoint, I guess you guys you've got it? Mm-hmm. Okay, making sure. Project background, really just a little bit, the first several slides is kind of giving us how did we get here today. Some of the important things to consider are that right now the coastal bend area is served primarily by surface water for municipal and industrial uses. Being in a drought, that's given us some challenges and a path forward. Port of Corpus Christi and the City of San Antonio, or City of Corpus, my apologies, both seek a sustainable supply of water for the region. City of Corpus is today the current primary water producer, provider, and distributor to the region, and really has expressed the desire to continue to do so, as have the partners in the region. Now we're looking for,
I'm sorry to interrupt. So the AV control is trying to get the PowerPoint up. If people have the paper copy, there is
okay, that's what I was.
We have it. They need to locate it and put it up on the screen for the persons that don't have the paper copy. Yeah.
Hold on.
Give me
No pressure on AV team,
Yeah,
right?
just a second.
Is it in there? It should be in there, Mike. 23. Oh, it is here. Okay. So does everyone have this on your, what about, it is?
It's on the city's website.
Okay. It's on, it is on the city's website, I was just told, right? That's where you are?
Yeah.
Here, can you pull it up?
Can you pull it up? Yeah, yeah.
It's on the Legistar system as well.
Okay, here, you got it?
Okay, does anybody not have it on the council?
I think we all do now.
Okay,
You have it?
Kara?
So-
Well, we'll have it up for the public here momentarily. You can proceed, Kara.
Okay, everybody ready? Okay, and the last one on slide 2, for those of you that have a paper copy or can look online, that really an important thing is a reliable water supply is important to the region. A few slides of how did we get here. This next slide is showing actually a presentation that was given by Corpus Christi Water here to the council that's really talking about there are 5 water supply projects that the city is currently has been looking at and evaluating. One of those is a collaboration with the Port of Corpus Christi on Harbor Island. That's the one specifically we're talking about today, but it's important that it's just one of the pieces of the puzzle in the conversation that's going on. The next slide is actually a slide taken directly from a briefing that the Port of Corpus Christi received back in April that really was, how did we get here? And that was that desire by the city and the port to begin collaboration and regular communication. That has been happening very often through Peter as well as Kit Brenton at this port, as well as continued conversations at the staff level and through this project. Some of that, as I mentioned, is collaboration. We're having regular meetings. Ah, there it is. Good, I don't have to look at my backside as we put that up there anymore.
Can you advance it, Yael, to next couple of slides if you can?
Probably hop down to,
slide 5. Let's see.
yeah, I'll even.
Back up one.
There we-
Let's see, there we go, right there. No, go forward one. Okay. Is that where you work here?
You want me to drive? I think I can.
Yeah.
You're gonna do. Okay, next slide.
Okay, next slide, please.
There we go. This is really just kind of a summary of, we've been meeting regularly with staff from the port, the city, as well as Sandpat Municipal Water District as another important water provider in the area, and then ongoing conversations at the executive level. Next slide. So let's talk really about what are we doing and where are we at. Port of Corpus Christi contracted with Pape Dawson to evaluate integration of water from their proposed Harbor Island desalination facility into the regional water supplies. Phase 1 that we're currently working on has really been looking at what are those physical and institutional means of integrating water and identifying connective alternatives. Some of the objectives we've talked about in this, and really kind of things we needed to identify, is who and where are we trying to serve and provide water? What are our demand centers, both domestic and for residential growth as well as for industrial? How do we most efficiently move the water? Is this about a physical movement, or do we really need to look at a regional supply network? Phase 2, if that proceeds forward, we'll dive into more detail of cost and really evaluating a fewer number of alternatives. Next slide. This is just a level of who all has been involved in those meetings. And it's showing that we've got really senior leadership, and there's other staff at all three organizations that have been involved, but we've been working regularly, diving into what does the city system need and where do we move forward. Jumping into the meat of this, next slide. So what this slide is giving us is, let's talk about, I mentioned we needed to identify where are those areas that we have growth and demand. The first area was industrial demand centers identified, and that's been looked at in conjunction with the port as well as the Economic Development Corporation. And there's an area in San Patricio County where the idea is not just at a single point, but generally there we see the potential for new emerging markets and in energy in particular, as well as other industrial users. We've got a second really demand center for industrial growth in the Inner Harbor area, and a third being the inland port area in Robstown, south of Owen Stevens plant. You've got numbers here, and these are ranges. At this stage, you have industrial users in conversations with all three entities, really looking at what could they possibly do, what are the potential ranges, are there other uses that maybe they could use recycled water and process. These are ranges, but we needed to begin to get an order of magnitude of where to go from here. The other layer that is in this discussion is, and you're aware, the city has been working on updating master plans, and we've been working with the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee appointed by the city for quite a while now, and looking at, through that committee, what are the land use plans, what is historical growth, what is projected growth. And through that, we've identified that overall citywide growth is about a 1.2%. There are some areas in the city that will see higher growth, in particular London and on the island. There are other areas that see lower growth, but as a general rule, across the city, it averages out to about 1.2% growth citywide per year. So we've factored in those. We've worked with the city. What were some key integration points if we were physically integrating this water into the city system versus a conversation of it becoming a new city supply and source in the region? Those facilities really need to have an integration point that allows mixing of water. You've got a different chemistry of desalination water than you do of current surface water that we're treating, and we need to make sure we're combining those before interjecting into a pipe system. So we identified Owen Stevens treatment plant, navigation pump station, sand dollar, and then there are the two potential city desalination facilities being permitted that could also be considered. And last and not least is current facilities from San Patricio Municipal Water District, and they have both raw and treated water facilities, and looking at those proximities. Next slide. Sand dollars on the island, and really just off the bottom end, kind of below the legend here. We've got an exhibit further down that shows us where it is. It's a pump station on the island. The forgotten pump station. There you go, that's alternate 2. We'll get to that one. Let's hop back to number 9 and then we'll go. Alternative 1 and 2. So Harbor Island facility, the proposed site is there out on the far right side of our exhibit. We've got to get from there to our users somewhere, either south or north. This option begins to look at, let's bring water over to that area in San Patricio County of proposed industrial use. You've got the existing sand pat facility right there. There's an opportunity. Do you put something adjacent? Do you work with them? So graphically, these are all concepts at this point. We're at the planning stage. We're not at detailed engineering. We are at what makes sense, what doesn't, and what should spur a new conversation going forward. From there, we looked at, there's an existing line that runs from Owen Stevens over to that sand pat facility. What if we paralleled that to bring additional water over to Owen Stevens as one of those integration points? It's the primary point right now, city feeding water into the system and the only treatment plant, and what if we brought in there? That gave us this kind of 1B opportunity that just about 4 to 5 miles south of there is the proposed Robstown inland port area. So this is one of the very first scenarios we've really looked at. Next slide. Alternative 2 is the one, Councilman, you asked, sand dollar. This still sends a bulk of the water over into San Patricio County, but let's bring water down to the island in a high growth area to provide future growth opportunity there. What that does, you may ask, why aren't we just tying in right there where you come across onto the island and an opportunity? Well, the pipes on the island, the city generally moves water today from west to east. So those are our smallest pipes, and they've been usually receiving flow going from one side to the other. Tying into them would give us capacity challenges as well as reversing flow in a pipe. So, and we've got that issue of we need to blend. So we looked at bringing then, coming down to Sand Dollar, which is really our primary city facility on the island that would give us an integration point. Next slide, please. Alternative 3 takes us to that secondary industrial demand area that we mentioned of the inner harbor. Again, you've got water first coming past an area in San Patricio County of future demand, but bringing over to Inner Harbor. This is one alignment as a potential. Directional drilling under the bay for, different routes and options are available. This was an ideal. One of the items there at the end is noted. This would not then have an opportunity for us to tie in directly to the city system and would give us a separate, distinct, that was really only serving industry in that area. Next slide, please. And this, you say, well, every time you keep bringing water over to San Patricio County in that industrial area, did we think of just going there? Yes, this is our fourth alternative that is shown here and really follows those same alignments and considerations as the first several options. Next slide.
Is that alternative still plausible, considering that we've almost burnt our relationships with them over there and using joint water lines?
I think that everything is plausible if we
And
find
I don't mean the
mechanisms.
city, I mean this side of the bridge.
I think everything is plausible if we find and determine who is the water provider, what is our mechanism to do this, and how best do we serve this.
Okay, well, I think y'all need to go back and do your homework and ask them again if this is plausible. Because it was mentioned into a meeting with us that this is not an opportunity. I think it's great, I just hope it's still available. Because last I heard, this wasn't an opportunity 4 years ago, maybe. So, thank you. Yeah.
Next steps, next slide. Today, we've got the briefings for both the port and the city. Tomorrow, we have one of our standing meetings with the staff and teams from each of the agencies in Pape Dawson. Our goal is we have a draft report that we're working through to finalize that in November. The next phase, if the port so chose to move forward, would be to develop these in further detail and go from there. I think it's important, this is a planning level document still, and we are, I think, learning as we go and looking from feedback from both the city and the port on how are some creative ways and what else can we do that maybe isn't yet on today. I don't think we, as the consultant, and certainly I think the team working together between the city and the port is ready to say, this is option one choice, this is option two. I think we still believe there's a lot of conversation to be had and a lot of steps moving forward. And then with that, it's really open it up, questions and discussion.
And I apologize, I noticed that I looked at number 4. What I meant is San Patricio Municipal Water District in the past opened up with I believe, with some guidance from the state to work together with us on a desal facility.
With who? With who?
I guess a region.
Oh.
For a desal facility. I know I need to get my words correct on all this, I apologize. But if that is still an opportunity, I think that is great. Remember, I'm for every desal location. So I would like that clarified for us if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it,
With
sorry.
her?
Could you return to us at the council or maybe through an email saying that, they're willing to work with us? That
You're talking about the San Pat Water District, Councilman?
Yes, and
Yes, sir.
their
Brian-
infrastructure.
Excuse me?
Using their infrastructure so that we can utilize it
I don't think Brian
benefit
Williams.
the whole area.
Right, yeah, Brian Williams, the CEO, is not here today, but he is a integral partner of ours, and he's met with us many times over the past month alone, so.
Brian's great.
We'll get you a memo.
I'd
That's
love
been-
to see that. And option 4, again, I wasn't speaking directly on option 4. Option 4, I believe, was if a ton of industry moves in over there, you will be able to directly work with them.
Right now, they have been participating in the conversations. I can't speak for them, and they have not said yes or no to any of the scenarios and options, but they are participating in the conversations.
Right.
And
We'll go
really,
through Peter on it.
we'll work
Yeah,
with Peter
we'll
on
get- I'll
that.
get you something, Councilman, or the whole council.
And Karen, the plans seem to favor industry. more so than, I mean, I realize it's, industry is, obviously the port works with industry, but am I right in that?
I don't think that the plan favors industry. I think that the growth in order of magnitude, the industrial growth, and is in particular from emerging markets and energy, green energy development, is much more water intensive than what we see today and does outpace the growth of our residential growth. I think that one of the things that while this study, Mayor, is focused on what's the conversation around bringing Harbor Island into the regional system, it's important that there are those other projects that are still there and may play a more appropriate role to feed immediately into the system to serve domestic and residential growth. And that, this wasn't trying to say prefer option A over B, was isolated in that, but there are some of those others that really bring a good conversation together.
Right. Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank our, our partners. We have Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Gully, Kent, Jeff. Is anyone else here? Yeah, but thank you all for being here. I know you've been here for a little while, and so we appreciate that. And thank you too, I think, Ken, it was you, the port affirmed, as you have been, that the city of Corpus Christi is a water provider, and we appreciate that in working, together, moving forward, so thank you. I just, my concerns are, we know our immediate need is no less, to say the least, 25 million, gallons a day, and so I don't know that the plans shown or the options shown are able to allow that particular facility to be built. So I don't know, for me, it seems like this is a little bit, it's a little bit more catered to, by way of your study, it's what comes out, industry. I know that's maybe not the best way to put it, but it seems that that's what those options look like. Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, Kara, on your alternative number 2, you had estimated 16-inch main. Is that the existing water line that's there, or is that a new water line?
The idea would be that would be a new parallel water line.
So why only 16 inches?
The demand based on, the study, the master plan says that we don't need to put 20 MGD into that system. The island in Port Aransas, the growth 4 is what we really settled with the city was sufficient to give us growth.
Okay, so you're only looking at
protection there.
water coming to the island, not going back to the rest of the city, just staying on the island.
For us to bring it further into the city system, we would need to continue parallel lines and really evaluate what was the impact to those lines. We had looked, and you can see on here there's a navigation pump station that's shown. We had tried to look at, was it feasible to bring water in there because we've got space to do a blending facility. It really then became additional challenges, environmental constraints, existing, infrastructure improvements, getting all the way to that facility. The city system and the pipes were not able to interject there at Sand Dollar and push water back to the west from the way the system is operated and managed today.
Right, well, I mean, there's other locations. I mean, there's groundwater tanks over out by 2444. Is there not opportunity there?
I'm gonna phone a friend and look, and look to Corpus Christi Water.
Councilman Drew Malley, Interim Chief Operating Officer. I'm not aware of the location you just described. You're talking about ground storage tanks?
Yeah, the ground storage tanks that we have there on 2444. We didn't stop by them on.
Yeah, South Staples, Drew. The one
South Staples. Yeah,
yeah.
Maybe I should have stopped by on our tour on Friday.
Okay, you're talking about the Staples pump station.
Right.
Correct. Okay, yeah. I understand. So to Kara's point, that was not something that made a lot of financial feasible sense to do in terms of going across.
Makes more sense than the navigation pump station.
Drew, wasn't the concern going under there or across the Laguna Madre from a permitting standpoint?
Correct. So in terms of just the environmental
Well,
impacts.
how are we getting there now? I mean, we were getting water to the island from this side, right? True. So, I mean, it's not like you can't use the same easement.
You would have so the water's coming west to east through that
Yeah,
line.
we have to get underneath the ship channel. I mean,
No, I'm talking about the southern part of the Laguna Madre, where it says on this map, Sand Dollar Pump Station. That's where you would go across the Laguna Madre to get to the South Staples.
well, how are we getting to the Sand Dollar pump station now?
We're coming across from west to east, however, those lines are existing and the smaller. So
Right.
for distribution.
So, I mean, they're existing easements, right? I mean,
No, it's not all
already.
these. Well, you have to get permits, so we'd have to require new permits and.
We have to get permit, I mean, we're having to go, based on the study, you have to go underneath the ship channel and to get to Port Aransas, right? Is that,
Yeah, I think Kara will have to explain, but they.
okay, I mean, but what I'm saying is it's not impossible.
It's not, no, and they just said that the consensus of the work group was that that area down there by the Sand Dollar Pump Station, Laguna Madre, had more challenges from a permitting standpoint in terms of getting a new permit than it would be up in the ship channel. Right.
Well, I mean, those are nice words, but, I mean,
No, those aren't my words, it's the work group words.
I didn't,
Yeah.
but there's nothing on here saying that that's the case.
Well,
Well, I'll tell you what, is that going to be in the report where it says we didn't look at this area because it was inconvenient?
I would say, in fairness to your question, I think that's something that we would address as part of this final report in terms of making sure that it's very clear that the environmental impacts that the city manager.
Well, like to our mayor's point, it looks like it's industry heavy, right? That we're doing this for industry. Even the one on the Inner Harbor looks like we're doing for industry. So, I mean, if that's the case, and we've got to stop saying this is for everybody, and might as well just say it's for industry. Which, if that's what we want to say, that's what we want to say. I mean, that's fine. But, I mean, either way, it's for industry. Is that kind of the approach we're taking?
I mean, I don't necessarily know that I would categorize it equivocally the way you.
Well, you don't have
described
to.
it.
You don't have to. I'm categorizing it that
Okay.
way. All right? Yeah, I'll deal with that, okay? So if that's the case, I mean, then, if we're going to be using it for citizens, you got to get it to them. And if you're only doing 4 million gallons out of, what, 50 million gallons?
Right.
Right?
Well,
It doesn't look like it's for citizens.
Well, one of the things that I think is attractive about the option that we're talking about, the 16-inch line that comes back across the island, is that it does build in some resiliency that is a good thing. To have the ability, in the event that there was a water supply disruption to the island, you have a back feed to the island. And I think that is a benefit. That is a resiliency measure that I think helps the entire system.
Well, and then the other idea here is that we're, per our city manager saying, we have one water treatment facility, right? Owen Stevens, right? So if we don't have another means to get water from a secondary water treatment facility, if it's on Harbor Island, and it only stops at the island, how do you get it back to the rest of the city if you're having another alternate source, right? So these options in themselves won't work if we're looking to create a secondary water treatment facility, right? So if Owen Stevens goes down, what's the option? So did you ask that question?
Drew, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of this, to your point, and I hear what you're saying. I believe that resiliency is an extremely important part of the evaluation, and this doesn't necessarily solve all the problems or the challenges, I should say, but it certainly provides the answer to providing a back feed to the island, and that is a real demand. That is a demand that we have every day. And so in the event that there was some kind of an environmental impact where we had to, and mind you, I will also tell you that the island is on its own pressure plane. So you could basically cut off the island and feed it from Harbor Island, and you would be able to utilize the water that you would otherwise not be sending to the island, and you would be able to keep that in the main part of the system. That's just an example of a situation where, like I said, if we had an extreme weather event where we needed to.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Okay, what makes Harbor Island so attractive is that its capacity to be expanded. I know there's been some thoughts about going to 100 million gallons a day if you take your discharge offshore. Okay, that would be almost equivalent to what we're doing on a regular basis from Owen Stevens, right? So if you had two facilities that can do 100 million gallons a day, right, and we're expanding Owen Stevens, you could lose one and still be able to supply with the other, right? So what I'm saying is that we're looking for resiliency, right? The Inner Harbor is not going to give us resiliency. It's because it's only maximum 30 million gallons a day. So if you're looking to have an alternate source, so if Owen Stevens, God forbid, something happens and we lose it completely, we're pretty much SOL. Okay, but if you have another source that can give us that exact same amount of water, then we're not in such bad shape. But if you can't get it to us based on this plan to the rest of the city, what are we doing? Right?
Well,
So I want to say, this is good for what you have, looking at demand possibly, but it doesn't solve our resiliency issue of having, two water treatment facilities that can supply ourselves if we lose one of them, right? Okay, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the report. I appreciate it. So in your final statement there, you said completion of phase one, which this is phase one. So what would you do further to complete this process?
To complete this report, we've got to wrap up a report that summarizes the effort and the findings of this. It's, I think, clear from today's conversations, this morning's conversations, and where we're at. And one of the important things is there was an evolution through this process. It began as a very engineered, let's look at physical tie-in points. The conversation, and I think where Councilman Hernandez is also going, this study wasn't to say only Harbor Island is our new source as a one point. There's a conversation to be had of how do we integrate multiple sources and how do we begin to expand the diversity of sources in our portfolio in Corpus that gives us resiliency and redundancy, and are there multiple ways? That's this kind of wrapping up this phase, and from the steps of that, what is the processes and the ideas we need to move forward with.
Okay. But we haven't put any numbers to this yet.
We have not. That
Okay.
is in the next
That'll be
phase,
phase two.
Councilman.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so Peter, I want to make these comments to you. I don't want to design your system for you. I'm really kind of tired of talking about that. I have a extensive background in hydrology, so I know how to do that, but I didn't come here to do that job. That's what we hire you guys for and what our water department's for. So I just want something I can vote on. Give me an answer, give us an answer, come up with some numbers.
Right.
I'm sick and tired of talking about this.
As are we,
Let's move this process forward. Thank God we're now talking with the port. We've got meetings, joint meetings that you're having with the CEO
Right.
and whatnot. And, I actually went to a Port Commission meeting this morning. It's the first time I've ever done that.
Right.
Well, I take that back. I went over once when they were having retirement cake and coffee thing for Bernie Paulson when he retired.
Okay.
So I just think we need to move this process forward.
Right.
Let's give Pape Dawson in your next step, my suggestion only, everybody else here can have a different opinion. Let's give them a set of marching orders to give us the information we need to move to the next level.
Right.
And that's going to mean us putting some numbers together on what it's going to cost to do any of these systems or multiple versions of these systems if we want to have multiple backup points and those kinds of things where if one part of the system is down, the other part's not. Right. And I have no problem at all, have never had a problem at all, it's saying that whatever we do at the end of the day is going to benefit industry, because we are doing this for the benefit of industry. Yes. And if we are providing water to industry through one of these new water resources, that's water we now have available to give to our residential customers and our expanding residential neighborhoods. So It all works together. It's all the same hydrology. And like I said, I don't want to be in the business of designing your system for you.
Right, yeah, thank you
That's
for that,
between you and the
Councilman.
engineers.
If I may, Peter, and I agree with you, but I think that in the port meeting this morning, and I did have to leave before you were completely finished, but yeah, they did move forward with, let's continue on. And being that you guys are contracted, by the port, not the city, I'm not comfortable with Peter, giving any direction. But I think what you just said was already done this morning.
Right, Mayor,
Right.
thank you for that. So Councilman Pusley, this contract by Pape Dawson is managed at the Port of Corpus Christi. They're paying for it as part of their partnership with us. But we are, but I need to finish the statement here. So the port they approved to move to phase 2. They have to go back to the Port Commission to approve the contract still. Kent, is that right?
Yes, we
Right,
would have
so-
to go forward with the contract.
Yeah.
They really gave us direction to, let's wrap this phase
Right.
up and
Right.
identify what should
Right.
come next.
I'm just telling you the next step. So things are moving forward. So the next
Right.
step is the
That was
Port
my
Commission
point.
approves phase 2. Work is continuing. We're meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock, 1 to 4:30 on this project. So this is moving forward. We're slow, it's slow, but we're moving forward. So we'll have the integration study budgeted, or the cost estimates, by the end of December or so. Today, the chairman of the Corpus Christi Port Commission asked publicly what he asked me at a dinner that we had together recently, which is, can the city not object to us pursuing more work on Harbor Island? Publicly, I said, please continue. We have no objection.
Yeah.
You, the port, if you, on your property, want to continue to analyze cost and options, please do so. So I'm going to be sending him a letter to that effect. I said it publicly at the Port Commission at 9 this morning, and I'm saying it here at 5:30. Same thing. Port of Corpus Christi, we have no objection to them continuing their work. We don't own Harbor Island. We're not studying it. They are, but we're working with them. At the same time, we're working on our inner harbor site. We're still working on Evangeline groundwater. We'll be in front of this council soon with a proposal, a real proposal, that another big policy issue that this council will have to consider.
Well, I think that's fine, and
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear you make that
Yes, sir.
statement, because at the end of the
Right.
day, whatever they do on Harbor Island is going to benefit us.
It will, we agree.
Mm-hmm.
They acknowledge today that the city, on record, is the water authority. We are.
And they've said that.
They've said it. They said it again publicly.
They
Charlie
continue
Zahn
to
said
say it, which is good, though.
Any commissioners
They,
said it.
they had it
Before.
in, they had it in their MOU, Mayor.
Yes, right.
The permits were supposed to be handed over to
We had a good meeting
That
this
didn't
morning.
happen.
Many of you were there, Councilman Hernandez,
Yeah.
Councilman Roy, Councilman Suckley, the mayor, myself. Great meeting at the port this morning. We
Yeah,
appreciate the port
it's moving,
commissioners
and
and Kent for
it's
being here
moving, that's
today.
the bottom line, and
Yes.
we appreciate that.
Right.
I'm going to move on to the next, Councilwoman, I'm sorry, I'm going by the list. Yes,
We-
oh, yes, Dr. Kelly,
We just
Commissioner.
wanted to let you know that we will have I chair the Long Range Planning Committee, which this goes to in the port. We're going to have a meeting here in a couple of weeks, and everything will go through that, and I'm relatively assured that we have the votes to bring this to the full commission at the very next meeting, to ask them to go forward when they finish this first phase, to proceed to the second phase, which gives us what we really need, is start figuring out what the cost of this desalinated
Right.
water is. So we're moving forward. I doubt seriously we'll have much pushback from any of the council members that we're
Yeah,
going to do this.
thank you, Commissioner.
And if I might add, we hear what council members are saying today, and our city manager and you, Mayor, what you said to us today, and we will take your direction back. It's very clear from what our city council is saying as our water provider that we have to do more to work to integrate our study with your wants and needs and what the city of Corpus Christi needs in order for us to move forward cooperatively. So know that we are listening, that we will take back your thoughts, and we will see how we can redefine what we do moving forward to meet the city of Corpus Christi's needs and our residents' needs and in your direction.
Thank you.
And we're grateful, and we thank you all for noticing
Yep.
your meeting today. We appreciate very much all of your advocacy, and I think we can realize if we work together, we can accomplish great things. And I know that you are our leader, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
And what Councilman Pusley said should be reiterated, because we are all in this together, and we don't want to have this idea as industry against the people.
Right.
Because if we can take some of the pressure off of industry, which is taking a lot of our water right now,
Right.
You can think of there's one company alone that takes almost 25 million gallons a day. If we can supply that, then it opens up all the rest of your water, and O.M. Stevens and the surface water, to go to where the people need it. We don't have this rationing anymore. So,
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. All right, so I'm glad that Councilman Pusley did make that statement that, that, and we've all known this has taken a long time. He wants everything, I'm sorry, but nice and easy. And it doesn't work that way. I've only been here 10 months, and I know that it doesn't work easy and it's not fast. So this taking our time is essential. Also, community input is essential. I have been advocating, I still advocate, for public input. This is how we all can work together to solve our water issue. And our water issue, just for the public, is man-made management made, because we're in this situation because our city council, our previous city council, with the directed the city manager to provide this water that was supposed to be for the people, okay? So we're now in this situation is because we keep trying to get heavy industry, polluting heavy industry, to come here and continue to, destroy our water, our bay, because most of it is going to be for the bay. We just had a huge discussion on, tourism and all this stuff. We can't continue to have tourism if we're going to be destroying our bay. And whether he agrees and the rest of the city council agree or not, we need to listen. We need to listen to the facts. And I am glad that the port is paying for this, because one of the major things that we've been hearing from the public has been that desalination is the most expensive way to get to get the water. Okay, it's the most expensive way. So I believe that you will provide us with that information as to what is the cost, right? What will be the cost to build a desalination? And you're not even concerned about, the environmental aspect of it. You're right now just concerned about if everything was in place, if we had all the permits, because we're still fighting, debating over this. This is not settled. We have had the people from across the bay, from here, from all over, really, looking at Corpus Christi and trying to figure out, how are we going to stop this, the further expansion of this kind of industry, which a lot of the people that live here don't want. So I am grateful that the port is going to be paying for this. Will we be getting a bottom number as to what the cost will be? And again, just to make it simple, that this is, and we've been saying, this is mostly for industry. It's not for the people. Yes, we're sort of like, oh yeah, it's for the people too. We're. But the majority of this is for industry. So I just, wanted to make that statement. I do appreciate that you are here. I did hear only part of it because of the preparation or your report at the port, and I was trying to listen as much as I could, but there was other things. Also, I was trying to meet with some of the hotel people that were having another issue. So anyway, it's about trying to balance all this. And I wanted to just make sure that I pointed that out, that not all of us feel that desalination is the way to answer this issue with the water. It does come back to, like Councilman Hernandez said, we still would need another treatment facility. We still would need to focus on conservation if it's for the people. But if you're just doing this just to get more industry, then okay, there it is. It's for more industry.
Thanks, Councilwoman. I do want to clarify, this study is not looking at costs or impacts specific to desal. This is about if a plant is there how do we get that water into the supplies? And so that's an independent conversation and separate, so we aren't really diving into that at all. But it is the discussion, and I think the mayor has said it, this is about industry. The numbers in growth, the demand for industry exceeds the residential. That doesn't mean we want to do only water for industry or that everyone should be looking at it the same. But we do have opportunities with new sources to bring and make available more of our current water as well as alternative sources that are, as Peter mentioned, Evangeline, there sooner to increase what is available to the residents and for growth there.
And just for clarity too, I mean, we are also set in a very fine way of trying to figure out how to discuss this. You know, these issues have to be placed on the agenda. And I am saying this because it is about desalination. And this was my opportunity to say, we don't want it. I don't want it. I don't think that's the answer for Corpus Christi. So
Clarify what you mean by we, because we doesn't mean me.
well,
So you can clarify,
okay,
you don't want it.
okay, some
Don't use the
people,
term we, because I don't agree.
okay, so some
I
people,
don't
that's
agree
why.
with anything you said,
But
man.
that's why we should put it to a vote and let the
Okay,
people
guys,
decide.
listen, we're gonna stick to what we're here to talk about, and it is a water line. How do we get what you just said? We're not talking about what we want and all of that. So, Councilwoman, I understand your passion and I respect it, but we're talking about the plans. The next step, it comes the cost. So, Everett Roy.
First of all, I just want to thank everybody. It's been a long day. And, you know, when we started out this morning, listening to your presentation, excellent presentation, just like the one that you just gave. But one of the things that I appreciate is that looking in terms of gauging what the port commissioners, the CEO, all of them in terms of, they've said repeatedly that they understand what the role of the city is in our water system. The other thing is that, and I actually learned this, and I'll give credit to Councilmember Hernandez. You know, I had somebody call me over the weekend and inferred that I didn't think that water was important and that desal wasn't important. I think any source that we look at, I've had one-on-ones with Peter and I've talked about ground, the Evangeline process and where are we at with that. We have to look at multiple processes because right now our lake is at the lowest point that it's been, right? In 5 years.
At least in my 5 years, it's the lowest it's been.
But the other thing is that, you know, this, part of what I want to go back to with Councilmember Hernandez is that the thing that keeps me up at night is thinking about the fact, ever since Peter, and I never really thought about this, is that when you look at Owen Stevens, we got one basic plant that we treat our water with, and we can't shut that plant down and do 100% maintenance. And Drew, I got confidence in his department, and Drew, that concerns me. As we sit up here as city leaders, if all of a sudden something happened, you know, it's just like when we went through, and I shouldn't say it, the water boil period, that was a very uncomfortable period. If we have the Owen Stevens plant shut down for some reason and it can't operate, that's going to cause a problem. So we're not only looking at these core issues, but we have to look at the future and we have to have the flexibility. And this council, I had somebody think just because last week I had some questions about the MOU that I was against desal. That's not the case. I think water is the most important priority for our area. It is important for our residents and it's certainly important for industry because we have people that want to come and enjoy our city. They want to move to our city, they want to operate, and they want to have business in our city. They want to work with the port, they want to work with the county, they want to work with the city. But if we don't have the infrastructure in place, they're not going to come. And so that's what worries me more than anything. And I'm not going to talk about details. I'm kind of at this point like with Councilmember Pusley. I just want to get it done. I don't have the ability to help construct a water system. If I did, it wouldn't be very good. But I just want to get it done. And that's the message that I want to point today is that we've got a lot of smart people And one of the things I can see right now is we are working together, and I can see that. And that's what I'm very proud about right now, is the fact that this council, this port, this city staff, and our consultants, everybody's trying to come up with a reasonable way to make sure that we can meet the need for water. And for that, I thank everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Kent.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm so glad that you, not glad, but I'm glad that you mentioned the water boil. Because when we had that water boil, I was just wondering, can anybody answer, did industry have to cut back when we had the water boil? When people couldn't drink their water? Did business go on? Can anyone answer that question? Or?
Esteban, I don't know if I wasn't here at the time, but Steve Ramos probably was. He can answer it. But I suspect they continued because they weren't drinking it. They used it for cooling purposes. But Esteban?
That's exactly right. So it was a water boil. It was a notice that you would have to boil your water before using. As we've talked, industry uses it for different purposes rather than internally in a human body. So they continue to utilize the water.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes.
So they continued going as business as usual, while we, the people, had to boil the water and make sure that we invested in our infrastructure with city funds, with public dollars. Not their dollars, but public.
Well, they do pay utility rates too.
They're ratepayers also, so it was the ratepayer that
Right, we know
paid.
we know the ratepayer, and that they were paying way under, so yeah.
Right, yes, ma'am.
And continue.
Just for clarification, to an extent, she is correct. But they did shut down parts of the facilities because of the water boil. And that is, there's written documentation on that if we want to pull it up. And I suggest that we do bring that to the council for that particular purpose.
But they did continue. They had a little pause, but they continued.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I know this is not really the purview of your study right now, but there's two central issues here that have been bugging me from the very beginning, and until I get a clear answer to those two questions, I can't really get behind anything involving desalination, whether it's water distribution or anything else. And one of those involves the cost to the ratepayers in the end. At the end of the day, I need a side-by-side comparison. We have them from 2019, November 2019, which is not favorable toward desalination, indicating that water from Evangeline is quite a bit cheaper than that from either the Inner Harbor or from Harbor Island. We haven't seen anything since then. So that's one issue. And again, I think you're talking about perhaps maybe doing a study on cost price differences in the future. I think it needs to be a comparison study. Secondly, and again, this is not part of your purview right now, but again, this is one of the overriding issues. No one has done a study of the environmental impact of multiple desal plants in Corpus Christi Bay. Environmentalists asked Freese and Nichols to conduct such a study, asked them if they had done such a study in June of 2019. They said no. Jorge Arroyo, their engineer, said no one has done that, someone really should. To date, no one has, that I know of, has done such a study. That needs to be done. We're going to be looking at multiple desal plants. What is the impact on the environment? Otherwise, there's no way I can get behind any of this. Thank you.
If I can, Mayor, our representative from Freese and Nichols is here, or Esteban, just to answer that question for the councilman. Have we done studies on multiple desal plants in the Bay?
So, to get to your answer, one of them, yes, because remember, there's only one permitted seawater desalination plant, CC Polymers. So within our review, because it's the only one, all these other particular plants are all speculation. So when we did our modeling, that was considered.
Yeah, but you're evading.
I mean, I'm answering your question.
No, because we have one permit already, right? And so if the city's going to pursue even one desal plant, now we're talking about two. If the city pursues two, now we're talking about three. If the port pursues one, then we're talking about four. If the port pursues two, then we're talking about five. No one's done a study of the impact, the environmental consequences of multiple desal plants in Corpus Christi Bay. That's what needs to be done before we do anything else.
what we do is follow the state regulations and permitting and requirements, and so we're doing that.
Yeah,
So we're following our state regulations.
we had this conversation last week as well, and I would just reiterate what I said to you last week in the meeting. I think you have far more confidence in Austin than I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor-
Councilman Suckley.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll keep it really short since this has been a long day. But Kara, thank you for the presentation. And to reiterate some of the comments already made is when I came on council in January, number one priority I saw was finding urgency with respect to alternative water sources. This is the first step. I'm so happy that we've got the port commissioners and CEO and our staff here all collaborating, all working together, and look forward to continuing urgency to move this process along as soon as possible so we can do what Mr. or Councilman Pusley asked for, and that is vote on something. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Suckley. Councilman Hernandez.
One last thing. You're the engineer for Evangeline, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I know there's discussion about water lines from that location to us as part of a presentation. Maybe you can kind of combine some of this thing with your phase 2 stuff so we're not duplicating efforts and utilizing some line, whether you have to upsize it or whatever, you can have some option with that. So I ask that you take a look at that. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so now we've got 3 items left, so that puts us at section M, individual consideration items 20 through 22. Item number 20 is a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for the Port of Corpus Christi Community Grant for $44,696.90 for incident command training for 30 emergency personnel and training equipment for the Corpus Christi Fire Department. Chief Wade.
Second.
Oh, well, Chief Wade, do you want to say anything about this? Other than,
Don't make us vote no.
don't make us vote no. Okay, I'm going to open, I know we have a motion in a second, but I'm going to open public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on item number 20? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Chief Wade. Thank you for being here, sir. Item number 21 is an ordinance authorizing a professional services contract with Freeze and Nichols, Corpus Christi, to perform engineering services for the United States Bureau of Reclamation Title 16 Desalination Construction Grant Program.
Motion to approve.
Second.
No.
What's that?
Oh,
I'm sorry?
I said no, but
Drew, you want to make a comment, or?
You know, the comment that I'll make, and I've had the pleasure of talking to a number of the council members on this project, is that, you know, this is a really exciting opportunity to work with our partners at the Bureau of Reclamation, who we've had a long-standing relationship with the Bureau of Reclamation. We work with them at the Choke Canyon Reservoir. We met with them back in January. In fact, we had some of their executive leadership was down here in January. We got to engage with them, and they were very much encouraging us to apply for this grant funding. And so one of the things that I think is good about this opportunity is, you know, we're going to update the cost model. So we're going to get an updated cost for the Inner Harbor and for the La Quinta. And I think that's going to be something that all of us can agree on. That's going to be an important step. And then the other part of this is you know, we feel pretty favorable that we're going to receive some grant funding, up to $30 million as part of the Title 16. And that's real dollars coming back to the Coastal Bend region that helps, you know, offset some of these costs associated with this project. So I think it's a good story to tell as far as this project is concerned.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 21? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Oh, did we have a comment? Yes, sir. Councilman Klein.
Drew, we talked about this last week. I'm just going to ask some of the same questions again as well, just for the public's benefit, I guess. And maybe you have more information about this since last week. The city's applying for this for desalination, to defray some of the costs, federal grant money to defray some of the costs for desalination. This would involve the cost of construction for a desal plant, not an operation of the desal plant.
Correct. So this funding that we're going to be applying for is geared towards the design and the construction,
Right.
not the operational costs.
Right. And again, I think I asked this last week. Let me ask it again. Are there plans, does Corpus Christi Water have plans to apply for similar funding, federal grant funding, for the Evangeline project and for other water sources, or a potential water reuse program? We've talked about that a couple of times. Are there any plans of that, or any thoughts about that?
You know, I mean, I certainly am one of those folks that if there's funding opportunities
Right.
out there and it makes sense, I think we should leverage those opportunities. I can't tell you at this point in time that we have specific targets for that, but again, if that's something that makes sense to do, we will pursue those other funding opportunities, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
Did anyone else? Councilman Hernandez?
And I'd like to thank you for the time we spent Friday kind of discussing this, and I know we had a long conversation. I am still not a fan of doing desal inside our closed bay. The water communication is still an issue for me. You just don't have the water movement there that I think is appropriate for desal facility. That's why I've been looking at looking very closely with Harbor Island because of its proximity to the open Gulf of Mexico. So for those reasons, I will not be voting. I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well,
Would you like,
Just-
Councilwoman?
I guess I had already said, no, I'm not going to vote for it, but, and just to be clear, that I do oppose desalination. I don't think this is the first project or the first way that we should approach our water issue. I still believe that, groundwater, and I think we've even talked about, I keep mentioning, conservation, but this is not what the city wants to hear. This is not what the city wants to do. I am, a lone voice here. Maybe my colleague, Dr. Klein, Councilman Klein, but anyway, I'll be voting no on this also if it has anything to do with desalination.
Just to be clear, Mayor, I am for desal. I'm just not for desal in the bay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
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 3 noes. Right, yeah. Hernandez. Well, I think she heard him. I didn't hear you. Okay, our last item of the day, item number 22, is an ordinance amending Chapter 12 and a half of the Corpus Christi Code for Audit Committee. Who's got that one, Peter? Oh, this is for,
Okay. Okay, wait a minute, but, right, Mayor, I think we have to make an amendment to it because we have to come back to it, so, go ahead.
okay. Hi, George.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hi.
Sorry for saving the best for last here. This is a removal of the preferred audit committee experience requirement. We've taken that out. I know that was presented at a previous city council meeting, so we've removed that. And the rest of the additions that we've included here are for promoting the efficiency and effectiveness of the internal audit department, the city auditor office. And I can go into detail here, clarification regarding auditor access to all necessary records, property, and personnel. There's also follow-up reporting modifications to provide for a more effective and audit process regarding management action plans. And the ad hoc nominating committee of the audit committee shall recommend to the city council candidates to the city auditor, and that's to improve efficiency in the event that I were to leave the position. So we've made these modifications. I think they've been discussed unanimously, approved in the audit committee by all the members. So any questions?
I move for approval.
Second. Well,
Hang on a second.
Mayor, so when this was originally brought to us, we had the entire amount in there, including having a possibility of adding a person if the audit committee didn't have the experience. So we're removing that, so I need to make a motion to amend to remove that section of that, and then we'll have to approve it as amended.
Right.
So if I can get a second.
I second it.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Actually, let me ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any public comment on item number 22? Okay, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second.
As amended.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the amendment?
The amendment was to remove the section that was adding the possibility of a fifth person with audit experience if the city council members did not have the audit experience on there. And that's something that it was kind of the best practices for cities, but it's not something that is necessary.
It's removing, it's out of section 12.5-4, right? The
Right.
red line.
That's
And that
correct.
is in the council's packets, is my understanding.
Sylvia,
Correct.
the mayor appoints, and so it would mean not a council member and someone from outside. So we agreed that, it would be fine to leave it out. Leave it as is. Yeah. Okay, so where are we? Did we vote on everything?
There was a motion to amend, so to remove the section 12.5-4. There's also, in section 2, there's a strikeout under 12.5-6C, a strikeout that says at least 6 months, so the last section of C1. And another amendment under section 12.5-8B to take some information out as well. So these are the amendments that I see.
No, the only thing we discussed was the one amendment that we were talking about for the removal of that section.
Right.
I did not make a motion for anything else.
Okay, that's what was in the packet, is my understanding.
Wait a minute.
Motion to table.
No, all the other stuff was from the previous. No, all this stuff was from the previous stuff.
My
The only
apologies,
thing-
I wasn't aware of the amendment
Okay,
until
so
today.
she had the wrong one. This
I
was from the
lied.
first one. This was the first one.
Yeah, I wasn't
This-
advised of the
Okay, so-
amendment, so I didn't know.
Sorry, it was this, she was, okay, wait, time out. She was looking at the original one that we were doing in the previous round. So this was the amendment to the one we already looked
Right.
at there, so this is the only thing that we're removing.
Okay, so it's
from
the
that.
other version, got it.
Okay, so there was, I was confused as to what you were saying, but
Yeah,
yeah.
me too.
So we
I-
voted.
Like I said, I didn't know about it.
Okay.
So now
Read
it's,
the actual amendment then?
okay, so the amendment is, it's to section 12.5-3A. And in that section, this one, right, we're adding language saying, it is preferred that audit committee members possess knowledge of audit, finance, local government, information technology, law, governance, and risk control,
No,
right?
that's what
That's
we're
actually
changing.
That's what
being
we're
removed.
removing.
That's being removed.
No, we're
That's what's
removed, right.
removed, yes.
Okay, but it's not
That-
struck out.
Okay, but that's what I'm striking out now.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, that's what we're striking, that's why we're making the amendment, to strike that out.
I'm so sorry. It wasn't,
Okay.
like I say, I wasn't doing my best here. I'm not aware of the amendment. I
Excuse me.
wasn't told about it.
Been a long day.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
There are two ordinances in the packet.
correct. That's what I
You should
understood.
probably choose which ordinance you're actually voting on.
Okay, you want to pick one?
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
God.
all right.
Oh, my
Look,
God.
this is how it was presented with all the changes on it, with so we had to bring it back as it is. So the one that's highlighted here in the blue is the one that we're removing from the overall recommendation from the city auditor to remove that section only. Everything else is, all the other recommendations are staying in place. This is the only section we're removing. So that's the amendment that we're asking for with everything else being approved. Is that,
Okay, so
Okay.
striking that
No,
out.
Councilman, the last time we didn't get all the information we needed on a vote, it ended in Proposition A concerns.
sorry, this was one of those things where I understand. We tried to bring it in as just, we're done, but we were recommended by legal, I believe it was, I forgot her name. But we were told to bring it back this way. I didn't want it this way, but we were told to bring it back this way.
Councilman,
Okay,
does the second
where are
ordinance
we?
in the packet represent all of your
Yes.
amendments?
Well, minus this, we have to remove.
Right.
Right.
Oh, it doesn't?
Blue part.
That's why we're making the amendment.
Right.
Okay, so to the second ordinance in the packet. So
Right.
we're amending to be the second ordinance in the packet, and then we're amending that ordinance.
Correct. So do we,
I don't know. Okay, I'm still confused. I want
Okay.
what the amended ordinance, what we're voting on now. Can someone clarify that?
okay, what we voted on just now is to remove that section from 12.5-3 Audit Committee with the preferred audit committee members possess knowledge of audit, finance, local government information technology law, and that, which allows for an individual may have sufficient knowledge, okay, hold on, let's see.
And that deletion
An
is
ex
al-
officio, non-voting member may also be appointed to the committee that has sufficient knowledge of audit finance. Okay, that's what we're removing in that section.
Okay.
All right, that's the only thing that we're removing and that everything else is in accordance with what we had just discussed. All right, so that's what we're removing. Everything else that's in there is what we're voting on. So all the other items in there are the replacements of what we were voting on. So you see some strikeouts in the other pages, but that section, that's the amendment we're removing. So we had to bring it back this way, and we had to make that amendment in accordance with after how we voted on in the audit committee. So just to make it clear, that's the only section that we're amending. Everything else is how we wanted to do it. So I hope does that clear it up, Miles?
That deletion is shown in the second ordinance in the packet.
But is that correct?
That is the proposed ordinance amendment code, chapter AAR 909.28.23 in Legistar. That second
So
ordinance shows your
that's that
deletion.
one, but just for clarification, this is what we're removing because that's what we added previously.
Correct.
So that section, and that's why I'm highlighting this one, is what we're removing. This one's a little hard because you have everything else in here associated with it. Okay, so I wanted to clarify that it's that section in section 3A that's highlighted here, that's what we're removing. Is that, and that has to do with the ex officio position that could be added to it. We're removing that. That's all, that's the only thing we're removing based on what we recommended in the audit committee.
If that's not delineated on what we have received, then we can't vote on it.
It is delineated, but I'm showing you on the other section what it looks like and what we're removing from that. It is removed here, but just for clarification purposes, because there are two of them,
Yeah.
there's other amendments being done, I mean, there's the things that we're presenting as amended, this is what we're moving from that.
Can we table this?
No, well, this is the second time we've already
Why?
tabled it.
I know.
What,
If you,
Miles, Miles is coming. Yes.
I
Turn.
mean, I'm looking at the second ordinance, and that second ordinance shows what you're stating as being deleted, and that's the amendment that you're making.
that's correct.
Okay. So the second ordinance in the packet represents the ordinance as amended by you just now.
That's correct.
Okay. Then we're okay.
We're okay.
Who's on first?
Did we vote?
We voted on the amendment to remove that from there.
Right,
So
I
we're
seconded.
good because
We
we
vote.
were told to do that.
Okay, so now,
Voting as amended,
okay.
which is,
thought this was gonna be easy.
I did.
the best for last, excuse me?
We don't. We don't need a motion.
So did
I
I.
think we make it harder for ourselves.
Do you want me to make the motion?
Well, it's already made it. We just got to vote it as amended.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. George,
Thank you. Have a great
sorry,
evening.
thank
No,
you.
that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Say, oh. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.